Hello everybody, welcome to the Pokemon Video Game Championships Singapore for the 2023-2024 season. Now I'm Arcliffe B, I'll be your host for today.
And I'm La Wai Yin. I'm also here to commentate.
Correct. So as you know, we've actually had plenty of things happening throughout the year for the VGC season, but in this case, the Singapore Championships, we had a very special arrangement where for today, players were actually chosen from a previous qualifying rounds, right?
Yes. So during the March Global Challenge, the top 64 Singaporean players qualified through that to participate in this championships. So we're having a top 64 cut where 64 players will be fighting for the top prize of an invite to the World Championships.
Correct. Yes. So for today, those who gained top 8 positions for Singapore Championships, they will have the invite to go to Worlds later in Honolulu, right?
Yes.
Ooh, and I believe for the top 2, the finalists, they'll actually be getting the paid invite.
Yes.
Championships.
So we're currently having the format as a best of 3, single elimination. So we'll be playing 6 rounds, where each consecutive round will cut down the players.
We have lesser and lesser players, where eventually, we have the champion, the crowning the overall champion. But I think a little bit more on today's format actually is not only is it a best of 3 where players will have to play a maximum of 3 games in one round and try to win. They have to win 2 out of those 3 matches, right?
Yes. They will be playing Regulation F.
Yes. So for some of you maybe wondering why Regulation F, because now other places might already have moved on to Regulation G. However, here, because this is considered essentially because it's still within the original tournament, the qualifying round that happened earlier this year, so it will be continuing as an extension of that. Therefore, we are using Regulation F.
I think that also means that we are actually one of the last few tournaments with this format. So it's going to be very interesting to see how everything has evolved, as you've seen all the tournaments, and now everyone has the data now and the practice, and we'll see how it turns out for this particular
championship. And maybe this could be the last send-off for Regulation F.
Actually, yes, I think this might be the last one, right?
So it'll be very interesting because especially for players here or those who've qualified for the top 64 positions in the Singapore Championships, my bad. They, like you mentioned, the metagame has matured almost indefinitely to the point where you would see the team archetypes very, very obviously, how they're built, how they're played, and maybe we might see some of the players pull some adjustments.
I think we'll see adjustments, but mostly we will see, because this is Singapore, generally Singaporean players, they will use try and tested methods. They wouldn't they don't usually bring something completely out of the blue.
All right, so we are given our team sheets, the information for the first match of the top 64 here at the Pokemon Video Game Championships Singapore 2024.
So should we introduce the teams?
Yes. So I'm not sure whether they will put up the team information, but the trainers that will be playing for our first stream match day will be I have here Andrew Yap,
and we also have Ho Wai Kiet.
So maybe you can tell me a little bit of history about these players and how they've played before in VGC.
So Andrew has actually been quite a long-standing player within the region. He's actually from the Philippines, I believe, but he's staying in Singapore, so that's why he's playing in our tournament.
Well, he does get he does fit the requirements to play for it, and props to him. He did go through the qualifying tournament and he did earn his position.
Yeah.
And I think it just goes to show that, at least in Pokemon, or one of the great things about playing in Pokemon is that just about anyone, as long as you put in the effort and the time, obviously, you'll be able to qualify and get yourself into quite high positionings. Yeah.
I would say so, yes. And I'm glad that at least in this tournament that the top 8 will get the invite to Worlds, because that feels like a really good reward for getting a good position in the tournament.
Yeah, and actually it's been getting better because previously only the top 4 were invited, would receive the invite to Worlds.
Yep.
But now that the number of positions have actually doubled. So now for this year, top 8 from this tournament here in Singapore will be going to Worlds. So those who get there, we would like to, I think it's a very sought after invite.
Yeah. So Andrew, well, he has always played a bit his teams have always been off standard. So he always brings a lot of interesting little things to try and change the matchups in his favor. His opponent, Wykiat, on the other hand, he hasn't been playing that much, or rather
as long
as long as or as in that much of in the view of most people. But the team he has brought today is actually one of the teams that we have seen in the previous tournaments. I think this one has been. I think he's actually running Justin Karras' team from the Orlando.
Ah, yes, I recall. One of the very popular archetypes of high spam, as they like to call it.
Yeah.
But for those under, it's basically psychic terrain, boosting psychic damage, and with the new move expanding force, you hit both targets under psychic terrain, and you actually get an increase in the damage done. So very, very powerful option, especially considering that VGC is a doubles type of format.
Yes.
So you're not going, for those out there who don't exactly know what VGC is, we play doubles format where 2 Pokemon are sent from each side. So a lot of the moves, the mechanic of the moves changes, certain decisions can be made, and within those four Pokemon on the field, way too many options.
I think it's also because I think one thing that if you've been playing Pokemon and you're more used to singles battle, it'll be like 6v6 or 3v3. Whereas for VGC, you have a team of 6 Pokemon, but you have to choose 4 to actually play in the battle.
Correct, yeah, and that's another decision-making aspect which changes the whole run, and especially now that we are playing more towards best of 3.
Yes.
So you will actually see adjustments from one game to another.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, you want to win, and since we're playing a single elimination tournament, every decision matters.
Yeah. So the main is, it could be like sometimes you might just leave a Pokemon off the game entirely, leave it on the bench if it's running into a matchup that you don't like, or you have certain Pokemon that only appear for certain matchups as
Correct, yeah. Sometimes there's even in cases where like you feel like you need to break that one Pokemon, but for this match you leave it behind, and then you realize that okay, actually it's an important piece in my game moving forward. So let's see, can we move on to see our teams? Our players on stream. Will they be available? All right.
Okay, the players are still preparing. So
no worries. Then we can just talk
a bit more.
We'll just talk about how Regulation F has evolved these past few months.
Yeah, I think one thing I also actually really think is interesting is that at the beginning of Regulation F, people were saying, "Oh no, Dondozo Tatsugiri is no longer."
I think that was a concern even from Regulation A itself.
Yeah, but it's like Dondozo Tatsugiri has been haunting the meta game all the way from Regulation A. I think in the start of Regulation F, people were saying that Dondozo Tatsugiri would not be as strong because of Urshifu.
Correct,
you could just strike through the defense boost. But the thing is, Dondozo Tatsugiri still managed to hang around. And I believe when I was looking at the team sheets earlier, I saw a few Dondozo Tatsugiri sitting around.
Interesting. I actually think that for the Dondozo Tatsugiri teams, the thing is that, sure, they might not be as relevant in the matured metagame. However, the moment you discount those teams, they'll come back and bite you.
Exactly, because in the metagames especially, it's like you start building to counter certain things. So people are building to stop, say, Dondozo Tatsugiri. But when Dondozo Tatsugiri stopped being as big of a threat, people started changing their teams to counter the threat of the day, which could have been the Hail team, for example. And then because of that, maybe that opens up another wall for the Dondozo Tatsugiri to come back in.
Yep, there's always opportunities. I think that's the great thing about Pokemon and VGC is that there's always an opportunity for teams to shine. It's really a matter of how players pilot their teams into positions that are favorable to them.
I think also one thing that's good about having a matured metagame like Regulation F is that you actually see a lot of archetypes coming in, a lot of things like the Hail team, for example.
Correct.
And then sorry to bring Dondozo back again, but Dondozo without Tatsugiri.
Yeah, because like of course, when you use Dondozo and Tatsugiri's ability to Commander, it fuses into technically one Pokemon, and you get like a +2 to all your +2 boost to all your stats. But you're not allowed to switch out, and you're forced to kind of play just that. So it becomes like your Juggernaut.
Whereas Dondozo by itself actually can be quite a powerful wall. It's very bulky. It's strong physical.
Very
attacker.
defensive. Yeah.
So some people have opted to just use Dondozo as an offensive mon by itself.
Definitely a possibility moving forward in this tournament. I hope I would see. I would have to see those Dondos.
I saw one team that had Dondozo and no Tatsugiri, so I'm hoping that we can see that sooner. Or later.
We'll see how players manage that, and of course you have your very we call them the consistent Pokemon. You have, of course, your Flutter Mains, you have your Urshifu Rapid Strikes.
Incineroar!
You have your Incineroars, yeah, you can't run from Incineroar. And
Rillaboom.
it's super, super consistent due to its roll compression.
Yes.
Intimidate, Fake Out, Parting Shot, and the typing being both Dark and Fire are actually really, really good.
Yes.
Especially now in a meta game that focuses a lot on some psychic moves, like Side Spam moves.
I mean, I wouldn't say some. I mean, Side Spam is literally Iron Crown
Yeah.
at this point, and sometimes Armor Rouge, but I don't think that was an Armor Rouge.
That Armor Rouge was a Regulation C, Regulation D
I
kind
did
of.
see it's coming back around. I mean, in Regulation G, the
Yeah,
one
yeah.
that's coming out, there are people that are a bit scared of Armor Rouge again.
Oh, they are? Okay,
Yeah.
interesting.
That was at the start. But anyways, back to Regulation F. We also still have Weather.
Yes.
I saw at least I
Yes.
think I saw like one rain team at least.
Yeah, now especially another thing we like to mention, I think Regulation F brought upon us not Excalibur, Archaludon.
Archaludon.
So Archaludon, while not exactly a number one meta pick per se, but it does have a very, very good niche, especially in rain where it can launch off those super, super strong electro shots.
And Electroshock actually increases its special attack each time
Correct.
it's fired
Yeah.
while in rain.
Yeah,
So, and stamina, Archaludon's stamina abilities
Yes, I was about
against
to mention
defense
that, yeah.
boosts every single time it gets hit by a physical attack. So that makes it quite a powerful wall with powerful special attacks as well.
It becomes one of those type of Pokemon where, like, if you leave it too long, it will get too many boosts.
Yeah.
But if you hit it too much, it will also get defensive boosts. So it gets harder and harder to knock out moving as the game progresses. You know.
Yeah. So I mean, there's lots of variety in Regulation F, and I think because we have in Singapore we have also started playing a bit of Regulation G by ourselves.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, but so it's nice to come back to Regulation F, and then you're just like, oh hey, it's Champao and Dragonite, my old friends.
Our old friends, Champo, you have your Flutter Mains, but excuse me. One thing I like to what I mentioned about Flutter Main is that while yes, it is your super fast, super strong special attacker, but as you can see, especially even since it was introduced, I think in Regulation E, was it D?
It was quite early.
It was quite early on, but like Flutter Main has now actually evolved into a full spectrum of it. It can be very fast supporting. It's bulky enough to take a non-Terra Water surging strikes from Urshifu Rapid Strike. Or you can also Terra Water, so it is, not to say it's fully defensive, but there's been a lot of adjustments towards Flutter Main to mold it into the Pokemon that the team needs.
I think yes, what you mentioned is really good because Flutter Main has proven itself to be a very versatile mon.
Correct.
It has a lot of moves like Icy Wind. It can learn Taunt. It can learn Perish Song. So it can bring a lot of support moves to the table.
Yes.
Apart from just spamming Terra Fairy.
Terra Fairy Moonblast.
Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam, and everything is like taking a lot of damage every single hit.
Yeah. Still very strong, and I think what players have done is that by opening it up to its quite wide support pool, now other players have to adjust towards that, but at the same time they cannot discount the damage that is being churned out by those Moonblasts.
Even a supportive Flutter Main should be able to do decent chunks of damage.
Its stat spread very, very leaning towards special attack, so no way at all. And especially now with its ability photosynthesis, so if it manages to activate it, let's say with the sun or with its booster energy, you are potentially going to be seeing a lot of damage come your way.
Either that or something very fast that's
something very fast.
difficult for your team to deal with.
Yeah, and speaking of Pokemon that have started to fit into the meta game as it's evolved, I think another key mention is Urshifu's Single Strike. It used to be less favored compared to its sibling, the Rapid Strike version, but now that we are in a meta game where a lot of teams have adjusted or prepared for the Rapid Strike, it opens up for the Single Strike to come in.
I think they actually mentioned that the reason why Rapid Strike started falling off was because of Raging Bolt.
Correct,
because, in the regulation before Regulation F, Tornadus Urshifu was the Rapid Strike Urshifu was a very, very strong combination.
Yes.
You just set up Tailwind and you start Surging Strikes or you start Rain Dance.
Yeah, and the only, at that time, one of the checks towards it, the things that it couldn't absolutely stop it, but putting a small roadblock at that time was Ogerpon Wellspring. So because of the water absorb and the follow me, it was meant to be like a premier check or counter towards Urshifu Rapid Strike. But what happened is it started introducing Tornadoes, and those Bleak Windstorms hit like a truck under rain.
Even then, right, Urshifu's U-turn, if you do not Terra your Ogerpon out, it'll still do super effective.
You're very easily taking almost, I think, 50% damage.
Whereas in comparison, Raging Bolt has his attack, Thunderclap, which is a
Correct.
priority attack. So it kind of works like Sucker Punch. If the opponent uses an attacking move, Thunderclap will activate and then it will
Activate
actually
first, yeah, and it will
move
actually be
first.
able to hit them.
Yeah.
And especially, Thunderclap is quite a strong move.
And
All right.
Okay.
So in the meantime, while we have already, our players I think are ready now, so
Yes.
we will have them move on to its.
okay, this looks like that was a team error, so we will
It's okay, it's okay. We'll continue talking. I think people are definitely still interested of the evolution of the Regulation F
Yes.
in the year 2024.
I actually think that one more thing that we haven't talked about is Ogre Pawn.
Yeah,
So-
Ogre Pawn, yeah.
Yeah, so Ogre Pawn, originally everyone's like, Heartflame is so strong.
Yes,
it gets a
Heartflame is strong.
+1. It gets Mold Breaker. When it terras, it gets a +1 attack and it starts, hitting things very hard.
Correct, yeah.
But then as the regulation evolved, people were like, Wellspring Ogre Pawn is actually very
Correct.
good. Like,
It
'cause it
had
gets
a
a special
very, very good fit in the meta game. Yeah.
because it can replace the Urshifu slot if you
Correct.
don't really want it. And then it gets Follow Me. It gets when it terras, it gets that +1 special defense boost, which
yeah.
helps it a lot versus things like, say, Flutter Mane.
Yes, definitely. I think another thing that people really jumped on when you figure out is that the dual typing of grass or water, very, very strong defensive profile,
Pairs very well with Incineroar.
pairs very well in Incineroar. And I think another big thing is that having Follow Me as a grass type
Yes.
is a very, very rare combination.
And it's very
yeah.
good to stop Amoonguss.
Yes, like,
Unless you Terra.
well, of course, but like in front of Among Us, you're not really expecting to Terra.
Yeah.
But we don't know how players play it. It's completely. It could be how the board situation moves closer to. You're forced to Terra to take others, and then they bring in the Among Us in the late game.
Yeah, I think Terra as a mechanic has actually changed a lot of how we play,
Yes.
especially within the last year.
Yes, I personally am the kind of person where I think Terra adds another layer of depth to strategy, because sure, you can play it offensively with, let's say, like I think some people, they like to, Flutter Mane, a very good example. They play Terra Fairy, start blasting Moon Blasters, but defensive Terra types have been much more popular. I
I think the defensive Terra types have also been very interesting because you've seen stuff like, say, Among Us is a very defensive mon, but depending on the team type, it might choose to use a different defensive Terra. It could go to Terra Dark to stop Taunt.
To stop
it could
Taunt,
to
yeah.
Terra Fairy
Well-
because it doesn't want to get hit by. I'm not exactly sure, but
Well, I think another very common is Terra Water.
Yes, Terra-
Because
Yeah.
in the sense where if you're playing Among Us, usually in Trick Room where speeds are reversed.
Yes.
So normally it'd be the fastest, but then you have Torkoal.
yes.
So it's always like a battle between. So by having Terra Water, you mitigate the damage from those very strong sun boosted eruptions.
I'm sure that there's also possibly Terra Dragon Among Us
Yeah,
somewhere.
I think Terra Dragon as well actually is a very big
Defensive.
defensive
yeah.
Terra that has more and more players have opted on certain Pokemon. I've seen Incineroars with Terra Dragon,
Yeah.
Among Us with Terra Dragon, like you
I
mentioned.
think the defensive Terras tend to be very varied, and really it depends on the
Very
team and what they
diverse,
need.
I think
yeah.
that's what. Yeah. And speaking of those who don't know out there, Terra types are the kinds of where, like you mentioned, you can go offensive, defensive. Where you can change the Terra typing using Terra shards in game. So make sure to always keep up with your raids. if you're
And don't
playing.
forget, we also have Stellar Terra nowadays.
Yes, now we have Stellar Terra.
Which
now,
I think the only one that we usually see it on is Qianbao.
Qianbao, some do play it on Urshifu Single Strike.
That's true. Yeah.
I think Terra Stellar has a bigger
Offensive.
offensive presence or relevance in
Yes.
Regulation G, because you have the titular Terrapagos
Yes.
who only like you're more or less forced to Terra it because like it gets its Stellar form in it.
Yes, and the Stellar Terra is actually extremely powerful.
Yeah, it's extremely powerful in the sense where, sure, you are not doing super effective damage, but you're going to hit every single type for neutral damage, so your only concern is just boosting up your damage.
And then not to mention Terra Starstorm. Once you Terra, it becomes from a single attack to become a
Yes, it
spread
becomes a
attack.
spread move, so you hit both Pokemon on field. And the cherry on top is that Terra Starstorm does super effective damage against Terra
Opposing
Pokemon.
Terra types.
So
And I think when Terrapagos terrestrializes, it removes weather and terrain as
correct,
well.
yeah, it has like a bit of a resetting aura where things like Koraidon or Miraidon who set weather and terrain, they are immediately cancelled out. Well, it only happens during the turn which Terrapagos turns Terra into the
So
Stellar
it's not,
form. Yeah.
It's not like airlock from Rayquaza.
No, yeah, it's not like airlock where it's like you could say it's something similar.
I
Maybe
think it's more like a kind of.
the primordial sea and the
Yeah, I think
and
it's
the
more like
desolate
some
land.
sort of field effect.
Yeah,
in a way,
it's a one-turn field effect.
one-turn
It's
field
just
effect.
it's basically it's a turn-off button.
Actually, I've always wondered if you switch it out and switch it back in, does it?
No, it doesn't. It only
Ah.
happens during the.
Okay.
As far as I understand, it only works during the turn. During the turn, it
the
becomes
Terras,
stellar.
yeah, okay.
And most of the time, even if it players tend to not switch out their Terra Pagos after they've stellar because its Terra Shell
yeah.
ability before it terastallizes is that the first hit it takes, the typing will become not very effective. So a bit like a more advanced multi-scale.
Regardless, I mean, this is Regulation G.
Yeah, we're going way out
Only
ahead.
8
That's Regulation
players
G. Yeah.
from this tournament will have to worry about this.
True,
Only
true,
8
true, true,
players.
true. Here
So-
we're going back to regulation. We're going back to when Urshifu Rapid Strike is still a menace and people are playing Raging Bolt. Speaking of Raging Bolt, actually, one of the newer Paradox Pokemon that were introduced in the latest the DLC
Yes,
for
the
Pokemon
Teal
Scarlet
Mask
Violet.
DLC,
Yeah.
Yes.
Uh,
Raging Bolt is actually the prehistoric form of Raikou?
Supposedly, allegedly, allegedly. So one thing about Raging Bolt is, of course, like you mentioned just now, it has Thunderclap, which is a very very strong priority move, which hits other Pokemon if that Pokemon chooses to attack.
Raging Bolt is also a very interesting one because it has a lot of bulk. It's not a particularly
Correct,
speedy mon, but it's a very bulky Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a lot of hits, and people have used it for a lot of different spreads.
Yes, yeah. Different roles in the sense.
Different roles in their teams. We've got the Assault Vest Raging Bolt, which runs 4 attacks, usually to support its teammates.
Correct. Yeah, so like continuing on about Raging Bolt now, I think they've also the Calm Mind variants.
Yes.
And those are meant to be because it's already so defensive. The profile is already very defensive, and it's not difficult, especially with its typing of Dragon Electric.
Yes.
Good, a lot of resistances towards common typings: grass, water, fire, electric.
In fact, they always say that most Ogerpon cannot hit.
Correct.
Raging
Yeah.
Bolt.
So that's the thing with Dragon types being actually a very very good count. Well, in a sense, typing wise, very good check towards the Ogerpon. So now, especially in Regulation F, sure, the Water Ogerpon still has a role to fulfill, but you don't see much of the other forms like Ogerpon, Heartflame. Well, there is, but like the Rock Ogerpon, the Rock type.
Yeah, and the grass one, which we don't.
The Cornerstone and the Maskless.
Yeah.
But you know,
Teal Mask.
Yeah, so those Ogerpons face a lot of trouble fighting against
Raging
Raging
Bolt,
Bolt. Yeah, sorry, because I'm thinking of so many Dragon types. Continuing on to our next is Gouging Fire.
I actually really like Gouging Fire.
I actually really like it. I liked how it's actually like matured itself in a role where it's supportive by using Howl, which boosts the attack stat of both of your Pokemon on the field, but at the same time because it boosts itself up, so you can't ignore it later on.
I actually use Gouging Fire.
Yeah.
Okay. I think James Evans used it to win. I'm not sure, either international or regional recently.
I can't exactly remember.
Can't exactly remember.
There's been a lot of tournaments.
But it did win, and it was functioning in the role of using Howl, and it also had the attack breaking swipe, which is an area attack that hits. When it hits both opponents, it reduces their attack by 1. So not only does it help increase your damage, but it also mitigates your opponent's physical damage as well.
Yeah, but like I think people just kind of took a leaf of how Fluttermane progressed instead of just being a purely attacking Pokemon. So those support move pools which they tap into, and it still doesn't lose its offensive prowess because getting hit by either a Heat Crash or a Flare Blitz from a boosted Gouging Fire is no
Going
joke.
to hurt,
Yeah.
I think another thing that we also have to keep in mind nowadays is the Paradox Mons and Booster Energy.
Yes, yeah. So in case you guys are wondering those, so Paradox Pokemon, new Pokemon introduced in Scarlet and Violet, where allegedly they come from the future or the past, which is a different timeline altogether.
I mean, it could be a different universe.
Could be a different universe, who knows, right? But more importantly, how it works here in VGC is that these Pokemon they all have a very similar ability called Photosynthesis or Quark Drive, where they get boosted. The highest stat will be boosted by a specific, I think 30% unless it's speed. So it's a
unless
little bit
it's
complicated.
speed.
Yeah.
Yes. So
But let's just consider it's boosted either under sun or electric terrain,
Yes.
respectively.
So the mons that there are mons with quark drives, which is Iron Crown, Iron Thorns, basically anything with iron in its name.
Yeah, iron names, yeah.
And then those are the ones that get boosted by electric terrain. And then you have the other Paradox mons who do not have the same naming scheme.
Yeah, who kind of completely throw naming the nomenclature into the dirt, and they're like, I'm called Fluttermane. Like
I'm called Screamtail.
I'm gouging fire. What and you sometimes you wonder whether it's like yeah, I guess Pokemon naming makes sense. Quote unquote makes sense.
I mean, to be fair, it sounds cooler than Iron Thorns, I guess.
I mean, like, like if I were, okay, what was the
professors, right?
Yeah, the professors. Yeah, I guess when they went to naming, one of them was really like, let's follow supposedly scientific nomenclature, and then and immediately one is like cool names.
I mean, I think in general we've seen more of the cool name mons, Fluttermane,
Yeah, correct.
Roaring Moon.
But the reason being is not just because they look cool, but also because how the stat spreads are like, and the typing mainly is the very, very... But this applies to all Pokemon, to be fair.
Yes.
It's just that in this case, you see it more towards... And it's easier, in the current, at least in Regulation F, it's easier to play weather than it is to play terrain. Because speaking on terrain, we have Pokemon that control terrains using their ability, either Grassy Surge, Electric Surge, or Misty Surge, and the
Psychic
biggest
Surge. I mean, we
Psychic Surge,
haven't
yes.
seen Misty Surge for a very long time.
Yeah, very long time. I think right now the only really relevant Pokemon that uses it would be Weezing, Galarian Weezing.
But Galarian Weezing would more likely use its other ability.
Yeah, correct. They would like to use
what is it called again?
Neutralizing gas.
Yes, neutralizing gas.
It would rather use neutralizing gas in that case. So, like, there you go. So you don't see Misty Surge. The two main terrains that you would normally see would be, of course, grassy terrain, brought to you by Rillaboom, and you have psychic terrain, which is normally carried by Indeedee.
And I mean, there is electric terrain in Regulation F from Pincurchin.
But like Pincurchin, I use Pincurchin, but that was way back in Regulation B, I think.
Pincurchin is very cute, at least.
Yeah,
it's
actually,
very cute. And it's surprising that how much damage it can deal with one Sucker Punch.
Yeah. Not just Sucker Punch, but also like we have to understand that with the electric terrain, it can start hitting a lot with its electric moves as well.
But it's like Pincurchin is so slow. When you think that you're okay, I'm fine. It's not going to move for a while, and then Sucker Punches you.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what? Not much. Unfortunately, there weren't much shows of Pincurchin now.
I don't think that we'll see Pincurchin.
Regulation G will have another electric terrain setter, but
yeah, I mean, it will be the titular Miraidon, the one that's on the box, Pokemon Violet. So.
But you know what? That's Regulation G's problem. Can catch that in future tournaments. We're Regulation F here, so just remember on that case. I think we went through quite a slew of all the different types of metagame relevant Pokemon.
I mean, to be fair, in Southeast Asia, which is where Singapore
where we are.
To be fair, I think this is probably one of the last tournaments in Regulation F.
Correct. Yeah.
Like next month onwards, the remaining tournaments will all be in Regulation G.
Yes. So all the other national championships, as in like, for example, Malaysia and the subsequent countries, they will be using Regulation G moving forward. This will be the last Regulation F, but I think players they definitely know their stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so we will be coming back after the ads, and hopefully the troubleshooting will have fixed the match.
Yeah, we want to play games. I mean, we want to watch games.
Hey boogie oogie bang bang, let's go body body boom boom. Hey boogie oogie bang bang, let's go body body boom boom. Hey boogie oogie bang bang, let's go body body boom boom. Hey boogie oogie bang bang, let's go body body boom boom. Hey you are my body. Hey you are my body. Hey you are my body. Hey, you are my body. My body, come, come, come. With my body, get up and bounce. To the body, and let's move your body. Let's enjoy and get closer day by day. Come on to the body, and let's move your body. Let's enjoy and get even closer day by day. La la la, la la la, la la la. Your smiling face, how happy to me to my body. Let's go. Boom. Die. up and bounce. Choose a body and let's move your body. Let's enjoy and get closer day by day. Come on, choose a body and let's move your body. Let's enjoy and get even closer day by day. La la la, la la la, la la la. Your smiling face, how happy to meet you, my buddy. Let's go. Enjoy.
Alright, everybody, welcome back to our Pokemon Video Game Championships Singapore of the 2023-2024 season. Foremost, we'd like to apologize for the technical issues that occurred in the previous top 64 round. Unfortunately, we were not able to resolve them in time. So for our next match, we'll actually be commentating straight onto the top 32 match. Is that right?
Yes, but also we would just like to update that the players in top 64 did manage to play, and Whitecat did win that battle.
Did we tell them? Oh yeah, we will tell you Whitecat and Andrew were the players that were supposed to be on the stream match. So in that case, Whitecat actually managed to win his top 64 match. He will be proceeding to his top 32 match. However, we will be having on stream different players so that more we get to see different teams show on stream for you guys to watch.
So I think for this round we are having Kester versus
Noparat. Yeah, his name is Noparat Wei Chang Gabriel. So we'll call him Gabriel then.
Oh, Gabriel.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll call him Gabriel.
I think we might have seen him in a few of our local events before. If that's the case. Kester has been around for a very long time. He was actually one of our senior players back in, well, I think
2015.
2015. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's a very long.
He was one of our senior players. He has already moved on to Masters.
Yeah,
After all,
definitely.
it's been almost 10 years already.
Yeah, but it's good to see that even players that joined in at a relatively young age maintain their passion and keep on playing, contributing to the community and the scene as well.
That's it. I think Kester hasn't had very strong showings throughout most of his career. So I think he's looking for a really strong one.
Definitely. I think this goes to all players, but especially those who have not had the opportunity to go to Worlds before. This is their chance to look for it, and of course, being the championships, especially for this tournament, this is the chance to do it. This is the once in a year chance to go for it.
Yes, and I think also it's interesting that he's facing off against Noparat, who I think is a relative unknown in our scene. So it'll be very interesting because both of these people have probably been, never been to the World Championships.
Yeah.
Would really like to go.
For all we know, it could be their first time actually competing in a tournament of this scale.
Yeah. So I think it'll be very. Okay, so I think it'll be very good for them to,
Should start showing us the actual teams. I'm very, very keen to see because in this matchup, actually, both players, not to say they didn't bring standardized teams, but definitely a team archetype that is very, very interesting. So for Noparat's side, he's actually carrying Articuno, Arcanine, Hisuian Arcanine, Ogerpon Wellspring, Raging Bolt, Farigiraf, and Alolan Ninetales, whereas Kester is bringing Amoonguss, Fluttermane, Tornadus Incarnate, Incineroar, Landorus Incarnate, and Urshifu Rapid Strike. So we can see here already from the start.
Okay, so we do see on Noparat's side that he has led with the Ogerpon Wellspring and Ninetales, Alolan Ninetales, while Kester has led with the Incineroar Fluttermane. Now, Incineroar Fluttermane is a very, standard lead.
Very standard
fake out,
lead,
starts dealing damage. I think Kester would need to be wary. The Ninetales probably has Aurora Veil.
Correct, but I think the problem is right now is that it's basically free reign for the Ninetales to go for the Aurora Veil because there's a follow me option from the Ogerpon. And in the case of a potential fake out from Kester's Incineroar, he can always bring in Noparat can always bring in the Farigiraf at the back.
Alternatively, you could also just say that he could just switch the Ninetales out, bring in Farigiraf, and Ogerpon goes for the
Correct,
attack.
yeah, there's
but
a lot of
Ogerpon is the one that decides to switch out this turn.
I believe it should be the Farigiraf in it.
Yes. Okay, so that Noparat is prioritizing setting up the Aurora Veil immediately, which is a good choice.
I think it's a good choice, yeah, especially with how the snow teams are crafted in a sense. They just want to, for as many times as possible, let loose blizzards. Yeah.
And you can really see that Kester, I mean, he does get the first hit, but his, entire plan to stop the Aurora Veil has failed. And now all his attacks, including Fluttermane's special attacks, are going to be reduced. We saw that Dazzling Beam did less than a half for both of these Pokemon. So now it's probably going to do even
That's
less.
even before accounting for Aurora Veil. And I understand why he went for the Dazzling Leap is because you're expecting the Follow Me to come out. Yeah.
I think in Kester's case, he did go for the Dazzling Gleam to go and address the Follow Me. He did go for the fake out because he expected, he has to. If he doesn't,
yeah, he has no choice because he has to try to prevent Aurora Veil from going. But unfortunately, in this case, Noparat managed to make the correct play by bringing in Farigiraf, stopping the fake out as well. But here we go, Morton, another Dazzling Gleam. I believe this is because he is actually choice blocked. No, actually it's boosted energy, sorry.
Yes. So I think one thing we notice now is that while Kester has not actually achieved his objective of stopping Auroraville, he has been doing damage.
Yeah, it's still damage at the end of the day, and in the previous round, because we had both the Ninetales and the Furry Giraffe, so a lot of passive damage. Now he brings in the Urshifu.
I think Hyper Voice is the best thing that Furry Giraffe could have done for this situation.
Yeah.
He needs that the throat spray activation. But Urshifu coming in right now, it does threaten the Furry Giraffe. It does go and threaten the fact that, hey, I have critical hits. I can go past the Auroraville. However, very well played by
Noparat. Yeah.
Noparat, bringing in Ogre Point.
Yes, exactly.
Water Absorb.
The follow me pressure there very easily can. I think it's completely safe for him to do so, but no, Kessa actually goes for the double switch, bringing in back out Incineroar. All right, I understand. Probably just to try to get the Intimidates off, and in case a Horn Leech or a Wood Hammer comes into the Incineroar slot. But no, follow me comes out. I think another Dazzling Gleam will be launched here.
Yes, I think there's nothing really stopping the. Oh no,
it's a Moon Blast.
Which fair enough. It does that actually chunks the Ogre Bond quite a fair bit.
Yeah, quite a fair bit.
And the Psychic goes into the Incineroar. Very well played by Kester. That switch being very good.
Very good. And on top of that, it burns another turn off the Auroraville as well.
Yes, and I think one thing is fascinating is that you realize that while Noparat managed to get the Auroraville, he has not been able to put much damage on Kester's Pokemon, whereas two of his Pokemon are now in the orange, or I think Ninetales was also in orange.
Yeah, and now here, as you can see, he actually switches out Furry Giraffe, so that slot won't be able to capitalize on the current Auroraville. Bringing in Articuno and one Moonblast coming out here. Interesting that Incineroar.
Quite fair bit, all things considered. I think Cudgel coming down from the Ogre Pond does not take out the Flutter Mane.
Yeah, those Intimidates really coming in handy now. Yeah.
And the Flare Blitz finally picking off
Now that the Ogre Pond is gone, the Urshifu basically has free reign to launch up its critical hits.
Does the Ninetales have Freeze Dry? Do you remember?
Yes. Let me see. Actually, does it? No, it has Blizzard. It's the Articuno. Now the Articuno is forced to lock itself into one move.
Yeah, so the thing is, right, Articuno, once it locks itself into one move, it's kind of going to be locked there until it switches out again.
Correct. So, if it chooses to lock itself into Blizzard, then it can't hit the Urshifu at the back properly.
Yeah, the Urshifu. So I think also Articuno generally uses mostly all ice attacks. So Incineroar is actually in a very good position here, threatening both Furry Giraffe and Articuno with Dark type and Fire attacks.
I think the Incineroar is basically having free reign. He can go for a parting shot onto the Articuno, I think, because it's choice locked anyway, so the mitigation or the damage would go very far in this game.
I think Flutter Mane has already done a lot of work already. It's been reducing a lot of the HP, especially since Hail does not exactly...
it doesn't boost... it only boosts... it's Snow. It only boosts defense in this case. But going for a very strong Blizzard, Incineroar able to take it like a champ because it's Incineroar.
Yes. But Flutter Mane finally going down, but I think Flutter Mane has done its job.
Yeah.
Flare Blitz coming out into the Articuno.
Ooh, actually, very good. Now it's definitely in range for another hit, either from the
Urshifu.
Yeah, and it still actually lives that single target
and
Hyper
now
Voice.
The snow has stopped. So the snow has stopped. I think that means Ninetale has to switch in and possibly take damage, or
either that or because if he wants to set up the snow for the defense boost, and because Articuno has locked itself into Blizzard, so it needs the snow to get its accurate blizzards.
If we think about it, Furry Giraffe has been shown to move after Incineroar.
Yes.
So it's a very easy
it's a very
Articuno.
If I were Kester, I'd go into the Articuno with my Urshifu, Surging Strikes, and just Flare Blitz into the Furry Giraffe slot, because you know you're gonna get either knock out Furry Giraffe or get super effective damage onto the incoming Ninetales, as you can see here.
And Surging Strikes would not care about
doesn't care about the defense boost,
I guess it would care a bit of the defense boost.
It doesn't account. Critical hits.
No defense boost?
Yeah, I don't believe it accounts for it. So
but
even then,
it was quite low to begin with. So.
Well, it was in range anyway. So regardless whether those calculations came in hand, it only took one Surging Strike. So I believe it should be a Flare Blitz into the into the Ninetales. Oh my! I almost said Articuno there. But knockoff, okay.
Knockoff, I guess
they should get the Light Clay.
Yeah,
yes.
If I remember
fair move, but I do think going for... I would personally go for a Flare Blitz there.
I think so too. I think Flare Blitz would have covered your options a lot better, but at the same time, maybe he was scared that will knock his own Incineroar out.
And Kester has not revealed his fourth Pokemon at the back. It could honestly just be the Landorus.
Surging Strikes going into the Ninetales. I'm not sure whether it'll be able to pick it up with the... it might.
Actually, I think it might, because that did a decent amount.
Yes.
And this actually does make it enough to knock it out.
And I think now the knockoff should be able to target down the Furry Giraffe, taking
Correct,
it taking it out,
But,
and Kester should be able to
I think
get.
this is a good calculation to see. Okay, yeah, it
Yeah.
does knock it out. So never doubt Incineroar.
Never down Incineroar. I think one thing that we should know is that Kester did not terrestrialize at all.
I don't think he saw a need to terrestrialize. It's important for him to keep the typing on his
Yes,
Incineroar. Maybe he could have gone for onto the Fluttermane, but the fact that it absorbs all the hyper voices from Farigiraf, so
yeah.
a little bit of defensive profile there.
Yes, I think that was a good call on the Kester side. He didn't just go and choose to just go for the attack. He saw what he wanted to do, what the ghost typing was doing for his Pokemon.
Maybe if he really wanted to, at the end of the day, what he could have done is that he could have Terra Watered onto his Urshifu, so that you can guarantee a lot of the KOs from a fairly high HP range. And we apologize for a little bit of the technical issues, but at least that one match was already
Yes.
concluded. So didn't happen before. It happened when it didn't matter.
I think it's very clear that Kester knows how to position his mons. He's like, I do not really worry too much about the Aurora Veil. If that's your priority, set it up.
Yeah.
That's fine. I still have my ways to deal with
because
it.
one thing that I think Noprat wasn't doing, he wasn't capitalizing on getting damage off during during the snow and the Aurora Veil turns.
I think the thing is, right, Fluttermane, and we were talking about how Fluttermane is such a useful mod. We saw that even with the Aurora Veil, Fluttermane was just doing damage.
It was just chunking damage. It was like very easily getting things into 3-hit KO range, and the fact that especially Articuno, Farigiraf, and to an extent even Ninetales, Farigiraf, and to an extent Articuno could not get in much damage off on a very especially defensive Pokemon like Fluttermane. And as you say, even with the Ogerpon, after the Intimidates, it was doing less than 50% damage.
I mean, to be fair, Fluttermane went down in 2 hits. Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon and then Blizzard from the Articuno.
Yeah.
So it's not that it cannot be taken out. It can be taken out. The problem was that that Noprat was never in a good position where his Pokemon could just easily attack his...
The amount of resources that Noprat needed to expend in order to KO the Fluttermane, which was being a very annoying pain in the side for Noprat, was just too much. Because like as you can imagine, as long as Fluttermane's on field, it's chipping them for 20-30%.
Yes, and every time he switches out, he just brings in another Pokemon to soak up damage, and he's not actually advancing his own position.
His board game position is still considered neutral or at the back foot actually.
Yeah, I think the thing is, right, Noprat does have the tools. He has his Hisuian Arcanine that can actually deal very well with both Fluttermane and the Incineroar. And I think another thing is that he had to be a bit more careful with his Ogerpon, because Ogerpon was the only thing that he brought that could actually go toe-to-toe with the Incineroar. With
the Incineroar and the Urshifu as well.
Yeah, so when he lost his Ogerpon, suddenly Incineroar and Urshifu became very strong versus the Hail mode. I mean, the Snow mode.
And on top of that, like those, both Incineroar and Urshifu were resistant towards the ice attacks that were blasted out from the Articuno and the Ninetales as well.
Yes.
So I think it was key for him to try to preserve as best as possible the Ogerpon Wellspring there.
Yeah, I think maybe Hisuian Arcanine should show up, because
I think Arcanine should show up.
I think Arcanine should show up because if Incineroar is there, you do have a rock type Pokemon, rock fire Pokemon.
Yes, yeah. I mean, like, sure, there's a bit of Intimidate going on, but not to say Farigiraf wasn't doing it. I think Farigiraf was. The hyper voices were good. The Armatil was pivotal in the first turn, but after that, as you can see, like Kester adjusted really well and just played out the long game.
I think the thing is also Fluttermane is immune to normal attacks. So hyper voice, even if you get that boost, you're not actually doing any damage to Fluttermane, which was the main offensive strat. And then when you did try to go psychic into the Urshifu,
there's the Incineroar at the back who just like soaks it up.
So I think Farigiraf, if you can remove the Fluttermane, maybe hyper voice spamming would be a bit more useful.
But then, like we mentioned, you're expending a lot of resources just to knock out one Pokemon, whereas his other supporting Pokemon can very easily shore it up.
Yes, so I think that's why you kind of need Hisuian Arcanine to try,
try to break through, right, with a very strong damage. I think definitely a Flare Blitz or even just a Rock Slide can do very, very good damage.
Especially if you look at Kester's team, he has Tornadus, he has Landorus. Unfortunately, those two are weak to ice. If you meet Ninetales and Hisuian Arcanine, suddenly you're in a position where you threaten KOs if he tries to attack.
Yeah, I'm also quite surprised that he chose not to bring it. Maybe Tornadus is the fourth Pokemon at the back, because like the ability to change the weather with Rain Dance could be. So we actually have them. They're ready for their second match. We are currently 1-0 in favor of Caster.
I think, right, I have this weird suspicion it might have been the Mongus sitting in the back, but maybe.
I mean, like, it's a possibility, but like, I mean, like, in preparation of the Ogerpon, right?
Yeah.
To face against the Ogerpon.
To be fair, though, half of a Caster's team dies. Well, not die. I mean, it gets knocked out. It takes super effective damage from the Blizzard, from the ice attacks.
True, yeah. So you know, that's how Pokemon teams are built. They're always meant to cover each other's
But
weaknesses.
regardless, Hail with Blizzard is still going to be very effective versus Caster. If Nopara can get himself into a position where he's firing off those attacks.
Correct, yeah. So that's just the theory of it. Fortunately, have a little bit more technical issues. We'll have them resolved as soon as possible. But now we're theorizing for Nopara how he can potentially come back and get himself at least this one win so that he can go to game 3.
Yes.
Because we both understand he has the capabilities. I do think the Arcanine and the Raging Bolt has a very, very good slot here, especially against Caster's Urshifu Rapid Strike, and also the two genies of Tornadus and Landorus Incarnate.
Raging Bolt does not really deal well with Landorus. That's one thing.
Yeah, but he has the Blizzards to shoot off,
He
and he has the Arcanine as well.
The thing is...
the Ninetales, yeah.
The thing is, right, Landorus outspeeds the Arcanine, but Ninetales outspeeds the Landorus.
Yes.
So it comes down to the I kind of feel like maybe if Caster does not bring his Tailwind mode because he's scared of getting all those Blizzards, he can only bring one of the Ice Beat Pokemon. If that's
sure,
Landorus,
he could Rain Dance to try to mitigate the accuracy.
Actually, he could just Rain Dance.
I'm thinking that he could, honestly, because Rain Dance would cut the accuracy of Blizzard to 50%.
Yeah, he could have just... Maybe he could just eat Tornadus, Urshifu, and then Rain Dance and...
However, I will say, sure, yes, the Rain Dance will prevent an Auroraville from going on, but personally, I don't hedge my bets against the Blizzard missing, because every time I need Blizzard to miss, it hits me, and I'm in Rain or Sun.
But okay, but the Urshifu is Choice Scarf. Tornadus uses Rain Dance. There is no speed control on Noparat's
True,
side.
he could go out for a very strong Terra Water Surging Strikes.
But I mean, technically that's what Ogerpon is there for.
Yeah, exactly. That's why.
If he doesn't bring Ogerpon and he leads his Suyan Arcanine instead.
I think one of the things happens. Let's say theoretically, turn 1, you Rain Dance in front of the Ninetales. Ogerpon gets a boosted IV Cudgel and knocks out your knocks out Tornadus, and you're like, all right, that was a turn.
Yes. So I think maybe that was what Nopara was expecting turn 1.
Yeah, that's why he had the
Ninetales
Ninetales on.
Whereas Caster just led with a much... I think it's very balanced kind of...
True.
It's like, okay, if you want to attack me, I still... with that.
Yes, basically like he has to balance the cost and benefits. But here, now we are back in the game. Similar with the... there we go.
The Hisuian Arcanine showing, but Caster going with Fluttermane and Incineroar.
I think the Fluttermane is still a very good option here, but now it's definitely pressured by the by the Arcanine here.
Yes.
However, Incineroar can mitigate some damage with its Intimidate. However, I don't think it would like to stay in.
I don't think... that's what I was saying. Arcanine is so good versus these two because it has super effective damage against Incineroar unless Caster wants to use his Terrestrialization to go and get rid of Incineroar's
But you want to keep the typing because, like as we mentioned last time, it was so good in eating up all the Blizzards. However, I do think there's a possibility now. I think Caster would most indefinitely try to go for a Fake Out.
Yeah.
Because right now, this is a choice of whether he wants to stop Auroraville or he wants to try to
stop the
Arcanine for one turn.
The thing is, right, the option is still very much that Nopara can just switch out Ninetales for the Fire Giraffe.
Correct, but I think it might be it's still worthwhile because you get the Arcanine out.
The thing is, right, Fluttermane and Incineroar will not be able to take out
Arcanine. Yeah, definitely.
So I feel like a switch has to come out from Caster's side at this point. But the question is, what's he going to switch to?
Yeah.
Because the Ninetales threatens everything.
Ninetales definitely there's no real switches that you have other than maybe the Urshifu. But I don't think you want to put Urshifu in a very precarious position so early in the game.
The thing is, right, what does Caster think that Nopara is going to do? Is Nopara going to switch the Fire Giraffe in, or is Nopara going to go for the Auroraville?
Yeah.
I think in this situation, yes. Okay, Nopara did decide to go for the... to just go and use both of his wands on the field.
So just going for another, I think, here comes the Auroraville. Maybe because the pressure being exerted by the Hisuian Arcanine is very strong, so he really doesn't want to have to deal with it at least for this turn.
Yes.
And he'd rather have the Aurora Veil up than Arcanine coming. But I think if Noporat swapped out Arcanine, like you mentioned, to go for the Farigiraf, having a healthy Arcanine at the back that's not intimidated, letting loose very, very strong rock sides will also go quite in his
I
favor.
think though that Arcanine can still do that. Rock sides are still going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, especially with the fact that it's choice banded as well.
Yes.
So now, yep, this is what he needs to do. He needs to switch his offensive Pokemon to be much more. But the Shadow Ball coming in, I think it will only do maybe about 30%.
It's not enough to take out Arcanine. Rock slide with Intimidate, will it be enough? No.
Actually, no, not. But we see a flinch. No, a parting shot actually.
Yeah, so that's very well played by Kester. It's like he knows because Arcanine is intimidated, there's not enough damage that will take out Fluttermane in one hit.
Correct, yeah.
So Incineroar goes out, parting shots reduces the attack, and then he can come back in later to go and intimidate both the Ogerpon and the Arcanine.
And now that he knows it's locked into the rock slide, I believe there's a high potential that he'll bring in Urshifu in. Sure, you can't exactly touch the the Ogerpon.
I think yes, Urshifu coming in will be a good play.
But even Amoonguss is not bad actually.
Amoonguss would be no.
It can't stop the Ogerpon.
It has to be Urshifu.
Yeah, it has to be Urshifu. He needs to exert the offensive pressure. I think a U-turn into the Ogerpon and another Dazzling Gleam potentially, or Shadow Ball.
Shadow Ball because Fluttermane can take another rock slide. So you U-turn and
I would U-turn into the Arcanine, bring in my Incineroar again, get another Intimidate off.
I would U-turn the Ogerpon, and then after that, use the Shadow Ball on Arcanine. Because if Ogerpon decides to follow me, it's still going to eat the U-turn damage.
Yeah, correct, yeah. But yeah, it's actually bringing Articuno.
So Ogerpon will be going on the attack this turn, I believe.
Actually going for follow me. I wouldn't follow me and switch out.
Spiky shielded.
Yeah,
on that
at the very least, right?
Yeah, so it's going to take the super effective damage, and the Aurora Veil does reduce it, but it's still 30%.
Still quite a fair bit, and I think now
Shadow Ball.
You can bring in Incineroar. I believe it should be a Shadow Ball onto the Articuno slot.
Yes.
Another thing I'm thinking is what will Caster bring in? He can bring in Arcanine. Bring in Incineroar. But I think it's also a good opportunity for him to bring some of his other Pokemon that he has at the back.
I think the thing is, right, he doesn't really want to bring the other three because they are the
True,
last
now that the Articuno is on field, right?
Yes. And I think Shadow Ball should go into Ogerpon because of the follow me. So
yes, correct, yeah.
Ogerpon will be quite badly damaged from this, I think.
Definitely, I think it's a matter of whether or not. Oh.
Yeah, do you think another Shadow Ball will pick it
would have to be a high roll.
Yeah, so maybe a fake out Dazzling Gleam. I'm not sure the Fluttermane will be able to take the Articuno's Blizzard.
I think or perhaps a fake out Moonblast onto the Ogerpon.
The thing is, Ogerpon could Spiky Shield because he used Follow Me the previous turn.
It did, but I would fake out the Articuno.
Yeah, I would fake out the Articuno and go for a Moonblast.
But he could also just go for a parting shot here. Arcanine. Okay.
Arcanine,
well, Shadow Ball is also so you can get neutral damage in. But
I think Shadow Ball actually hits a lot more things neutrally.
Yeah, correct, yeah. And here, as you can see, actually going for I think it's a Terra Fairy on Terra Ice, I think.
Yeah, it should be a Terra Ice onto the Articuno. Articuno going for the attack this turn. Will Incineroar fake it out? I feel like that's a very good option for Kester now because mitigating damage as long as snow is up. Going for the
okay.
Arcanine.
I guess it's hedging the bets on it. Going for a Dazzling Gleam, fair, but
I guess that makes sense because he was afraid that the Ogerpon would not be.
Yeah, maybe that because he's going for Dazzling Gleam instead of Moonblast or Shadow Ball, they probably would not be able to KO.
Yeah, but I think Shadow Ball would have picked up a KO on a knockout on that
on
slot.
The following turn.
No, regardless, if you Shadow Ball that slot, you pick up the knockout regardless.
I think so. So unfortunately, we have technical issues. No worries on that. That will get resolved soon enough.
We will also see how the judges choose to.
To handle this, but usually in these cases we have options of how the board game says that. Unfortunately, the game has progressed quite far down.
Yeah, I think it's also both trainers were at 3 months.
Yes, we're at three Pokemon left each.
3 Pokemon each, so it's still quite even.
It's quite even. Yeah, there's no clear winner in this. The game could go either way. So very likely judges might have to go for a rematch.
Yeah, a pure rematch.
Yeah, which I think is fine.
Yeah.
But
and I mean they have more information on what the adjustments are now.
Correct. Yeah. So as we clearly saw just now, Noporat pushing forward with the offensive pressure after setting up the Aurora Veil is very, very important for him.
I think it's also very important to recognize that he did bring the Arcanine. So
Yeah, he brought Arcanine. As we mentioned, the Arcanine was going to play a huge role in this, and it kept pressuring against both the Incineroar and the Fluttermane, even on turn 1 itself.
I think also, right, it depends on what Kester had at the back. If it was the Amogus, it didn't want to come into the Arcanine.
Yeah,
but now that if they're going to do a pure rematch, he could bring Landorus.
Yeah, I'm thinking there's a... But like the three Pokemon that he brought, Urshifu, Fluttermane, and Incineroar are definitely going to be his core.
They have to. They are the only ones that are not going to take super effective damage from ice attack.
Yeah, and like, you know, and with the especially defensive profile of Fluttermane, much better to take the special attacks coming from Noparat's side. And he's actually, I mean, if you notice, other than just the, if I'm not mistaken, the Ogerpon and the Arcanine, quite a few special attackers with the Articuno, the Ninetales, Farigiraf, and even the Raging Bolt.
Yes.
I mean,
I feel like Incineroar has to turn up because it's the only thing that resists the ice attacks, and it can parting shot, and it has
Incineroar very, very key, and which is why, like we mentioned, the Arcanine has to come on. The Arcanine exerts way too much pressure onto the Incineroar for it to want to stay in more than necessary.
I think one thing though is that it's very difficult for Kester in a way because in the previous 2 games he has not been able to stop the Aurora Veil.
Yeah.
So far he has been just playing, saying, okay, I have Urshifu. I have Urshifu in my back, it will go through the Aurora Veil. But the problem now is that if you bring in the Arcanine and you support it with the Articuno, and the Ninetales I
think because it was by having both Ogerpon and the Arcanine, so it splits the offensive pressure,
yes,
forcing Kester to choose.
Yes, and Urshifu cannot go through Ogerpon if it doesn't want to, you know. I mean, sure, it can use close combat.
It could U-turn multiple times in close combat.
It can use close combat, but
you know, like especially if you're a Scarf variant and you're locking yourself into, that's not something that you particularly want to do.
I think Kester wants to lock himself into Surging Strikes, but the problem is that he can't find himself in
that
position.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, as long as the Ogerpon remained on field and it doesn't Terra out, it's got its water absorbability along with the Follow Me.
And
I would say no sane player would want to Surging Strikes freely like that.
I think one thing also is that Kester doesn't have anything on his field right now that actually threatens the one-hit knockout on the Ogerpon. He has Landorus, but Ogerpon can be
Ogerpon can take one Sludge Bomb, I think. Well, not Terra Poison Sludge Bomb. Terra Poison Sludge Bomb, no.
But the thing is, Ogerpon can be trained to outspeed Landorus as well.
Yes, definitely. So actually, naturally, it should outspeed, but most, because especially Wellspring Ogerpons, they tend to have a defensive profile.
No, they've actually been going speed.
Yeah. The metagame works like that.
They're done getting sludge bombed by Landorus.
Yeah. Fair. This is how the regulation F metagame matures, right?
Yeah. So, I think towards the later part, the Ogerpons all started running speed and dropping more of their attack training. So now they're more
because they're meant to fulfill more of a support role, and it's still no slouch in damage when it comes to the Ivy Cudgel,
especially the critical rate.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the high critical rate actually plays quite a big role in churning out damage.
Yeah, and we have seen the Ogerpon supporting Noparat's team very well.
Yes, very well. Yes, definitely being a big basically like check mark against the Urshifu, and at the same time also the Incineroar. So all that defensive profile compressed just to one Pokemon
and I
means
think
a lot.
It's also very interesting to note that, you know, Kester previously in the first game he just sat there with the Fluttermane and just spread out damage, but now Nopara is like, no, I'm not just going to switch around and let you deal damage. I'm bringing my Arcanine.
Yeah, he's got the Arcanine. Very keen to launch off some strong Rock Slides. Even intimidated because there's a choice man. It's still churning out some decent damage there.
So, and I mean, of course, they say, where there's Rock Slide, there's a way.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, like, Kester was lucky to break through the flinch on the turn 1.
No, I mean...
turn 2, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for Incineroar, yes. Fluttermane would have outsped it regardless.
True. Fluttermane would have gotten an attack off first. But that's the thing, Arcanine itself isn't exactly a slow Pokemon. Normally, it's quite fast.
Yeah, I think it's just slightly slower than Ninetales.
Slightly slower than Ninetales. Definitely under Landorus as well.
Yeah.
But good enough to work against the vast majority.
I think also is that the Arcanine there, now Kester has to think, do I really want to bring Landorus? If I bring Landorus,
I'm gonna eat those blizzards, man.
And then I think then he had to bring his Terra. But even if you terrestrialize Landorus out,
Okay. But yeah, that doesn't. The Landorus still doesn't exactly find itself in a favorable
yeah,
position.
I mean, those Blizzard is such a powerful attack. Landorus is not going to enjoy taking that.
Yeah,
even
especially
if
with the
it's
4
not-
times weakness. Even after terrestrializing, let's say for example, into
It's-
poison,
I
it
think-
doesn't have the best defensive profile.
I think it would still probably be knocked out in 2 hits from
Yeah.
Blizzard. So
I think at most 2 hits. If it eats a super effective damage, it's just gone.
that's it. The Ninetales is not focus sash. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, it's likely. So there is a potential for a 1-turn knockout.
Tornadus, Landorus lead, Sludge Bomb. But the thing is, that's if you're prioritizing the Ninetales, and then that leaves
Yeah.
Articuno.
Yeah, that opens it to Articuno as well, which is a problem.
Yeah.
But if he sludge bombs, I'm wondering that there's a potential for the Ninetales to be able to terrestrialize.
as well, right?
Yeah, but as we can see here, it's actually a Fire Terra.
So if he calls it, it's just
You could go for an Earth Power, man. Yeah.
I think that might be too much mind games, though. I don't think Kester will go for that kind of risky.
Yeah,
opening.
no, I think it's a bit too much resources poured onto knocking out
Like-
one Pokemon.
We've also noticed that in the 2 games that we've played, Kester has always gone with the Fluttermane and Incineroar, which is a very safe, balanced lead.
Safe balance, like you have your Fake Out, you have damage pressure.
And you have the parting shot to,
Yes,
reduce
correct,
the
to pivot
attack,
out as
special
well.
attack.
Is just the issue of how much offensive pressure that Nopra is exerting, and especially in the previous match we saw
Yeah.
just now,
I
that
think-
Arcanine was really
Yeah,
putting
I
on
think
the
the
pressure.
Arcanine was doing a good job.
Yes,
Uh,
serving its purpose.
That's it. Both games, Nopra switched out his Ninetales almost immediately after he set out the Veil.
Yeah, I think that's necessary, unless what he wants to do is just try to pressure with the Blizzard,
Yeah.
potential freezes, and just the chip damage.
I mean, to be fair, maybe because Incineroar is sitting there, he's
Yeah,
like,
correct.
no, I'm not dealing with this
Yeah,
now.
he doesn't want to stay in too long, but at the same time, there's the Arcanine there, so why worry?
Well, Arcanine was not taking out the Incineroar.
Oh, true.
Needed a bit more time. But I think if Kester even bothered trying to switch up his seeds, he still has 3 Pokemon that are weak to ice. The Ninetales might just, after setting up Aurora Veil, goes for the Blizzard.
I think that maintaining as the leads is completely fine
Yeah.
for Kester,
Yeah.
but he needs to understand what is his turn 2, turn 3 process.
Versus the Arcanine especially.
Yeah.
If he can get through the Arcanine, I think Urshifu might be able to help him throughout the rest of this game. He has to get through the
He
Arcanine.
needs the Urshifu one way or another.
Yeah, I think he has to get through the Arcanine and the Ogerpon. If he can clear those 2, then Urshifu is in a very good position.
Yeah, but that's the thing. In a game of VGC where you're bringing only 4 Pokemon, you're asking to literally knock out half of his team, and that's a big ask from pre-game. That's a big ask, right? Because knocking out 1 Pokemon is potentially possible, but asking to knock out 2 is a super big ask. But here we are back, so we'll go once again from the point of view of the players
Noparat,
themselves.
Yeah, so we're looking at Noparat's point of view here.
Yeah. As you
So-
can see, the items now, the selection, I think similar to last time. This is the exact same as the previous one. We have Ogerpon Wellspring, we have Articuno, we have Arcanine as well as Articuno.
So I suppose he dropped the Fiery Giraffe for the...
Yeah, I think it wasn't super necessary.
Yeah, it wasn't super necessary. But I mean, maybe that's still lurking in the back of Kester's mind about that Fake Out being blocked. But then again, Kester has not really flinched from that option.
Correct,
whereas
yeah.
Noparat has
Yeah.
been flinching from the Fake Out.
So here, I think one thing we can mention, technically speaking, from Noparat's side, 4 of his Pokemon, 3 of them are from Gen 1. Technically speaking.
Technically, I mean, that could be a different speed. That's
Yeah.
a different species
Okay,
of
okay.
Ninetales.
Yeah, it would have set up Sun instead of the hail into the snow, right?
Okay, so Intimidates have been spread across the field. We do see the same leads.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be a repeat of the first turn that we saw earlier.
I mean, Noparat could choose to go for a stronger attack, but it doesn't matter anyways. Incineroar fakes out Arcanine. Shadow Ball coming out.
I think this is a fair adjustment,
Yes,
actually.
it's a fair adjustment because now Arcanine takes so much damage.
And this is before Aurora Veil goes
Yeah.
up as well. So potentially the next turn, Arcanine could go down.
Yes, I actually am not sure because we saw in the previous game that the Shadow Ball damage after the...
Yeah, it was about maybe 30 to 35%.
I think that that Kester still needs a bit more damage before Shadow Ball can can pick up the knockout on Arcanine.
Yeah, but if I were him, like this is a very good time to double up onto the Arcanine.
Yes.
And really, once you get rid of this, like your Incineroar is basically free to come about.
We do see Dazzling Gleam, however.
Okay, Dazzling Gleam.
Knockoff from the Incineroar?
I think it could be alright. It could be a knockoff. Onto the Incineroar, doing quite evidential. Will it break through the flinch? No!
No, why does Rock Slide?
There's a Rock Slide, there's a way. And I think that was a very key turn for Kester, because if you could get the Arcanine out right now,
then it becomes a lot easier for him to deal with the Ogerpon.
Yes, exactly. So now I think he's forced to switch out the Incineroar.
And I think he has to be very careful about his Flutter Mane, because it can't take a double up from
It will not be able to
Arcanine.
take another Rock Slide plus whatever attack is coming from the Ogerpon, whether it's Ivy Cudgel or Horn Leech.
Yeah.
But if I were him, what I do is I'd Rock Slide this turn, I'd Horn Leech into the Incineroar slot.
Oh, but we do see the Moonblast.
Yes. Oh,
Kester
okay.
just trying to do as much damage. Ivy Cudgel coming out, hitting on the Flutter Mane, taking it out.
But this could be a double KO coming in from Noperat's side here.
It could be, because with single target damage, Rock Slide might be able to pick up Incineroar here.
Yeah, and
it is enough.
it's definitely enough. Yeah, so that is a very, very big turn for Noperat, because he takes out two key players.
I find that Kester should have switched.
I think Kester should have switched out the Incineroar, honestly.
Yeah, he should have switched out Incineroar. I think he should have switched out for Urshifu. But
but here he brings in the Landorus and...
this is dangerous. Okay, there is Urshifu. The thing is, right, he doesn't want to get locked into Surging Strikes here, but he needs Surging Strikes to get to Articuno.
He doesn't want to lock
Ninetales.
into Surging Strikes or Close Combat, because if you lock yourself into Close Combat, you won't be able to get past the defense boost from Aurora Veil, especially with the snow boosting physical defense as well.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult for Kester to get out of this, to be honest.
Yeah, I understand Kester is probably feeling a little bit frustrated from the Rock Slide flinch earlier, but you know that Pokemon, it's all about making adjustments.
But at the same time, it's very difficult for him to deal with Articuno and Ninetales if he doesn't have Surging Strike. So what is Kester going to do? We do see
I think it's definitely Terra Poison coming
in.
in.
It should be Terra Poison coming in from the Landorus. Is he going to just Sludge Bomb?
No, it's Terra Steel. Sorry, my bad.
Sorry. Yeah.
Well, at least I totally forgot in this case, because we're so used to
Terra Poison.
Yeah.
So, which is good. Which is actually, yeah, then he still has his way out of here. So if he goes for the Close Combat here,
I think he needs... No, he's going for the Surging Strike. But I think he's potentially comboing with the Sludge Bomb, yeah? Will this be able to KO? No, actually not.
So now...
Yeah, so this is why you need Terra Poison.
Yes, this is why you need Terra Poison.
Yeah. So
I mean, I understand what Kester is trying to go for here. He's just saying, okay, I'll sacrifice this turn and I will KO the Ogerpon. But the thing is, Ogerpon survived, and now his Surging Strike is just going to...
Yeah, he's just going to go into another Follow Me, forcing the Landorus to also Sludge into that side, whereas the Articuno will be launching off some very, very strong Blizzards here.
So, that's it. I feel like...
I mean, it's not completely over yet.
It's not completely over. He still has his ways out of this if he can KO Ogerpon this turn. And Urshifu does really good damage, hopefully, to the Articuno. But I feel like even with a hail boost, with snow boost, it's going to be at least 2 or 3 turns.
And not to forget the potential for freezes coming up as well.
Yeah, and Arcanine is coming back in.
Correct,
and you also have Ninetales coming back in.
It's just very unfortunate that the calculations that he didn't take into account. So it gets knocked out, sure.
I think, right, yes, so Choice Scarf is a good item on the Urshifu, but I get the feeling that if it was not Choice Scarf, Kester would be in a much better position. We do see Blizzard.
Not the worst. Any freezes? No. Okay, Snow is done, but I think here
Ninetales should come in.
The Ninetales should come in. So he won't be able to stop another Blizzard, because I don't think they'll be able to knock out the Ninetales or the Articuno fast enough.
Aurora Veil is still up. So
I think his only option right now is for the Urshifu to Surging Strikes into the Ninetales, try to KO it in some way or some form, Landorus as well.
Yes.
But yeah, as you get, but Articuno and try to basically tank one more Blizzard.
I think it's very difficult for that. It's a very difficult ask, because we already saw the damage coming up from. And these two
from the Blizzard, and that was without any boost.
And these are resisted. These two Pokemon are resisted to the ice damage.
So he's going for Helping Hand. So yeah, it doesn't even matter if it knocks up, because I think this would be enough to KO both of them.
Yeah. Surging Strikes coming out.
Articuno actually avoiding. Ooh, the Snow Veil coming in clutch.
Sludge Bomb not doing enough. Blizzard coming out.
I believe this should be a KO with the helping hand. Terra boosted. Choice specs.
Okay.
So yeah, good job on Noparat there.
I think Hisuian Arcanine was doing his job.
Yeah, it didn't even, I mean, one flinch. One flinch, it's all it takes, baby.
Well, yeah, because if it didn't flinch, if that Incineroar didn't flinch, knocks off in Arcanine, then suddenly Noparat has only 3 Pokemon.
Assuming it gets the KO. Because I don't know if knockoff can get a KO at that range.
Or we
and
don't know whether, yeah, if it knocks off the, I think it should.
I
mean, it was quite low. The
no,
health.
because the Arcanine also has Intimidate.
Yes, that was Intimidate on the Incineroar, yes, but knockoff doubles its power when you're
When
hit.
it's correct, yeah.
And
The stab
Arcanine
boost,
was
yeah, same
already
type attack boost.
And Arcanine was already quite low.
I
Was
think
like
it's
maybe
I think it's a roll. I'm not, because like not a lot of Incineroars who are offensively
even if you're not offensively
invested.
trained, Arcanine is not exactly very bulky either.
It's not
especially in
100%
choice
bulky.
band.
True. I mean, the only way we could have found out if it went off, but
Yeah.
of
I
course.
mean, we're not talking about our normal, support Arcanine. We're
Yeah,
talking
correct,
about choice
We're
band.
talking about
Hisuian
choice band,
Arcanine.
Hisuian Arcanine, whose only job is to press Rock Slide.
Yes. So
Well, it did its job because it is now. I
Game 3?
think we should name it One Flinch Man. But regardless, moving forward, I think now it's not like Kester is completely out of it. It's just that Noparat has clawed his way into the third game. So the winner of this will be moving on to the top 16, which is another step closer to a Worlds invite.
yes, I think the thing is, right, does Kester want to call Noparat what Noparat is doing? Because if he calls his leads and leads Landorus, he might be in a much better position.
Yes, I think having Landorus on the field ASAP is really good.
Because
Maybe
I mean-
Landorus Incineroar?
Yeah,
is
I'm
potential-
thinking Landorus and Incineroar. Because the thing is, right, he did not, Noparat did not bring Fire Giraffe.
Yeah.
The fake out is free.
And I think also the option of here, Incineroar should...
Okay, that's
Okay,
fine.
not
that's fine.
not
that's
bad either.
perfectly fine. So Urshifu outspeeds, goes for the Surging Strikes, but then he still has to be careful of the Ogre Pawn.
Correct.
That's-
I do think the Ogerpon might come in, but the real question is which slot does Ogerpon replace?
Ogre Pawn has to come in onto the Arcanine slot. If
Right.
it doesn't, then Arcanine's just going to take Surging
Correct,
Strikes to
yeah.
his
So I think it's a free fake out from Kester's Incineroar.
Unless, what's the Arcanine stereotype?
It's Ghost.
I'm not sure whether that's enough to survive. I think it
No,
might.
I don't think so. I think it's still enough because it's not boosted.
So if
The-
Kester called that and went for the Surging Strikes onto the Ninetales and the Flabits, he can take it out
Yeah.
right off.
I fake out because, see?
Alright, good.
But maybe a good mid ground is he fakes out and, you see,
U-turn! He predicted the Ogre-Pawn switch it very
I think
well.
even without that prediction, it's a very good middle ground to achieve
Yes.
because
can
he
repivot.
doesn't lose any resources on his end and he doesn't get a reveal up. So now
Yeah.
I think what will happen is we will see the Fluttermane coming in.
Either that or Landorus comes in, Terras, and goes for the Sludge Bomb.
True, there's also potential, but I think that would guarantee an Aurora Veil going up.
True. But I mean, there's no way he can really stop the Aurora Veil.
Yeah, that's the thing. But yeah, as I mentioned, I think Fluttermane's a very safe one. Incineroar should switch out here because he doesn't have the Intimidate onto the onto the Ogerpon here.
The question now, though, is will Terra Fairy Moon... Oh no, it's not even Terra. Yeah,
It's,
will Terra Fairy Moon Blast be able to pick up the Ogre Pawn?
I have no idea, but I think here the Incineroar definitely switches out, gets back in Urshifu some way.
Or Terra Fairy Moon Blast onto the Ogre Pawn and then Flablitz into the Ninetales. Take it out, at least you have 2 mons down and then you can play from there.
But Kester actually being really brave, doesn't even switch out. He just goes for a Shadow
To
Ball.
be
I
fair,
think
Flablitz will also probably pick up the Ogre Pawn.
Flabbits will pick out, and I think once he gets the Ogerpon out, it's kind of free game there.
Urshifu.
Urshifu,
will
yeah,
be so
Urshifu.
much happier. Oh no,
No,
goes
but
for
yeah,
the Rising Shot. Well, okay, fine.
Not a bad move to be fair.
Fine, but-
not a bad move going for, like I said, these are middle ground.
True. I mean, yes, this means that he can come back in against the Arcanine.
But I think he
later.
brings in Urshifu, he just U-turns again. I think that's what's gonna
Yeah, I
happen
think that's
because
what's gonna happen.
and it's not a bad choice to make
be a
because
Dazzling Gleam
getting
and
you
U-turn.
get a little bit of damage off, and more importantly, you're gonna switch in your Incineroar, which has a better typing matchup.
And I think Fluttermane, because his booster speed, will outspeed the Urshifu. So your
Yeah,
Dazzling Gleam will move before.
No, it's special attack.
Oh.
It's special attack booster.
Okay,
so,
then, you
but
know-
like I said, free U-turn, free
Free
damage
U-turn,
from
yeah.
the one. So
Yeah.
Kester adjusting really well actually by playing a little bit slower, a little bit less. I will not say less pressure, but less recklessly.
Okay, so we do see the U-turn. That will take out
Definitely
the
get a
Ogre Pawn.
KO.
So now
Urshifu's at the back, and let's not forget that with its Scarf, it's basically free damage.
Yes. So now it can just use Surging Strikes whenever it wants, and that's going to do quite significant amounts of damage.
Yeah.
Now, if Kester can remove the Ninetales, it can't set up Snow again.
I don't think that he should have gone for Follow Me on that turn, honestly.
Yes, I don't think he should.
Because it's like, you know that the Urshifu won't press Surging Strikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like you are technically like, by going for okay, I guess one thing option, because he knows he's gonna get knocked out that turn, so he might as well try to mitigate the damage on the Ninetales as much as possible.
Yeah, I think.
But
Whoa,
never
the
mind.
Crit, the crit.
Never mind. You know what they say: RNG giveth, RNG taketh away.
Yes. Well, there is a special attack drop, but I don't think Incineroar minds too much.
He definitely has to bring. I would think he would bring Arcanine here.
I think it's fine whichever one he brings, because they'll still do significant amounts of damage.
True.
That's it. Incineroar is fresh, and both mons.
There's still the fake out pressure, and with Articuno on field being choice spec, so
both
it's an.
his mons are choice.
Yeah, exactly. The Ninetales isn't choice. But
the mons that he could switch in were choice.
oh yeah, true. So it's basically like
Free
whatever
fake out.
whatever comes in is gonna get faked out.
Yes, whatever comes is going to get faked out, and it's very free for Fluttermane to just go for a Dazzling Gleam or.
Okay, I understand why the Ninetales want to switch out. It's probably the last turn of Snow already.
Yes.
So this is actually very easy, because if I were him, it would be a free Moonblast or a free Shadow Ball.
I think fake out Moonblast. I think yes, we do see the Terra here. So oh no, that's the Terra Ice, right?
The Terra Ice on the
one.
Articuno.
I was thinking if he goes for the fake out, Terra Fairies of Fluttermane, Moonblast, that might be enough, you know?
We'll do decent, yeah. So fake out here onto the Articuno, yep.
Kester
Dazzling
choosing-
Gleam, of
yeah.
course.
Very fair. Wanted to pick up the Ninetales.
So I think what's gonna Articuno flinches now. The Snow doesn't stop, does it? No, I think it's one more turn.
Okay, so I think it's very easy for a Protect from Fluttermane to see what these two Pokemon lock themselves into. Incineroar does not want to be here.
Yeah, Incineroar will switch out whether or not he chooses to sacrifice the. Yeah, definitely a Blizzard.
Actually, does he want to switch out? Because he knows
Okay,
Urshifu is in the
Incineroar
back.
maybe not exactly be necessary.
He doesn't really particularly need Incineroar. He might just go for the Flare Blitz.
I think that's a fair call as well, because like you might as well sack your Incineroar,
Sacrifice your Incineroar.
and then next turn you can bring in your Urshifu for free.
Yes,
Yeah.
and then you can start doing a lot more damage.
Yeah.
Rock Slide, yes, so Kester does go for the Protect to see what these two Pokemon are locking themselves
Yeah, it was-
into, and
I
he's
think-
fine with sacrificing his Incineroar.
Yeah, and still, I think here now the Blizzard should knock it out.
Yeah.
But you know, like that's fine. Incineroar, being VGC's number one number one Pokemon for a reason, has done its job.
He has done his job. He has taken out Ogrepon.
Yeah.
Well, not exactly,
But it helped in it, and I think Kester, one of the things, is very brave in not switching out against the Ogrepon, and I think capitalizing on Noparat's fears with all the follow me's it goes for.
yes. I think that was a very good call from Kester. I
Yeah.
think he really identified how Nopara has played.
Yeah.
So,
This is a free Landorus.
Okay.
I think he would Terra Steel here because he knows it's locked
Yes,
into Rock Slide.
yes.
So there's no harm for it to do so.
he knows also that the Ninetales has to come in, right?
Yeah. This is like basically you Terra Steel, Earth Power, whichever slot you feel like.
I think you go for the Articuno. The
Yeah, I think you go for it because it's like you know it has to switch out.
Yeah.
I would go for Moonblast and the Earth
Yes,
Power.
I would double into the Articuno because it can't protect.
Correct. Now the question is, does it have a? But I think this is very much in favor in Kester simply because whenever the Arcanine comes in, it's forced to only lock into one type of move.
And
it can't hit both Urshifu and Landorus.
And the thing is, Urshifu is still in the back. It's still outspeeding everything
Yeah.
here. That's it. Noparat has options. Articuno hits so hard.
Yes,
and-
but Earth Power, okay, splitting the damage.
I guess
Not
he
a
wants-
wrong move. Not a wrong
I guess
move.
he just wants to, make sure that you have these two Pokemon, and that's it. Ninetales can't use Helping
Okay,
Hand
but I
anymore.
think here, will it? No, the
I don't think it'll pick up.
it won't take out. Yeah, it'll do a lot of damage, but it's not enough. The question is, oh,
Yes, that's what I was afraid
Yes!
of. It was the freeze.
But no, it's still okay. Kester still has the option at the back because the Urshifu can still come in
Yes.
and do a lot of damage. Unfortunate for him to be able to get, because it's a key Pokemon in trying to take out either of the Pokemon here. But I think whatever happens here, now he just needs to focus down the Articuno with the Fluttermane.
I think also he has to keep into consideration that Arcanine is still in fairly good health.
Yeah,
Once-
but like I said,
Yeah, you're right, because Arcanine has to lock itself into one move, and if
Correct.
it's a single target move,
and it can't be hit by extreme speed.
yeah.
So
He has to lock himself into the Rock Slide or I mean, he could lock himself into Wild Charge and Articuno gets a bit more Blizzards off.
Yeah, it's a bit of a buy, but like I think like he'd go for a rock slide because like, he might as well.
I think Wild Charge might be the safest option actually.
It is, but
You will take out your own HP. That's
true.
one thing.
I think right now here Kester really did a really good job in preserving the Urshifu at the back,
Yes.
making sure that it does what Scarf Urshifu does. Come in late game, sweeps with Surging Strikes, 1, 2, 3 special.
I think right now Kester needs to take out the rather get damage on the Articuno.
Yeah, it needs to get damage on the Articuno.
If Landorus unfreezes this turn, it will be able to pick up the KO. And the special attack drop.
Oh, that's actually a really big thing because, as you know, previously the Blizzards were 2-hit KO onto the Urshifu. This could put it down to a 3-hit KO range.
And Flare Blitz. I mean, yeah, it picks up the Landorus, but now you're locking yourself into Flare Blitz with Urshifu in the back. Urshifu just goes for the Surging Strikes on Articuno, and then Surging Strikes onto the Arcanine.
Alright, yeah. So here I think really props to Kester.
But it's still not over yet.
It's not over 100%. Blizzards can still freeze.
Not only that, we're not sure how much Flare Blitz will do to the Urshifu. I mean, I think it's
I don't think it's but I think in this case, like, if Kester wants to be safe, he hits the
Articuno.
He hits the Articuno first. If Kester wants to be a little cheeky, he'll go for
the thing is, right, Flare Blitz and Blizzard can both give status effects.
Correct, yeah.
That's it. Arcanine,
he's trying.
Arcanine. The thing is, Arcanine, even if you get burned, it's still ×4.
Correct, yeah. So here, Surging Strikes obviously being the move to go for.
Yes.
Knocking out the Articuno here. I think this is, like we mentioned, this is the obvious safe play to go. You want to try to prevent any way that could potentially stop you from your victory.
Flare Blitz critical and burn.
Even that, the choice band here, even with the burn, the 4 times weakness does not help.
Yeah,
so here, I think
Surging Strike should be able
×4 weaknesses. I think it would go down in 2 hits. So
so I think.
Can I let it see? I would like to see the 1-2 good night from Urshifu.
No, I think Noparat knows that this is the end of the line.
Well,
he has thrown in the forfeit, and Kester will move on to top 16.
Correct.
So Kester is just 1 win away from actually getting that Worlds invite that has
one step
him
closer.
For so
Yes,
long.
he's been really wanting it, and all things considered, he played out of his mind.
Yeah.
Not just the Urshifu U-turns, mid-ground I would say, but really good. In fact, like you don't need to take a whole mask. Sometimes an inch is enough.
Even just sacrificing Incineroar because he knows that it puts him in a better position.
In most cases, players will think, oh, I will have use for Incineroar because the fake out, the intimidate, the parting shot, etc. But no, he knows that all he needs to do, bide his time with Urshifu at the back. Ogerpon's out. Whatever happens next is just chip.
He just needs to get enough damage on these mons, maybe pick out 1 or 2 of them, then Urshifu could come in and
Urshifu actually, like, as we saw just now, like especially knowing that Noparat's team were locked, have a lot of choice locked Pokemon. So
and the way Kester was playing, using Protect to scout out what the moves are.
Yes, that was really.
And then I think he Terra Steeled Landorus, forcing the Arcanine to have to use.
Yeah, it can't just lock itself into Rock Slide. It needs to go for a Flare Blitz or some other move.
I think Wild Charge would have been the better choice.
I think, but you know what?
Because if you think about it, if in that last turn, if it was Wild Charge and Blizzard would have picked up Landorus, right?
Yes.
Blizzard would have picked up Fluttermane as well. Then Urshifu comes in. Urshifu has to target down Articuno. Wild Charge picks up Urshifu.
Correct.
Noparat was this close to just getting that win.
He could have, but like I think the problem is at that end game. Sure, he could have ignored Landorus, but accounting for if Landorus thawed out, and Urshifu is still going to get a KO first on that turn. That's the thing. So I think in that case, because we know that the Urshifu is choice scarfed, so he will get the Surging Strikes off first. So it's very difficult for Noparat. I do think maybe the Wild Charge could have given him a little bit more breathing room.
I think because in that situation, if you have a frozen Pokemon, I think in that situation you just say, you know what?
Hedge your bets of it keep staying frozen because nobody knows when it's going to thaw out.
Yeah, it's frozen. I'm going to assume it's frozen. I should choose the move that actually gets me the best position for the rest of the game.
Yeah, but that was our top 32 streamed match for today. Our next one will be top 16. We'll let you know who will be selected. But once again, congratulations to Kester for making it to the top 16 now. Hopefully he gets 1 more win and gets himself a very coveted Worlds invite.
Yes.
So I think we will be taking a very short break while we have our next round prepared. Thank you so much, guys, for watching. Keep yourself hydrated, keep yourself comfortable, and we will see you later. Wow. Oh, that was good. Like I really think it was
I think
good.
we're still on though.
It's still on, but it's okay. Like you know, whatever happens.
Okay, right.
Okay, we will see
See
you
you
guys
soon.
in a bit. Ciao. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, to our Pokemon Video Game Championships Singapore for the season of 2023-2024. This will be our top 16 match, right?
Yes, this is our top 16 match. And we are having Ellen Chia Minglun versus Su Wing-hee for our top 16 match.
Correct. And I think the winner from this round will actually be qualifying for the World's invite for this year, right?
Yes, the top 8 for this tournament will actually get the World's invite. And
yeah, and from there on means that, well, they can still play on to try to qualify for the paid invite in the finals. And of course, I think any competitive player worth their salt wants to win, right?
yes. I mean, saying that you're the champion of the Singapore Nationals 2023-2024 is
Yeah.
pretty good.
I mean, you get the bragging rights.
Yeah, you get the bragging rights.
National champion, well, Singapore champion, I guess, in this case.
Yeah, and I mean, they will definitely be aiming for the paid invite regardless, because
Correct,
that covers your cost. And Hawaii, Honolulu is a beautiful place, but it's very far away.
It's very far from where we live here in sunny Singapore. But, you know, that's for whoever gets
through
the
this
position.
match, yeah.
For us here on the casting table, we want to see good matches being played. And, you know, all things considered, at least for the players, who win from this round onwards, having that security of the World's invite is good enough.
Yes. So today we are actually seeing Alan Chia Minglun versus Wei-Hing, like I said before.
Yeah.
Alan is actually quite an old player. He he joined us back when he was like 11 years old or something like that. He was in
11?
secondary school. He was in secondary school, he joined us, and he's been playing Pokemon ever since. He likes to play a bit off-kilter teams. So the team we are actually seeing today is
Actually, it's a very, very interesting team today, built by Alan Chia. It will be actually Indeedee F, Iron Moth, Ursaluna, Gallade, Wellspring Ogapon, and Iron Crown.
yeah, and I don't know who I haven't actually met Wing-hee before, I think, but his team is actually quite interesting as well, because he brought the balanced team, a very balanced offense team, but it has eschewed all the typical support Pokemon like Amoonguss, Tornadus, Thundurus. So Wing-hee is bringing the Raging Bolt, Incineroar, Fluttermane, Rillaboom, Urshifu Rapid Strike, and an Ogerpon Half-Lane.
Yeah, so very interesting to go for the Ogapon half-lane option. Normally people opt for the Ogapon Wellspring because of the water typing complements, but he also has the Urshifu Rapid Strike already, so perhaps that already covers the slot.
And if you look at Wing-hee's team, right, it's most of his Pokemon are what we know as very offensive threat. Raging Bolt is a very powerful offensive Pokemon if it can get set up, which Wing-hee has Carmine. He has Fluttermane, but his Fluttermane is actually running the Icy Wind and the Taunt, so it's a more supportive Fluttermane.
Yeah, very, very... normally, you would see Fluttermane try to go a little bit in between the spectrum there, doesn't go fully support, doesn't go fully offensive, but in this case, going for both the Icy Wind and the Taunt means that definitely trying to prepare for a lot of setup, yeah. But here in this case, as you know, Trick Room teams they have a lot of ways stopping people from preventing them going Trick Room.
I think in this case, we have to take into consideration that Alan does have the Indeedee, whereas Wing-hee does have the Rillaboom. So there will be a bit of terrain control. Because the only speed control here we are seeing is the speed reduction from Wing-hee and the speed reversal from Alan, which is a Trick Room.
Correct.
So I don't think he really wants to deal with Alan's team with Icy Wind and speed control. He just wants to be able to do a lot of damage right off. One thing that Alan does not have is the Fiery Giraffe. So one thing that Wing-hee does have is the Rillaboom and the Ogapon, and his Ogapon specifically has Grassy Glide.
Okay, so yes, that's one thing. I do agree with the Grassy Glide to overturn the Psychic Terrain, but also in a normal circumstance of let's say for example, if both Pokemon on the field on the same turn, Indeedee's terrain goes up because it's naturally slower than Rillaboom.
I think in this situation, you want to keep the Rillaboom in the back.
Yes.
Indeedee is most likely going to be there trying to redirect, try to set up Trick Room so that the rest of his team can function. But Alan does have also the Ogerpon, who also has Follow Me, so maybe he might go for a different option and then keep Indeedee in the back just in
Correct.
case.
I think that's completely fair, because in terrain wars, or like where both players carry opposing terrains, it's always a matter of preserving your terrain and preserving the Pokemon that can set up that terrain that counts at the end of the day.
Yeah, and one thing is that, Alan Chia Minglun does have the Iron Crown and the Iron Moth. He doesn't really have very fast, speedy Pokemon. So in this situation, if you look at it, right, none of his Pokemon are really that bulky. If Winky gets a few good hits in, it might be very easy to just topple the house of cards.
I think, yeah, like it's hard to come back when you're losing like one whole Pokemon or Pokemon and a half. Your second Pokemon is at half HP. Probably damage has been mitigated either by typing or the Raging Ball has set up Calm Mind. The Instant has parting shot a few times already.
Yeah, I think for Winky, he has to bring the Rillaboom, Incineroar, Raging Ball, and Ogerpon. I think that's my call.
I'm inclined to agree. I think the Rillaboom and the Raging Ball definitely are a core part because he needs to be able to weather the storm, and those are his bulk hits. Incineroar as well. It's just that but as you can tell, the offensive pressure needs to come out. As you said, mentioned already, the Urshifu Rapid Strikes still hit very hard, hits the Iron Morph, hits the Ursaluna, prevented slightly by the Ogerpon, but nothing a U-turn can fix.
I'm not sure whether Urshifu will turn up because Ursaluna, its Terra is Dragon, right? So it can
it's Dragon Terra.
It's a Dragon Terra. So I think actually, to be fair, because it's Dragon Terra, Ursaluna actually can take most of Ogerpon's hits. Raging Bolt will be very useful here.
Correct.
So if you can corner it in between maybe Raging Bolt, Ogerpon in a grassy terrain somehow, Ursaluna will be in a very bad position.
True. Now, I do think the call for having Dragon Terra on Ursuna is really, really great because, as you can see, a lot of damage mitigation on the Pokemon. Pokemon from Rillaboom, from Incineroar, from Ogerpon, and Urshifu as well, and not to mention shores up its already natural weaknesses to water and grass.
Yeah, I think Incineroar is going to be very useful. It looks like there is
it's got a bit of a technical issues.
Technical issues. We do see. I mean, in general, when you're using because Minlun is using the Ursaluna, it's not Blood Moon. It's a physical guts Ursaluna. So
it's vanilla Ursaluna.
So Incineroar will be able to actually mitigate the damage with Intimidates.
Yes.
Even if you have the Guts boost, if you can cycle your Incineroar safely, you can get the.
I agree. I think, but one thing that Minglun's team has is you can see like with the Gallade, the Sacred Sword hits for a lot of damage. People are always caught off guard by how much damage a Gallade can get off. Not to mention that the Iron Morph as well carries the Meteor Beam.
Yes.
So if it can get a one-hit knockout with the Meteor Beam, I think that would be like it opens up for the Ursaluna to start sweeping already.
The question though is, I don't know whether Iron Morph is enough to. I don't think Iron Morph outspeeds Ogerpon. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, I can't remember. I know Iron Morph is actually very fast. It's around 120 speed tier.
I think that's around the same as Ogerpon.
About the same. Yeah. I know Ogerpon's 120.
Yeah. So.
But you know what? I think also another factor that comes in is whether Ogerpon is fully trained for speed.
It's not. It's adamant nature.
Yeah. So there's a very likelihood that because Iron Morph normally fully offense, full speed, no brakes.
No brakes.
No brakes here. In fact, it removed its brakes by playing Power Herb Meteor Beam.
Yeah, so it's gone. It's gone for all offense. So that might be the fast option. I mean, there is going to be the booster speed Fluttermane as well, but White Guard will be able to stop Icy Wind. So that might be the option of Galat Iron Morph actually just going for the full out offense. And if Winky is not prepared for that, that might also.
Yes, I think one of the major things also is when you play teams that are somewhat not exactly in the upper meta games, like the top 12 or top 20 chosen Pokemon, you don't have as much experience fighting against it. Whereas if you're bringing this, let's call them a bit of an underdog team, you know already what players, you know what these Pokemon can do. You know what Incineroar does, you know what Raging Ball does, you know what Urshifu does.
In fact, you might even say that you know a particular team and you already have the matchup plan for it. But the thing is, right, a good player, if you've played your team a lot, you theoretically should know your damage counts.
Yes.
And I think if you've been playing for a while, you also probably would know sort of the damage counts of, say, Iron Morph, Iron Crown, Galat, and you can still sort of patch around the strategy around that.
Sure, definitely. It's because at the end of the day, like, I'm saying this from an experience from playing competitive Pokemon for more than 10 years. I think you've been as well. So you generally know the defensive and offensive profiles of Pokemon.
Yeah.
Of course, not accounting for how they're trained, but in general, you're like, using the, like you said, using the experiences of like how I fight against other Pokemon. Let's say like, okay, I know Iron Morph is like this. Its defensive profile is weaker than that of, let's say, Volcarona. So by right, I should be doing more damage to it by using, let's say, for example, Urshifu.
Yeah. So I mean, I think Iron Morph is the thing is right. Ellen's team is so frail, apart from maybe the Ursa Luna. But you look at it, everything. I mean, even Ogerpon Wellspring, we've seen it take hits, but at the same time, I don't think it takes hits as well as say a Cresselia.
Of course,
So-
it's at the end of the day. I think Ogerpon was meant to. Well, it was the stats suggested to be a fast offensive type, and it does its job well. But in the metagame, having it to be with the typing, especially the defensive profile, it's really irresistible for players
Yeah.
because you want to slot it in the team where it can switch in multiple times. It can keep itself up with, let's say, for example, Horn Leech.
Yeah.
So definitely a very, very versatile Pokemon, but as you know, you can't be the master of everything.
I do think that Wing-He has his team is at least very like you have tools for everything.
Yeah, it's solid. It's like you can't necessarily say there's a bad matchup for these kinds of teams because the whole point of these teams is that they're generalized for
So
almost
it comes
everything.
down to how they will pilot the team. I mean, like I said, Ellen has been playing since he was 11 or something. I'm not exactly sure how old he was. But Wing-He, I'm not sure. I've never met him before, so sorry, Wing-He.
Well, you know what? I think that's a very good way to show that in Pokemon, like anyone can achieve
Yeah,
almost
I mean,
anything. Yeah,
He's in top 16.
exactly.
He's
Yeah,
in top 16. So
even any of these players win or lose the match, they still take home top 16, the bragging rights of being top 16 in the Singapore Nationals.
the paid invite would be so much more.
I mean, I would like to go to Worlds this season, but I'm casting on this table.
I don't really want to go.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to fly 24 hours to Honolulu.
Fair. I think like flying that amount of time and the amount of effort needed,
Yeah.
maybe not exactly within my capacity this year.
I'm
at least.
old. We are getting old already.
We're old. I mean, the fact that we admitted to playing competitively for more than 10 years is a showcase of our age.
Yeah. So, I mean, now it's up to the youngsters to play, and then
Yeah.
we'll see how they manage. So.
Let them sit on a cheap chartered flight for 24 hours. I won't do that.
I mean, at least if they can fall asleep on the flight, sure. you
Yeah,
know?
and then they wake up with a bad neck, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, I think talking a bit more about Alan Chia Ming-Lun's team, I'm very, very interested to see how he plays the Iron Morph especially.
I feel like Hemorph will show up.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, Alan really loves Galat. So he saw a team that had Galat that was working. He was like, yes, I'm using Galat now. So he went with that.
Galate, very cool. Iron Morph, whoa.
I would actually like to see the Iron Crown because the reason why we thought it would be an interesting thing to showcase would be the
The size spam expanding
size
force.
spam expanding force. But now that we look more into it, Alan's team is very versatile. But it's also quite prediction heavy. He needs to call the
Definitely, yeah.
the leads right.
That's the thing that comes when you are playing hyper-offensive teams.
And
So
we
now,
do-
you can see we're in the match right now. Galade and Indeedee, as well as on the Swing-He's side, it is the Fluttermane and the Incineroar. So no fake outs this time, but I think a parting shot definitely will start appearing.
I think at the same time, no, the thing is, right, what is it going to parting shot? Parting shot the Galat? Galat has the clear amulet, so he has to parting shot or knock off the Indeedee. It feels like very clear follow me and
Trick Room,
over
right?
here. Yeah.
But maybe what he can go for is follow me, taunt, get the Trick Room up, sure, but like you prevent any future follow-ups, and he will parting shot. I think the Incineroar can parting shot, come in and bring in, let's say for example, I think in this case, the Raging Bolt or the Rillaboom is completely fair.
If he brings in the Rillaboom, that sounds like a good play. Then Galat has to go on the offense, and Indeedee, it can't really do much. You'll have to use
Yeah.
Dazzling Gleam.
I think it's completely, see, one thing that Sueng-Hee can do, especially here, is that he needs to pivot out now. He has switched out here going into the...
Yeah, he's going for the Rillaboom. He's trying to get the terrain, but at the same time, if he goes for the taunt here, he's not doing any damage. The Trick Room sets up, and
I think another thing, because Follow Me guarantees that
Trick Room gets up.
no matter how fast you are with the taunt, your Trick Room goes up distant, even if he swapped out like this. Yeah, so as mentioned, the taunt here, but I think he's going to switch out into either Ursaluna or maybe even just Iron Crown, honestly.
I don't think he wants. I don't think he wants to switch out to an Ursaluna right into
Not
crossover,
right now.
yeah. But at the same time, now Rillaboom gets a fake out, and he can get the Moonblast off because
True.
there's no Follow Me.
So if he had Psycho cut in the Psychic terrain, it could potentially KO, but now it's a bit different.
Yes. And
I do think that...
I think that's a very good switch from Wing-Hee over here. He identified that sure, he can't really stop the Trick Room, but he can get himself into a better position where
Correct,
he
yeah.
can work on Trick Room.
And by having both Rillaboom and the Grassy Terrains, that means he can still fake out distant and stall out a turn of Trick Room as well.
And the thing is, Galat does not have Protect, so he cannot block the Fake Out.
Correct, yeah. So definitely because it needs to, and by having the Fake Out like that, actually opens itself up to a potential Moonblast.
But however, I think what Alan is going to do now is he's going to sacrifice Galat, bring in Ursaluna, and then Indeedee comes in the next turn.
True, but like,
Oh, you see the Protect?
the Protect, okay, interesting. I wouldn't think he will go. I think it's because like it's not like it can. Sure, it will take a Psycho Cut, but like I said, not in Psychic terrain, so I don't believe he'll KO.
It's the Wood Hammer. He has to go for
Oh,
the
actually,
Wood
go.
Hammer.
He's
Catching
using
the
Ursaluna.
Ursaluna!
Boom!
Very well played there. Good call. And yeah, that goes the most powerful attacker I think on Alan's side.
Yeah.
Gone in one hit.
So Rillaboom getting there, a lot of damage with that Wood Hammer, and I think that was basically a free hit anyways. And you know, as we mentioned, like Indeedee is forced to stay in here. So sure, here, but Indeedee comes back, Psychic Terrain is up. But so what? Getting rid of an Ursaluna on the turn that it comes in without letting it get any damage off is key, especially in a Trick Room
And
situation.
that's basically 2 turns of Trick Room gone.
Correct, yeah, and there wasn't much that Alan could have done.
And the Incineroar coming in, it feels like... Okay, so Galat does not have Expanding Force. Galat has Psycho Cut and Sacred Sword. These are... yes, it can hit Incineroar in Trick Room, but the problem is, does Alan call it? Does Alan decide to Psycho Cut something else? What does Alan choose to do? Is Rillaboom going to switch out here? Is he going to go into the Flutter Mane, expecting it to, because they already used to Protect? But then that's so...
Yeah,
it feels
there's a
kind of
lot of
obvious that
options
the Incineroar is going to come into the Flutter Mane slot.
And yeah, if Fluttermane switches out like now into Incineroar and it still tries to choose to Psycho Cut it, they will not get any damage off here.
If Alan goes for the Psycho Cut on the Rillaboom, that's an entirely different thing. But does Alan fall for it? Because there's all these mind games that are happening.
Yes, correct. Because either Pokemon could have switched out into that. But no, going for the Helping Hand, I think this is going to be a Sacred Sword instead.
Do you think so?
Yes,
the
yeah.
Sacred Sword. It was going for the Rillaboom. It's a very good play.
Yes, this is actually... It could potentially turn the tables onto Alan's favor because even without his Ursaluna right now, by strictly having the control of the terrain now, his Galate is going to start getting a lot of mileage now.
Yes, and now because there's no Rillaboom, he can't reset the Psychic Terrain. He has 2 more turns of Trick Room left only. But now Indeedee and Galat are still at full health.
Yeah, I think he has to bring in Ogerpon here. He has no choice, and now it's a mind game of whether Incineroar wants to switch out or Ogerpon switches out.
I think yeah. No, then you have to also consider, right? Incineroar cannot Protect. So does Alan call Incineroar going for a Will-O-Wisp, protecting that he switches into Flutter Mane? Or what if Alan chooses to go for the Psycho Cut on Incineroar?
True, yeah, there's a potential because like right now, I think the KO Galate Sacred Sword with the Sharpness ability, I believe it's enough to get a KO, especially if the Incineroar is not too defensively trained. Now the main thing is there's still a bit of mind game because you need to call because that's the problem when you run a Psychic and Fighting type. The overlap, it doesn't overlap, but because of how doubles work, so it could go into different immunities.
And the thing is, right, like I said, Galat does not have a like if you brought his Iron Crown Expanding Force is a very safe attack, but Galat has to be very careful. You have to be a very precise sword master.
Yes, correct, yeah.
So the Terra Ghost coming out from Incineroar trying to absorb the Sacred Sword. Does Alan go for the Sacred Sword?
I think that's one, but I think it's a free follow me here. Go for the Spiky Shield, fair. Should be a free follow me from then because you still need to get it off. Yep.
Yeah, this follow me is a very safe play, very good play from Alan here, trying to because Indeedee's probably not going to Psycho Cut
into.
No,
I think it's into the Ogerpon. Oh, a little bit problems there because
the thing is though, now that Incineroar has Terra out of his Dark typing,
it's a free Psycho Cut into that slot.
It's free Psycho Cut into that slot, and Flutter Mane does not have the.
Okay, I think now the real question is what does he have at the back here?
Ursaluna is gone.
Ursaluna's gone. I think it's Ogerpon.
I feel it has to be Ogerpon.
I feel it has to be, but you know, if it's Iron Morph, I'd be very happy.
Iron Morph versus Ogerpon, Iron Morph will be in a very good position because it just Meteor Beams to Ogerpon, especially since Incineroar has already revealed that, used the Terra type.
Yeah, now I think here, another follow me from the Indeedee, Psycho Cut into any target he chooses, but I think into the Incineroar would be the best here.
Yes, Ogerpon going out, Wingheat choosing Preserve It for after Trick Room wears off, which is the end of this turn.
Correct, but here's the thing, if I were him, Actually, I would keep Ogerpon on the field.
I'll go for the Incineroar actually.
Oh, yeah.
No, he goes for the
Psycho
Flutter Mane, that's fair.
And in Psychic Terrain, Psycho Cut just gets a KO, so...
I I think this also puts him in a pretty good position because I think Indeedee should be able to survive this knockoff.
Yes.
You can follow me and you can trick
Yes.
him again.
Yes, that's exactly what I think he should have kept Ogerpon in, get damage off onto as best as possible, obviously. But because now it's still a free follow me trick room.
Yeah. The thing is though, Psychic Terrain probably wears out in about 2 or 3 turns if I'm...
It doesn't matter. As long as this turn he gets the one off, he's good to go.
Yeah. The alternative... No, but if it was Iron Moth in the back, right? And it outspeeds the...
Okay, then we have a problem.
No, then he just...
Actually...
He goes for the follow me Psycho Cut into the Incineroar.
True, yeah. I think follow me. Psycho Cut also works here. I don't think he needs to set up Trick Room anymore.
Yeah, he doesn't need... If it's Iron Moth in the back, he doesn't need to. But if it's Ogerpon Water, he needs to set up.
Yeah, so... But... Okay, in this case, it's really a matter of who he chooses to KO, and I don't know whether Psycho Cut gets the KO on Incineroar
Yeah,
here.
Incineroar is very bulky.
But yeah,
You see
Ivy
the
Cudgel should get the KO on here. But yeah, you're right. If it sets up Trick Room, there's going to be a problem because Ogerpon will underspeed and it has Stopping Tantrum.
Yes.
Has a...
Will-O-Wisp.
It's going for the Will-O-Wisp.
Miss! It misses! Very well! And the Psycho Cut! So Psycho Cut does not KO the Incineroar.
Okay. Not the biggest deal here because... But, you know, getting a burn would have been really good. But...
I feel like it must be Iron Moth in the back then.
Yeah, it has to be Iron Moth in this case.
Oh no,
it's Ogerpon! Okay. Then the burn might have counted because...
Yeah, the burn might have counted.
Yeah, because the damage coming off after this will be a completely different game.
Okay, but this is actually a very difficult position because now...
I'm wondering, I think Alan Chia Ming Lun has not yet Terra Stellars, right?
Yeah, it's not Terra yet, no,
So, but I don't think that's necessary.
No,
I mean,
you Horn Leech the Ogerpon. You Horn Leech the Ogerpon or Woodhammer and you Will-O-Wisp something. Galat is the slowest thing on the field right now.
Yeah, you probably will. You could, yeah. But I think the Ogerpon here is trying to grab a KO. He wants to get the boost from the embody aspect.
Yes. So I think it's fine. Either that or he's going to go for the follow me. Because there is no Flare Blitz on the Incineroar. And if he wants to just support his Galat, he follows me, tricks room and goes back on the offense.
Correct. I think a follow me trick room start to build up damage again with the Galate, yeah.
And also the thing is, right,
the Ivy Cudgel actually doing quite a bit of damage here. Ivy Cudgel, who will hit into?
I should go into the Incineroar.
Yes, I think the key here trying to get the Incineroar, but I don't think it's enough.
And it's not enough,
But now it's a knockoff. Will that be enough? Yes, actually it's enough. So
so the thing is, right, Winghe's Ogerpon has Stomping Tantrum, has Grassy Glide, has Ivy Cudgel. But Grassy Glide is the only thing that can hit super effectively on the Ogerpon, which it can do, and I kind of feel like the follow me should have come out.
I think so. I think a follow me trick room would have been a very good option because you know the knockoff want to do, but I think what Alan Chia was thinking is that he wants to get damage off now, and
I think in that situation
he assumed that the Ivy Cudgel would have KO'd, but I don't think so because Incineroar's defensive profile is that big.
I feel like you need that follow me. So Grassy Glide does so much.
Yes.
I think this is probably
it's a game one. I would say it's going for the Incineroar.
Quite a convincing game one from Winghe. We have seen Alan was in a good position when Trick Room was up, but then once the Trick Room went off, it became very hard for him to decide whether he wanted to Trick Room again.
Yeah, especially since he lost his Ursanon. I mean, all things considered, he did make it back up by KOing a lot of Pokemon with the Galate.
Yes.
But without the Trick Room support, it becomes
it was
exceptionally
very difficult. Because especially with the Incineroar with the Will-O-Wisp, suddenly it's like Galate, you don't have the Intimidate to worry about, but then you still have the Will-O-Wisp to worry about.
Yes, exactly.
I feel like with that one turn with the Indeedee using the follow me Trick Room and then bring it Ogerpon, Terra Ogerpon, and then you just
start getting damage off because you're already expecting the Heartflame Ogerpon, Winghe's Ogerpon to be faster anyways.
Yes.
And you know that if you Terra, you're going to get super effective damage from the Grassy Glides and stuff.
Yeah. So I mean that's game one. Game two.
I think you could still go either way, honestly.
Yeah.
Alan Chia is not out of the game just yet. As you can tell from how he played, he knows how to move his key pieces, but the problem comes where perhaps in a bit of a lapse of judgment, he did not consider that Trick Room would have benefited him in the endgame.
I think so, yeah. But I also think that Winghe is playing very well as well.
Yes,
because
definitely.
If you see the way that he was playing, he got trapped into Trick Room. He got KO'd by the Galat. His Rillaboom went down, his Fluttermane went down, but he still managed to preserve his pieces. He used a Terra Ghost Incineroar. You don't really see that Terra...
You don't see Terra Ghost Incineroar that late into the game.
And the thing is, right, sure, Alan called it, in a way, he didn't go for the Incineroar. He went to target down the other Pokemon instead. But at the same time, Incineroar's bulk is just so strong. It just sat there
Correct,
and then
yeah.
started doing. I mean, yes, the Will-O-Wisp missed, but in the end, it was enough.
It wasn't really much because even as you can see, like just a neutral Psycho Cut, was it in Psychic Terrain?
Yes.
It only did 50% damage. So that's, I mean, around 50%. And even then, like, it's clearly not enough to get the KO that put it into range that it needs. Because Ivy Cudgel, I believe for Alan Chia Minglun's team, his is not truly offensively because it's slower than the Heartflame. Yeah.
So in that case, I'm just like, why didn't you not? Anyways.
Should have brought Iron Moth.
Should have brought Iron Moth. I think Iron Moth would have been very cool to see in the end game because then it's like you just Meteor Beam the Ogre Pawn.
Yeah, you can just White Gate. Oh, no, you're not even just Meteor Beam. You can White Guard and Sludge Wave. You could because you have a Galate on. I mean, but you know, like that is if you're trying to KO the Ogre Pawn.
Yeah, Meteor Beam will do super effective damage.
Oh yeah, you're right, you're right. Sorry, totally forgot that Meteor Beam. I forgot that it's still weak to Rock type as well.
Yes, I was like, what? Meteor Beam, you get the +1 special.
Yeah, true. And it's not like Incineroar can KO you immediately, right?
I mean, yeah, it doesn't have Flare Blitz. It can't Will-O-Wisp you. It can Parting Shot you, I guess, but
I think at the end of the day, Alan Chia Minglun did not make a mistake in bringing Ogre Pawn. It was still a good call. It was just that the different way to set up those pieces to his advantage in the end game.
I kind of wonder whether he expected that Psycho Cut to KO the Incineroar, because if that's the case, that would have been a completely different game.
True. But so I don't think Psycho Cut would have done. Now that he's seen the damage, there's definitely an adjustment coming in from Alan Chia's side. I still think the Galate plays a huge role.
Yeah.
I think moving forward, he will still bring it. Ursaluna still has to be brought in. I still think that she should bring in Ursaluna.
I think Ursaluna should be in. The problem is you shouldn't, because the thing is, right, it was so obvious that Ursaluna's coming in. Anyway, we do see the Indeedee Galad again into Fluttermane and
the
also
repeat,
same beats.
I think the same. I think we're going to see an exact repeat of the first game, but maybe instead he can just pivot his Incineroar using Parting Shot instead of
Yeah. I think Parting Shot would be a better... Yeah, Parting Shot into Indeedee, bring in Rillaboom. I mean, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's something, I guess. Or he could go for an immediate knockout. No, I don't know.
No, he did go for the knockoff in Indeedee previously, and Indeedee took it quite well.
Fairly well, because no more item already by then.
The thing is, he's also trying his best not to KO the Indeedee, because he wants his Rillaboom in.
Yes.
Then after that, Indeedee has to go out and reset Psychic Terrain, and whatever goes into the slot takes a lot of damage.
Correct, yeah.
Oh,
So
but he does go for the Moonblast on Indeedee.
I think that wasn't exactly the best option because...
Oh no, but it's fine. It's fine. In this...
I mean, it's fine, but now it's another turn of Follow Me.
Yeah, it's another turn of Follow Me, and now Galad is free to attack.
I think here the Galate definitely wants to go for a Psycho Cut onto the Fluttermane.
Yes, I think that's the safest option because you don't know the Incineroar's
Yeah,
going to Terra
and now
Ghost.
he can actually switch Indeedee out into Ursula for free.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah,
you could.
for free, because the Incineroar is still in compared to the last match.
Yeah. And then after that, you just Terra Dragon,
yeah.
and then you just go on the offense.
Yeah, and then you just start pressing buttons to get that facade off.
I mean, sure, you take the Parting Shot, but Guts boost.
Yeah. I think him trying to hit the Galate here is going for the Fluttermane is still completely fair, but the Indeedee must switch out here in order to preserve, because you know the Rillaboom's coming
is
at
sitting
back.
in the back, yes.
Now it's his prime position for him to bring in the
Ursaluna. Yes, this is what he wants, and he needs to...
Actually going for the Galate.
Oh, is he trying to...
I think that's what he wants to bring the Ursaluna there, but having Indeedee remain on field is very risky.
Yeah, Okay, so...
Okay,
I mean,
Terra's coming out here.
Terra's coming out. I mean, sure, if Incineroar goes for the burn on the Ursaluna, that's fine.
That's fine, because it wants a burn anyways.
But the Moonblast, that's what I'm worried about. Because if he loses Indeedee in this place...
Yes, then he will lose the Terra. But...
Oh, Fluttermane goes for the Protect, so
instead.
that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, alright. Then this is a net benefit to... going for another Follow Me, but... Okay, a Will-O-Wisp, sure, but...
Will-O-Wisp does connect. Oh my god.
I think he was afraid of a knockoff on that side, so that it takes out the...
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Now I think it's okay for Indeedee to switch out then, because you can just
He has to switch out. But here he has to go for Headlong Rush, I think.
Yeah, he has to go for Headlong Rush because he doesn't want to...
It's too risky to go for an Earthquake. Yeah.
Either that or he sacrifices his Indeedee, but then he'll lose his terrain.
I don't think he wants to sacrifice Indeedee. It still plays a very big role because those Follow Me's and the Psychic Terrain are huge.
Yeah.
He can switch out to potentially I think if he wants to do, he has to headlong rush into the Incineroar slot, switch out into Gallade or
Galate.
Ogapon, yeah.
I think, yeah, Ogapon
so-
makes sense. Ogapon
yeah,
makes sense.
that's
But you
why.
still have the follow me support.
Correct, yeah. And you don't want to eat a Moonblast for no reason.
Yes, that's very fair. So what does
I think it's Rillaboom. It should be Rillaboom.
Yeah, Rillaboom. Yeah, which is a very good call for Alan to switch out on that turn. I mean, yes, it was a bit risky. We were like, oh no, what? They did feints in the previous turn, but you know, now it's safely out.
Right, but going for an Earthquake instead, damage is clearly reduced from the grassy terrain
Yes.
itself. Because for those who don't know, grassy terrain actually reduces the damage of Earthquake.
Yeah, but however, now Indeedee can come back in, and now because Terra has been used on the Incineroar.
True, but now I think what's going to happen is that he brings in either Urgapon or Fluttermane. I think Fluttermane is completely fair because you potentially reduce facade damage coming in.
I kind of also feel, right, that the thing is now Winghe is in a very good.
Yeah, he's definitely in the driver's seat. So he has Fake Out Pressure. He has the
two ghost types.
two ghost types, correct. So whatever he brings in here potentially won't get facaded by the Ursaluna. And even then, the Ursaluna has already taken the parting shot.
Yes.
I believe what's going to happen here is he's going to double switch. He's going to switch back into Incineroar here.
Yeah, then he just mitigates the.
Correct. And because both are offensive. So right now, and if he chooses to bring in the Indeedee on either slot, let's say for example the Ogapon, it won't get much. Ursaluna is not getting as much mileage as it would like.
Yes.
Because like, it's going to be probably at -2 attack from here with the Incineroar coming into the Ogapon slot.
And
Assuming that.
And on top of that, right, it's like you're still losing your trick room turns.
Yes, and your trick room turns are ticking down. I think the problem with not say problem, but what Alan Chia should be doing is starting to get more guaranteed damage.
I think the Large have been on the offense rather than trying to get Ursaluna in.
Yeah. One is that, but let's say now that Ursaluna come in. I think this is also a very fair play, preserving the Rillaboom because it's a key player.
Yes, but also, okay, so now we have the Ogapon. Ogapon goes for the spiky shield here. Ursaluna is now at -2 attack. He does switch out the Ogapon, so yes, that one is, you know, the damage is mitigated. Indeedee comes out.
But I think here, if Alan Cha's, if Winghe's Ogapon goes for an attack here and knocks out the Indeedee, then you'll be in quite some big trouble.
Okay, so we do
going
see
for
the defensive Dragon Terra on the Ursaluna this turn. But at -2, I'm not sure whether you'll...
This is -2 already because he got Parting Shot and then the Intimidate.
Yes, so it's a -2 Ursaluna. Yes, you get the Guts moves, but how much damage are you actually doing here? Facade does hit quite hard though. Hit long rush!
Yep, I was thinking, still doing, actually...
not enough yeah.
Not enough.
After that -2, it's not enough.
Yeah, not especially defense. I think here Ivy Cudgel
It
into
should
the
go into
Indeedee
Indeedee
slot. Yeah.
And it's very easy for Rillaboom to come back in now.
Yes, exactly. I think this should be one of the last turns of Trick Room. Either this is the second last or the
I
actual.
think it should be the second last. The last turn of Trick Room is the turn after this.
Alright, so now his other option is bringing in Gallade, trying to get off damage wherever he can.
Yes, that's what he's trying to do here. I think, okay, Gallade is at full health, and that's fine.
I don't think either Pokemon will be able to KO Incineroar even with a double target because of the Citrus Berry. So it will take one hit, get the Citrus Berry and be able to...
Will-O-Wisp the Gallade.
Yes. Either Will-O-Wisp or even just another parting shot onto the Ursaluna.
I think he needs to double into the Incineroar. He has to call that the Ogapon goes for the spiky shield, and then I think he has to call for that. But if he doesn't... I mean... but at the same time, if he doesn't, right, then the Ogapon gets a free KO pretty easily.
Yeah, that's the thing because right now, like, I think even a switch into the into the Rillaboom from the Incineroar slot is also I would say
Quite
high
risky.
value because let's say for example switches into Rillaboom, you take a hit long rush, not very effective damage, and you've got rid of the terrain.
I kind of wonder actually, what if Alan switched Ursaluna out this turn for Ogapon, then next turn he sets up Trick Room again.
Yeah, there's a potential for him to set up Trick Room.
But he didn't do
Yeah,
that.
but he
Okay,
didn't.
so
I think it's too much of a risk here, and I don't believe the Psycho Cut is able to KO after the Citrus Berry.
he might have gone after the
Ogapon slot, right? Yeah.
Oh, but
no, yeah, see double target here, not enough.
Yeah. But if Will-O-Wisp did not miss. So now Moonblast goes into... If Moonblast goes into Galad, that's actually... I think that should pick it up.
Yeah, definitely after this. I think Moonblast now into either, and now that Trick Room is basically ending, I believe this is the turn, and what's going to happen is that Wang-Hee is in the driver's seat in terms of damage.
Yes, especially since now he can Moonblast the Ursa Luna as well if he wants.
I think you would Moonblast the Ursa Luna. It is at -2 special defense after 2 headlong rushes.
Yeah.
You can bring in Rillaboom to reset the damage, and
Yeah.
Gallade is burned, so you can practically ignore it.
Yeah. So I think no, actually now it's just when he just goes and picks off every single mon over here.
Yeah,
He just presses Moonblast. Nothing comes in that can take it.
Correct, yeah. I think even at the back, the Ogerpon will be taking too much damage after a single Moonblast. And, well, I'm not trying to say that Alan doesn't have a way out, but he needs to think, like, he needs to pull off, like, some crazy moves.
Yeah, but the thing is, he crits.
Yeah, or he crits.
Or the Galad survives the Moonblast and then he crits.
He crits with a Psycho Cut, potentially killing him, but then the Ursa Luna also has to... see? Okay,
Ursa Luna does withdraw.
that's fair.
But I think that means he's sacrificing the Trick Room. I think he's calling that the Moonblast goes into the... I mean, that is his only out.
Going for the
Oh,
Glade.
Galad
Okay,
survives!
interesting.
Galad survives, goes for the Psycho Cut into the Rillaboom.
Okay, but could have gone for Trick Room that turn.
But, okay, yeah,
If you're hedging your bets
yeah,
on
he
its
could have
survival.
gone for Trick Room that turn.
Okay, instead of wondering what he could have done, now we need to
Okay,
figure out...
I think what he could do is he Ivy cudgels the Flutter Mane.
Yeah, definitely Ivy Cudgels. Definitely
And
needs to
then
Ivy
just
Cudgels.
goes for the
Flutter
Trick
Mane.
Room. Just go for the Trick Room.
Try, yeah. But I think a fake out into Ogerpon and then another Moonblast could... I think he wants... Yeah, I think why he targeted on the Glade because he did not want Trick Room going up again.
Yes, no, but that's what I say. If he knew that you would survive your Moonblast from the Flutter Mane, you could have gone for the Trick Room.
Yeah, so a bit of a missed opportunity there.
Okay, so now I think he's trying, but it's very well played by Wang-Hee. So far, Wang-Hee has been reading Alan's plays very well.
Very well, a good, very, I think quite good getting the ball rolling from turn
Yes.
1.
That said, though, Ogerpon, I guess, can use Follow Me, but then
Yeah.
it becomes the point where will the
I think it needs to follow me, headlong rush into the Flutter Mane.
I think you facade the Rillaboom.
I think no. I would say in my opinion, get rid of the Flutter Mane because that's a threat to your
No,
Ursa Luna
the
now.
thing is, right, I'm predicting the Flutter Mane protects.
Fair.
So what I'm predicting is a Wood Hammer into Ogerpon and then a Flutter Mane protect. Because it's very easy, you just say follow me and then after that you attack.
Yeah, because it's a free. But like, let's say for example, what if he calls it and goes for a Moonblast anyways?
Yeah, but again, we don't know. Like you said, he might go for the attack. So follow me coming out. It really
No
depends
protects, so maybe a headlong rush into the Flutter Mane. Yes, see a Moonblast here. What I do think may happen is that because actually there's a potential for him to come back with the
Yes.
Dragon Terra.
Yes.
So it's very hard right now. What's going to happen the next turn?
He goes for the headlong rush. Is it enough to
Yes.
take out the Flutter Mane?
It is enough. Guts boosted, stab with it. So
The
now he
thing
has the
is-
Incineroar at the back. But he has the Ogerpon as well, right?
Yes, and all of these mons are faster than the Ursa Luna.
Yeah.
You're asking Ursa Luna quite a lot from Ursa Luna actually at this point.
Yeah, I do think getting the Ogerpon out was key for Wang-Hee.
Yes.
Now, even though it's all like not very effective, but it's just a matter of fake out, U-turn, and then just keep rotating that.
Yes.
Because like that, what else can?
Okay, the Rillaboom does not have U-turn.
Oh yeah, the Ribbon doesn't have U-turn, but even in this case, it's a free fake out, and you can get some damage
Yes,
off.
and I think it's very difficult for Alan to come back from this point actually, because as long as the Incineroar and Rillaboom are controlling the field, and you're having your burn damage.
Correct. It's ticking down even with the grassy terrain. It doesn't matter because you are taking more damage from the burn than you are getting
Yes.
healed from grassy terrain.
So Rillaboom does retreat, bring out the Ogerpon, and I think that Incineroar should go for the fake out here. There's no reason why
Yes,
he
it's essentially a free fake out, and now it's really a matter of just rotating it all out.
shouldn't. You parting shot, bring out Rillaboom again. Okay, also Luna goes for protect, does not want to take extra damage. Good call here.
Uh,
I mean,
as best,
yeah.
but I mean it's the only move he can go for to try to because here in this turn
I think he goes for the Earthquake.
he has to go for an earthquake. But like. Yeah, because even with the even if he can switch back in to get to reset the terrain,
Yeah.
but you know like he needs to hit both targets now.
Yeah, I think he needs to go for the Earthquake.
One thing that I do, no, yeah,
I mean, if you think about it, if Earthquake should pick off Incineroar from the start.
earthquake is Incineroar, but
And
here
if it criticals the Ogerpon,
okay, but that doesn't take into account the half the damage from the grassy terrain. So very difficult, not impossible, but yeah, I think here
Yeah, the
It's a
Ivy
very
Cudgel is
safe
doing so
parting
much
shot,
damage
yeah.
as well. Knockoff coming out.
Knockoff
Does so
coming out.
much.
Ooh.
Yeah. Ursaluna
Yeah.
does not. I don't think Ursaluna is surviving this turn. So
No, I don't think so. And especially now, sure, it can KO Ogapon, but you have you have at the back the Rillaboom who can also do another fake out, and they're all faster than Ursaluna.
very well played by Wing Hee here.
Very, very well played.
Managed to go through. You know, like I said, if you know your team well enough, if you know how to deal with all these little different things that you're not sure of, suddenly it becomes a lot easier.
It does make sense because once you start relating to how each, because
Yeah.
you know every I think all competitive Pokemon players or VGC players, they know more or less the stat spread. So
Yes.
they know, okay, this is even if I don't know exactly, I know it's less bulky or more bulky than a Pokemon that I faced before.
Yeah, so I think well played to Wing Hee.
Definitely
Very
well played.
And he gets his Worlds invite. I think he was very well
I
deserved.
think that's a well played. I would have loved to see more Iron Morph content.
Yes, I think Iron Morph would have been very interesting, but
You know what? Game is played how it's played. Both players did extremely well to make it up until the top 16.
16?
And you know, like we'd like to congratulate Su Wing-hee for getting to top 8 and earning his World's invite. But even then,
now he can go for the paid invite.
correct. But for Alan Cha, still congratulations to you. You've made it to top 16 and pat yourself on the back for it. This goes to all the players who have made it
Yeah.
thus far in
Yes.
the Singapore National Championships.
Yep. So I mean, we should have our top 8 by I think very soon.
Fairly
so.
soon, but we will be taking a short break while they set up for the next round, which I guess this top 16 is like the critical round for those who want to go to Worlds.
Yep.
And everything beyond this is those who want to fight for,
For
the
the
paid,
Worlds invite,
for
yes.
the paid
For paid
invite,
invite, yes.
as well as the bragging rights as the champion.
And the nice champion T-shirt.
Of course, a trophy as well. But you know, like that's.
I mean,
but,
to be fair, the art for our events are very pretty.
yeah, they've been going off. That's for sure. So.
Yeah, it's like.
We'll make sure here on Casting side, we'll give you best commentary you can get, strategies, pointing out potential win conditions. But of course, we have no part in this game. All we do is we see what we see and we give our opinions on it. But of course, we love to keep you guys entertained. So stick around, get yourself hydrated, get yourself comfortable. If you haven't eaten lunch, please do so. We haven't eaten lunch, but but that can be for later. So I think we'll try to grab a quick break before the start of our top 8 match. So thank you guys for watching. Can we see you guys next time? Okay, let's try to catch a break. Right, see you guys.
Okay, welcome back to the Pokemon Championships 2023-2024 Singapore.
Yes.
What we have on screen right now is the top 8 finally qualified for World Championships
Correct.
at Honolulu, Hawaii.
Each and every one of them have actually now earned themselves an invite to this year's Pokemon's World Championships, with the choice of going on to them. But you know, like, this is as big of an accolade you can get for a VGC player, especially, you know, because to get to Worlds itself is a very, very big achievement.
Yes. So we have Avesta.
We have currently.
I think this is his first Worlds invite.
Oh, so nice.
Yeah.
Well,
Melvin
yes,
made a...
consistently earning Worlds invites, I
Yes.
think almost every year.
Yes, Melvin
and
has
playing
been...
as well, does really, really well. Also in Worlds, I think always getting day 2 most of the time, right?
No. Okay, so the thing is, back in the last few years, Melvin has actually won our championship, so he gets the automatic invite to day 2.
I see.
But the thing is, right, they have changed the system. So now everybody is going to play day 1. Correct?
All right,
If I am right. So they'll play day 1 and then people will move on to day 2. So this time Melvin will have to fight through day 1.
I think that I don't doubt that he'll make it to day 2 either way. But then we also have Justin.
I think this is his first invite to Worlds.
How about
this isn't. This is the first invite he might be able to go to Worlds.
I understand. Yeah. At the end of the day, especially for us here in the Asian regions, to get to Worlds is still requires a lot of time, effort, and capacity.
And next we have Zach Kelly, who actually top 8 the Seniors Worlds Division before, back in 2018.
That's so nice. Well, congratulations to him for now getting a Masters invite.
Yeah.
Now, we also have here Marcus Ko and Shi Xiang Yu. Congratulations to them. We will actually be featuring their match in the next streamed top 8 streamed match here.
I think this might be Marcus's first invite. I think the same with Xiang Yu as well.
Well, congratulations to both of them for making, and you know, hope to see them in perhaps the finals.
Actually, no. I think all 4 of these on the right side of the screen, these might be their first Worlds invite. Winky and Irvin as well.
Correct, yeah. So Winky, as we saw, played just now really, really well, I think. So definitely a showcase of the mettle of these high-level players here in Singapore. But I would say also able to stand shoulder to shoulder with even international level players here.
At the same time, it's one thing to just play in Singapore, quite another to play on the
Worlds, international bracket itself.
So I think everyone has to do a lot of training before the Worlds.
Definitely. You know, that's what we're called, Pokemon trainers. We train. So, but I think, you know, like one of the main things I feel coming off from these kind of tournaments, some of you might be wondering why is it that we're going from a top 64 immediately single elimination, is because the top 64 were already chosen from the previous qualifying rounds, which was held within the Global Challenge earlier this year. So the top 64 from the Singapore region were the ones that were able to qualify for today's tournament today.
Yes.
Today's tournament today. Okay.
Yes. So it's a single elimination. So I mean, it's very stressful for all the players, I think.
Yeah.
And it's because it's like you come in, you lose your very first round match, and then you just realize that you're just out of the tournament entirely.
That's how it is, right? Because let's consider it as like an extended top cut.
Yes, so it's basically an extended top cut.
So essentially, at this point, like, it's do or don't. And right now, we're down to the last 8 players, all of them who are qualified for their Worlds invite.
And all of them fighting for the paid invite
now we're gonna see who gets the paid invite.
Yeah, I actually think that it's actually very interesting to see Melvin is still in the running.
Yeah.
He's always been very strong in Singapore. He's basically been known as our top player for quite a while, I think. And every time it's like you think that he disappeared off the face of the earth, but then every time you have these tournaments, he turns up and he's still going strong, and he has got his Worlds invite again.
Definitely, and you know, I think it's proven because he earned his World invites now, so that's proof of his skill.
Yes.
And now it's a matter of how far he wants to go in it, I guess.
Yes.
I think everyone's gunning for the paid invite. That's a no-brainer.
I mean, yes, the paid invite, and then just get the shirt just while you're at it.
True. But other than that, I think what here the players are, we've showcased like a bunch of different teams. They're all varied and diverse.
Oh, we are going to enjoy the teams that we are showcasing right.
Okay, actually we will. I think the most important thing is, regardless of how these teams are built, trained and showcased. It's really how the players pilot these teams to manage all these different matchups. And one of the major things that I really enjoyed even in the previous matches is that, let's say for example, you go up against a team you don't normally see, like we saw
Alan's team.
the Balance team. We had the Iron Moth and the Ursaluna Dragon Terra. Yet, Yet, by knowing how your team works, the ins and outs and its functions, with strengths and weaknesses, you're able to always maneuver yourselves into positions with favor your
own board
your
position,
own board, your own board position, and eventually gain yourself the win condition.
Yes. So coming up, we have decided to get the stream match for Marcus Ko and Si Xiangyu. And if you remember earlier on in the day, Aklif, I mentioned that there were Dondozo Tatsugiri.
You mentioned about Dondozo Tatsugiri. We talked about how the team has actually started to lose favor amongst players. But here, right now, in the top 8 of the Singapore VGC the Pokémon Championships here.
We actually have two of them. Justin Lok and Marcus Ko are both piloting the Dondozo Tatsugiri. We'll be featuring Marcus Ko today.
Correct. I think let's start with Marcus's team first. Why, please?
Okay, so Marcus has Dondozo, Tornadus Incarnate, Limora, Urshifu Single Strike, Tatsugiri Curly Form, and a Fluttermane.
Yeah, and for Si Xiangyu, person is carrying Incineroar, Ogerporn Harflame, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Rillaboom, Raging Bolt, and a Fluttermane. So, a little bit. It seems that for Marcus's team, it looks like a very old school team.
Very old school Tatsugiri, Dondozo, but I guess the sheer power of Dondozo Tatsugiri just plows through a lot of things.
I think I mentioned it. It's like the thing about Tatsugiri Dondozo teams is that the moment you forget about it, you're not prepared for it, you get screwed over by him.
Well,
you got wave crashed by them.
I think Xiang Yu has the ways to get through this. He has the Ogre Pod.
Yes, definitely. And the Raging Bolt as well.
The thing is with Raging Bolt, you might have Thunderclap to take on Dondozo while it's in its normal form, but this Dondozo is Terra Grass.
Correct,
so
yeah.
I don't know whether you'll be able to actually do anything to it, especially since it carries Earthquake.
Yeah, so quite difficult because once the Dondozo gets its boost from the Commander ability, it gets +2 to all its boosts, so those attacks really start to hurt. Not to mention, with the order up from Tatsugiri's Curly Form, you get another attack boost on top of that.
And don't forget, Dondozo's ability is unaware, so it can ignore the opponent's boost.
Yes, which is why in the early days of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet VGC metagame, like Dondozo Tatsugiri was the matchup to watch out for.
Yes. I think Xiang Yu does have to rely quite heavily on his Ogerpon if he wants to get through that Dondozo.
Yeah, I do think the Ogerpon and potentially try to chip it with the Urshifu Surging Strikes because critical hits bypassed all the boost.
Critical hits bypass all the boosts, but it's going to be resisted regardless.
Yeah, but like in some cases, you kind of need as much damage as you can.
I kind of also wonder whether you can use Incineroar to fake out and then Will-O-Wisp and Parting Shot, because once a Dondozo is burned,
because once you go into the combined form, they can't switch out.
Yes, so you burn the Dondozo, you Will-O-Wisp it. I mean, you Parting Shot it, you recycle your Intimidate. You might be able to just slowly whittle away the Dondozo.
You whittle away as you prepare from your own side, and I think that is the way that Si Xiangyu has to do it. So we're here in the match today. Let's see who goes first. So
we do see the Urshifu and Fluttermane.
I believe that will be from Si Xiangyu's side. And as for Marcus
the Tornadus and Glimora. Okay, so this Glimora is actually very interesting. It's the Power Herb variant. In the previous regulations, Glimora was using Assault Vest with Mortal Spin. But ever since it got Meteor Beam, it has been really happy.
Things have been changing. And not to mention, Glimora is very fast and has quite high special attack. So getting the boost from the Meteor Beam's special attack effect, so it can actually deal a ton of damage. I think here, but I would say Glimora would probably want to go for, would I switch out or probably go for a Terra, because in front of the Urshifu, it doesn't really want to stay.
I think it's very fair for it to just go for the just attack, because after the Tailwind, it outspeeds both the Fluttermane and the Urshifu. So it has already started doing its job, which is to poison both of these Pokemon.
Break any potential sashes as well.
Yes. Well, there is a sash on the Urshifu, so that mattered. I see Wind come out.
I don't think it really matters.
I don't think so. I think Urshifu is just happy to go for the Surging Strikes here. But the thing is, if Urshifu goes for the Surging Strikes on Glimora, it wouldn't want to, because Glimora's ability, Toxic Debris, will scatter poison.
Toxic spikes
on the field for each hit. So Surging Strikes does not want to go into the Glimora.
I think another major thing is, I understand now, because back then when they also played Dondozo Tatsugiri teams, is by having Glimora, basically even in
whittle
the
down the
case
team.
where
Yes.
where the opposing team doesn't try to all-out offense onto your Tatsugiri, but you're already whittling down with the poison and
so
potentially toxic. Yeah.
once you lay out the poison, even if Dondozo goes for, say, a yawn rest set, you can still KO the rest of the
Correct,
mons
yeah.
because of the poison.
Yeah.
Now, though, because you got the tailwind up, Tornadus did his job. Now Dondozo and Glimora are in a very good position here. Dondozo, you could just say, yes, I am going to switch in my Tatsugiri here and start going on the attack. And there's nothing that Urshifu and Fluttermane can really do here.
Definitely.
However, with the tailwind, maybe Dondozo might be able to outspeed Urshifu. And Glimora avoided the Icy Wind, and we saw that it outspeeds the Fluttermane. It could go
Yeah.
for the Meteor Beam here as well.
Correct. But I do think okay, I would think you would like to switch out because the mind games of switching it out or not is a whole another game. Here going for the Meteor Beam, I believe it should be in the Fluttermane.
I think the thing is, right, Marcus knows that his team is very offensive. He wants to get as much damage off before he's forced to bring out the Dondozo Tatsugiri. He wants to whittle down his opponent.
But no, actually going down into the Urshifu slot. I'm not whether he was calling the Protect.
I think he was calling it Protect. Wave Crash as well. I guess that was kind of a good cover. Surging Strikes does go and lay down the Toxic Spikes on Xiang Yu's
so this
side.
will affect the Pokemon switching in later on from Xi Xiangxiu's side. So in this case, like you mentioned, and this is not just normal Toxic Spike. This is
Two
twice,
layers
so
of Toxic
you
Spike.
will get
Badly poisoned.
toxic damage. Yeah, you'll get badly poisoned in this case rather than just the usual poison.
Yes.
But this is fine because now this is essentially how Marcus's team sets up.
The thing is, right, even though it looks like it's in a very bad, that the Dondozo and the Tatsugiri are in a really bad position, the thing is, damage has been done. The tailwind is up, and also the
Correct. The Toxic Spikes
Have been set.
2 layers have been set up.
Yes.
And sometimes that's all it needs for a Tatsugiri and Dondozo team to
get
pull the win.
going. Yeah. So I think the mons at the back for Xiang Yu are probably the Ogerpon and the Raging Bolt.
Yeah.
I don't see a reason why. Actually, yeah, the Ogerpon
I think here
and
at this
Raging Bolt
point,
should be good.
Dondozo is, if it wants to, it could go for.
It should go for the Earthquake here.
Yeah, it should go. Yes, Earthquake is one. I was thinking whether or not is it worth to go for the Terra right now. But I think you can wait on it.
You want to hold off the.
Yeah, you can wait on it. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't really need it right now. You could go for the Earth. I think you should go for the Earthquake right now.
Definitely, I think Ogerpon comes in here.
No,
this
that's
is
Rillaboom, I think. Gorilanda.
Okay, Goriranda. Not a bad choice.
Not
but
a bad choice. But I think he's forcing the Terra.
maybe, yeah. I think he's potentially forcing the Terra.
He's forcing the Terra, weakening Earthquake's power.
Yeah.
However-
but here, Wave Crash actually, as you mentioned,
Yeah.
with the speed boost and the tailwind, actually makes it able to outspeed.
The booster speed.
Yeah, the
Fluttermane,
booster speed,
yeah.
Fluttermane. So that was potential because special attacks tend to do a little bit more damage to Dondozo.
Yeah. And I think with that Fluttermane gone, everything else on Xiang Yu's side might actually be slower than the Dondozo.
Yeah, especially with tailwind still up currently. Not sure because I'm just wondering what will the Urshifu do here.
I think the Urshifu has to go for the Surging Strikes or the
As mentioned, like they have to try to go for as much damage as
or close
possible.
combat.
If that's the case, it means that only one Surging Strike will go off. One of the strikes.
Okay,
because
close combat.
Close combat.
Then,
All
yeah.
right, understood.
Fair enough. I think the thing is, we know that the Urshifu is going down this turn, and Rillaboom is now badly poisoned. So I think it has to be Ogerpon.
It has to be Ogerpon,
It has to be
right?
Ogerpon coming out. But if Ogerpon comes out now, it's very easy for it'll be badly poisoned for one.
Yes, it's
Dondozo could just use Protect this turn, and then after that, the next turn, it already have healed up a bit thanks to the grassy
correct.
terrain.
Yeah, it's got the grassy terrain to actually heal
think
it up.
that's-
This is
yeah, that's
Ogerpon, yeah.
Ogerpon, yeah.
So I think, like you mentioned, a Protect distance completely fair. And on the next turn, it will try to go for a KO onto the
I think it's
Ogerpon
The
because
Ogerpon is a dangerous one because of the
you could
critical
potentially
hits.
crit.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
I don't think you can afford to Terra. I think
You don't.
if you want the Terra, you cannot afford the Ogerpon to live.
Yeah. So I think.
And if you want to take out, and if you want to survive the Rillaboom, you also still kind of want that Terra because Rillaboom has Wood Hammer. Wood Hammer is still a very powerful attack.
Correct.
Dondozo can only hit one target at a time with Order Up. So it's very good as well to burn the spiky shield here.
Yeah, I don't think it was necessary for him to go for a spiky
I don't
shield
think it was
personally.
necessary for him to go. I think he should have gone for the attack.
Yeah, you
but
go for you would go for both the wood
Yes.
hammer and the ivy cudgel
to cover yourself.
yeah,
And now,
to cover any
now
options.
then after that you can go for the spiky shield here.
Correct,
Then
yeah.
It will be a bit more difficult for
Yes,
Marcus.
because
but now
like-
it's a very clear choice to just go for the order up onto the ogre pawn.
Yeah, I think this is a very clear order up onto the ogre pawn.
Yes, and then after that you can handle the Rillaboom because as long as you Terra Grass, Rillaboom can't really hit you. I mean, yes, you can use U-turn, but you have +2 defense.
I think this turn you wouldn't go for the Terra Grass just yet. You try to get the.
You do need the Terra Grass.
Yeah, I suppose you because like the wood because it's
Because
boosted,
it-
wood hammer boosted by the
Yes,
grassy
it's
terrain as
boosted
well. Yeah,
wood. It's
fair,
it's
understood.
boosted wood hammer, so you do need that Terra Grass to protect yourself. And okay, we
Going
do see
for
the
a-
Terra Fire on the ogre
But this
pawn.
will make it more susceptible to the wave crash.
Yes.
I think it was, I
the
think assuming
question-
for
the question
for
is
the
the
order up.
Dondozo outspeed Tatsugiri. I mean,
No, it doesn't.
okay, so ogre pawn outspeed so good. It did Terra.
Okay, so
in
it's good it didn't Terra. This is what I was expecting.
Yeah.
However,
The
going for the wave crash,
Crash,
but
you
they might
cut your
open it
HP.
up to a wood hammer,
Yeah, you crush.
especially the recoil
Yes.
from wave crash.
You take out your own HP, and then after that the wood hammer will
Recoil,
but,
yeah.
But Tatsugiri, the interesting thing about Marcus's Tatsugiri is that it has protect. It's not a choice scarf variant,
I see. So
and it can. Oh, it was covering the.
for a grassy terrain,
Yeah, it's covering the
for
grass.
a grassy grass Terra.
Yeah,
not
I don't think that's the right play. I think you should have gone for the wood hammer.
yeah, you should have done the cover for either options,
Yes,
right?
and now it's very easy for Dondozo to protect, and I think Rillaboom will faint the next turn.
So I think what Shi Xiangye has to start thinking about is managing the
Dondozo
Dondozo matchup, especially now that you can tell. Well, one thing I wanted to mention about Marcus, how he plays the game or like his match is that you can clearly see the Glimora is there basically to chip to set up the toxic spikes.
It's like saying, if you want to hit me or Shifu, go right ahead.
By all means, right?
Yeah.
And on top of that, the Tornadoes was there just to essentially set up for the tailwind, because once the tailwind is, Dondozo with the boost immediately is able to
Outspeed the
outspeed
Fluttermane.
Fluttermane.
But
And I think
even-
that's a very big marker.
Yeah, it's very big. I mean, I don't know, because in the end, it was still slower than the Ogre Pawn.
That was after tailwind had petered
Yes,
out.
after Tailwind ended, but it was still slower than the Ogre Pawn.
True, but you know, I think in that point they were more relying on the boost than anything.
Yeah. I mean, what the thing is, right? Fluttermane by itself, I don't think it can actually take on the Dondozo.
It cannot. I don't think it's enough. He needs to play. I do think that the Raging Bolt has to come in the next game in order to.
I'm not sure about that. I think I do agree on the Fluttermane. On
I think the Fluttermane has to be there either way.
Okay, the thing is, Xiang Yu has very different. He has several ways he can play this. He has the Incineroar, which he did not bring.
Okay.
I don't think the Urshifu was doing what it needed to do, because Urshifu
Yeah.
just came in, got killed, got poisoned.
Yeah, just got poisoned and immediately and like it's roadblocked by the Dondozo.
Yeah, and then it set the two layers of
Yeah,
toxic
because I'm
spikes.
just thinking in this case, Fluttermane, yes. Rillaboom, yes. But Incineroar and potentially
Okay,
and Ogre-Pawn, yeah, it needs Ogre-Pawns.
Ogre-Pawn is definitely the
Necessary,
thing you need to
yeah.
bring. Ogre-Pawn you need to bring. I think Rillaboom you need to bring. But at the same time, it's like, if you focus too much on the Dondozo, and if Marcus switches up his leads, right?
Yeah, but I guess we'll just have to see how they choose to play at the end of the day.
Yeah, because if you focus too much on seeing the Glimora and Tornadoes again, or you focus too, then maybe Dondozo Tatsugiri
Yeah, Tatsugiri
leads.
is free. That's how the pressure of these Dondozo Tatsugiri work is that
Yeah.
they know that you know they're there.
Yes. you
So
just- yeah,
in the pressure being admitted and how these players utilize that pressure really makes a difference in their matchups.
yeah. And we will be going into game 2, so
Game
we'll
two,
see whether
yes.
Marcus
Whether Marcus will still maintain Dondozo
or whether
supremacy.
Xiang Yu has managed to figure something out. We do see the
Going
Fluttermane.
for the same. This is the same
yes,
leads as game
same
one.
leads again. So wow. I guess Xiang Yu thinks that he was very close to. Maybe he realized that in the last, if he just went for the Ivy Cudgel and Wood Hammer, he would have won.
Yeah, there's still a potential of him.
I
winning.
mean, I think he still has to deal with the Tatsugiri.
Yeah, he still has to deal with the
But-
Tatsugiri afterwards, and by then a lot of his resources has been expanded, leaving with only the one Rillaboom at the end.
That's it. He might have been thinking, hey, I took out the Tornadoes, I took out the Glimora really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I can just do the same. Maybe I can make Marcus flinch if I just lead the same
Correct.
thing.
Yeah,
So-
I think here. Even
Mortal
if he goes
Spin-
for the Surging Strikes onto either Pokemon, we'll just have a
Yeah.
repeat of the same game.
Yeah. I think also the fact that he didn't go after Glimora right away, that also gave
True,
Glimora
because
more...
it opened it up for the Meteor Beam
Yes.
shenanigans, yeah.
So Icy Wind does connect this time on the Glimora and the
Hitting the
Tornadus. What does the Urshifu choose to do?
I would think maybe a U-turn is not bad actually. Oh wait, it doesn't
No,
have
Surging
U-turn, never
Strikes.
mind.
Yeah,
Go
so
ahead.
Surging Strikes is going to lay the two layers of Toxic Spikes.
Correct, and that will cause the Pokemon at the back of switching to be badly poisoned.
So Glimora has done its job. I
Yep.
think now it's time for Dondozo to come
Yeah, everything
in.
else after that is a bonus, honestly.
Yeah, I feel like Dondozo comes in, Tatsugiri comes in, presses Earthquake.
Yeah, and you can just have the Tornadus at the back just for potential.
In case you want to go and outspeed the Ogre Pond.
Correct, yeah, but
No, you can't. I mean,
can't
the
because
Tatsugiri.
but
The
the idea is to support the Tatsugiri at the
yeah,
end.
so you can support the Tatsugiri in the end.
Very interesting way to play out an end game, honestly. But you know, that's how it works in VTC games.
Yeah.
It's always about managing resources, putting your pieces on the board at the correct timing.
Yeah, and I think it's like
Think
you
I
have
might
to
just
go
have
and
a
think
repeat, yeah.
like 3 turns ahead, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
So-
I think here is the usual wave crash into, even if
I feel like you wave crash into Flutter Main
Into
and
Wave
you
Crash.
Bleak Wind and Bleak Wind would be a good call.
you could Bleak Wind, but I think switching into the Tatsugiri is better.
Tatsugiri into Earthquake. That's also an option. I think that's also a very good option.
But I think it's going because right now,
But to be fair, the
you don't want
Urshifu
to
is
just
not-
lose your Tornadus for no reason.
Yeah, but the Urshifu is not really doing much.
Yeah, now it's not doing much, but here I think it can go for surging. It will probably
Yeah, so
potentially go for
Tornadus
surging strikes. Yeah.
Tornadus still outspeeds because it's the Sash Urshifu.
Correct. Yeah.
So there's Bleak. Oh, but the
Uh-oh.
Bleak Wind misses. That would have been huge.
That
on-
would have been that would have made quite a big difference
Yes, that
because
would have
getting
made
the
a
Urshifu
difference.
out, you know, is very important for it.
We do see the close combat into Dondozo. It does
No,
do
ow.
a lot more damage this
Of
time.
course, it does not get the +2 defense
Yes.
boost from the commander.
Okay, so yes, I think I think really maybe Marcus might have been getting a bit too greedy there.
Yeah, I think overextending in or like over predicting.
Yes,
From-
I think you really need to bring Tatsugiri in, and you need to go and press Earthquake.
Yeah.
You can't delay it any further.
I think him just playing his usual game, like previous game, is more than enough. I'm assuming here is that he's probably thinking like, okay, my opponent has adjusted to my playstyle, so I have to also perform an
But the
adjustment.
thing is, he's not adjusting.
Yeah, exactly. They're playing the
Marcus
same.
is
So
not adjusting, but Xiang Yu is.
yes, yeah. So, like I said, for Marcus, I think if he played a little bit more similarly to his previous game,
He is playing exactly similarly to his previous game. That's the thing. He's just letting Tornadus. He's saying, please take out my Tornadus so Tatsugiri can come in.
I would have switched in Tatsugiri, but you know this is how they play the game.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Order up.
Not
does
even getting
not
a KO.
the
Interesting.
Urshifu. And I think we saw the Flutter Main. Oh no, Flutter Main hasn't moved yet. So, wow,
Oh.
the double target into the Tornadus slot. I'm not sure what he was looking for there.
I think.
I think if you kind of still have to respect the fact that the
Yeah, there's still a Tatsugiri that can come in
yeah
and swap out. And basically empty that slot.
yeah. So I think Rillaboom has to come in here, fake outs. So
Yeah.
that's Rillaboom coming in,
Go for fake outs and then
stall out the Tailwind, and then then maybe you can go for the Moonblast plus Warhammer. It should be able to pick up the
it should be able
Dondozo.
to. Yeah, I agree in this. But the question
Dondozo
is,
will
Dondozo protect this turn likely, and but he has to stay in with the Flutter Main because the next turn, the following turns, you want to get off as many Moonblasts as you can.
I think it's also you have the booster speed. So once it's now that Tailwind is going to run out because you're forced to protect. Then Flutter Main outspeeds. If you get a crit, that's it. Dondozo is down.
Yeah, of course. And I strongly believe here the Dondozo should protect because you want to try to mitigate any form of
And you get
critical hits or
And you get the grassy terrain.
yes,
healing.
exactly. So don't take unnecessary damage, especially the fact that it took a close combat without its boost.
But no, we
Ooh.
do see the fake out. Are we going to see a Moonblast?
I believe there should be a Moonblast here.
I'm not sure what Marcus was.
Yeah, I was going to, and even if it didn't do a lot, like I said, there was unnecessary damage
Yeah,
taken.
and now Woodhammer is going to. I think you just
There's a
protect.
good chance the Woodhammer can KO.
I think you just protect this turn. You want to get your healing in.
Yeah, he has to. Well, I'm not saying he has to, but in order for him to maximize his
To the poison
yeah.
as well.
the poison, so he should be protecting next turn. So yeah,
He should protect.
Either way,
yeah, he should protect.
let's think of how it's showing you now. Woodhammer, I believe, can potentially or like knock it quite close to a
Yeah,
kill.
Moonblast Woodhammer.
Yes, Moonblast Woodhammer would put it in range as long as it doesn't terrestrialize.
No, I think even if you terrestrialize, it is Wood Hammer.
It is Wood Hammer in grassy terrain.
Yes, from a Rillaboom.
Yes, so
Flutter Mane, regardless, will pull out Moonblast damage. And Moonblast damage, I would say maybe will take about 20. Will probably take take out 25%. 25%, I feel.
Yeah.
So
no terrestrialization coming in from Marcus's side, but Protect, as you mentioned.
I think he's trying to save the terrestrialization for the Tatsugiri.
I think you're right. I think because he's expecting the Ogerpon at the back.
The thing is, right, the Tatsugiri, he still has the Tornadus. So once Dondozo goes down, Tornadus comes in, Tatsugiri is terrestrializes, goes for the Muddy Water. Hopefully, it will pick up.
Okay. But I do think Marcus could have...
but it's actually very difficult still.
Right now, it's difficult even for Marcus.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, in terms of numbers, he's not exactly in the better position.
Yeah, he's not in a good place. I think it's actually a very difficult place for him to play from here. I think he needs to order up into the Rillaboom.
He needs to get some damage up into the Rillaboom.
I think if you look at the damage, right, Rillaboom is going to do more damage than the Flutter Mane.
Of course, I strongly believe so. Especially
so you
boosted
try to remove the Rillaboom
yeah.
option, and then you have to deal with Ogerpon and Flutter Mane.
But I don't think he'll be able to KO the Rillaboom with an order up.
I don't know. You are at +3. He did use order up earlier, didn't he?
He only used it once when the Rillaboom switched in.
Yeah. So isn't that +3 attack already?
Yeah, it should be a +3 attack. So that's a lot of damage. And here it goes to terrestrialization.
He is committing, isn't he? Huh.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's the Flutter Mane that's committing. So Flutter Mane is like saying, "Hey, if you're going to ignore me, I can take you out in 2 hits."
Yeah, it's time for him to take up as much damage as he can, right?
And I think it's also a good thing because that means that
Grassy Glide. Okay. Actually,
the Dondozo should go down this turn thanks to this. Moonblast is more than enough. But now Tornadus comes in. I think Tornadus is actually pretty happy with the positioning.
Yes,
here.
that's why I was thinking early on in the game that Tornadus could have potentially switched out earlier. But now it's actually in a more favorable position because the Tailwind, sure, there's the Grassy Glide, but you know.
I also wonder though, I think he wants to go for Protect, get the more poison damage off.
Yeah.
And then after that, Tailwind and Muddy Water. Terrestrialize the Tatsugiri.
I think now is like you mentioned, now is a Protect turn.
Yes, Protect turn. Get them to... Because
you get
Muddy Water
where the
is not
poison damage to tick, right?
Yes, get more poison damage. Then Tailwind and Muddy Water. But the thing is, if Xiang Yu calls that and just switches Ogerpon right in, then it becomes very dangerous for the Tatsugiri.
Yeah, because Tatsugiri has a better...
It cannot
with its current typing, it's in a better position. But I believe without Tailwind, it's forced to have to...
Yeah.
Especially, even with Tailwind, I think it's forced to have to go for the Terra because...
I don't know. You see, right? If it doesn't Terra, then at least you can say, hey, if the Ogerpon come in, it still can't hit me super effectively for fire damage.
I just don't know if the Muddy Water is enough to KO. It's Life Orb, but so...
I don't know whether the Muddy Water is enough. I think you want to be in a position where both Tornadus and Tatsugiri
where you can knock it out with one hit rather than hedge your bets.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Maybe, but I mean, Marcus knows his Pokemon. Maybe he. I don't know. I think should Tailwinded that.
I'm gonna just say that maybe Marcus knows, like you said, maybe Marcus knows the stat spreads better.
Yeah.
Going for a Muddy Water here with the Life Orb.
I kind of feel like you want your Tailwind so the next turn, because the Ogerpon can no longer terrestrialize. Oh, he's predicting the Icy Wind from the Flutter Mane.
But even with an Icy Wind...
He's predicting... He wants to get rid of the Flutter Mane, so Flutter Mane can no longer use Icy Wind. If Flutter Mane can no longer use Icy Wind, then after that, Tornadus will outspeed Ogerpon in Tailwind.
But as you can see, instead what happens is that goes for the Moonblast onto the Tornado. So actually, it kind of worked out by the
That's very
Tatsugiri.
good. That's a very good turn for Marcus.
Yeah.
And the Muddy Water does pick up the KO on the Flutter Mane. But now Ogerpon comes in. And I'm not sure because
but he could set up Tailwind this turn.
No, even you have to set up Tailwind. If not, Ogerpon is going to outspeed Tatsugiri,
Correct,
right?
yeah.
And if you don't Tailwind, then you have no chance of beating the Ogerpon. But the thing is, right, because Ogerpon is fire and grass, Muddy Water is not going to do a lot of damage unless you get the accuracy drop.
Correct. I do think that what was trying to be attempted, why Shi Xiangyu was really trying to KO the Tornadus is because he knows it could still threaten out the Ogerpon at the back. So I very, very...
I kind of think you have to you Tailwind, you Muddy Water, and you hope, you really just hope that, the
accuracy,
attacks-
you get the accuracy drop, and
happens.
the Ivy Cudgel misses after
Unless
that.
the Draco Meteor is really going to KO the
I don't know. There's a potential. There's a potential. I give it that. He needs to tailwind. I think because that's the best damage.
because I kind of
I don't think
mean,
he'll KO, honestly.
I mean, okay, Xiang Yu, on his end, he is a bit threatened by this as well, but
Yeah.
he has so much more offensive pressure, and
Definitely, definitely.
I think he picks up Tornadoes this turn, right?
Going. I would say we'll go for the Tornadoes here.
Okay, Draco Meteor does come out. There's a KO.
Will it get a KO?
It
does!
KOs! Okay, Marcus knowing
Alright.
what he was doing the whole time.
All right.
I forgot this is live orb, not Scar.
Yeah, I know it's live out, but at the same time, like
yeah,
Tatsugiri,
you never actually see Tatsugiri
because
attack.
at the end of the day, with Ogre Pawns, there's still a potential for it to be somewhat on the bulkier side,
Yeah.
especially if they're using Follow Me.
Yeah.
But
Well-
in this case, I think Xia Xiangyu's Ogre Pawn is totally geared towards the offensive side of its abilities
And
here.
we have finally seen Dondozo win on stream.
Finally. Yeah, luckily, luckily those matches don't extend as far as it could.
I mean, this one is a very aggressive Dondozo. It has
Yeah.
Wave Crash, it has Order Up, it
They're
has
very
Earthquake.
offensive, and it's the attack boosting order up.
Yes.
So you could tell it's geared. I'm just surprised that even though it's an attack boosting order up, it still went for the Rocky Helmet item rather than the leftovers,
I
which
think it's a
normally
good
carry.
because I think it's a good call because if you're expecting things like Shifu.
True, yeah, Vertic Urshifu and all those pesky offensive, because in
Yeah.
Regulation F especially, there's a slew of physically
Physical
offensive.
attackers.
You got your-
Rillaboom.
Yeah, you got your Rillabooms, you've got your Urshifus, to an extent your Chenpao Dragonites.
Your Water Ogopons.
Yes, exactly. All your Ogre-Pawns forms expected.
I mean, your Fire Ogopon will probably knock it out in one hit. So
True, but at the end of the day, I would like to congratulate Marcus Ko for moving on to the top 4 of our Singapore Championships, but also to Xi Xiangyu for making it
To
to
the
top
World
8, and
Invite,
both of them
getting World's
earning
Invite.
their World's Invite.
and we will actually showcase both of the top 4 matches as well as the finals later.
Are we?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
At least that was what the plan was.
Right, but either way,
double
I think
check on that, but I think
we'll double check on that, but you'll definitely see at least one top 4 match, and definitely the finals will be here. I think so far from all the teams that we've seen, these, not to say non-standard, but something you haven't seen in a while.
I think you can say that there's a quite a balance because we have seen the balanced teams make it through. Melvin
Yes,
is definitely
correct.
running balanced teams. Wing He was running a balanced team.
Somewhat balanced team.
But we've also got, I think most of the top 8 are actually running the balance teams except for these two Dondozo Tatsugiri.
and for all we know, those Donzo Tatsugiri might still eke out as even if we see on this match, because
Oh man, the thing
if you're
is,
not prepared, you're gonna get your wave crashed.
I think the Dondozo Tatsugiris will actually be on opposite brackets, so they will
Yes.
only be able to fight each other in the finals if they
if they make it to the finals, I think. But yeah, that was it for our top 8 match. Congratulations once again to Marcus Ko and to Xi Xiangyu getting that World's Invite. Still not a small feat at all. Very, very big accolade to achieve at the end of the day. And hopefully we will catch you in a little bit. Get yourself a drink if it's time to have lunch. Get yourself lunch. If it's time for breakfast, eat breakfast. If
Get
you're
dinner too,
if
if
you're
you're-
watching from the other side of the world,
get dinner,
get dinner, yeah, or stay up. So
Alright.
we will see you very, very shortly. Sorry,
in
not really,
about an
not that shortly,
Apparently, we are taking about
but
45 minutes?
40 minutes break, give or take.
Yeah, 40 minutes.
We'll take a 40 to 45 minutes break. Please use this time, as I mentioned, get a drink, get a meal, get yourself relaxed, get yourself comfortable. We will catch you guys later. Ciao.
And you can see here that we have our top 4 for the Pokemon Championships 2023-2024 Singapore.
So early on, we had just now Marcus going up against Shishang Yu, who won, and now in his next match, he'll be going up against Irvin. However, on stream, we'll be actually showing on the other side of the bracket, right?
Yes, we will be on the other side of the bracket for the stream. We will be actually showing only one of the top 4 matches before the finals. So we will be showcasing the match between Melvin and Zach Kelly.
Yeah, so I think both players, Melvin and Zach, have not been on stream just yet.
Yes, we have been
opportunity to do so.
We've been saving them for the top 4.
We keep it good for you guys out there in the crowd, all right? But before we move on, I think we would like to display a little bit of the prizes that the winners of this Pokemon Video Game
Championships,
Tournament. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think first and foremost, let's see what. This is what both finalists will be bringing home. It is a championship plaque.
It's the finalists.
It's the finalists. Okay, ignore what the champion says here, right? Like, the most important thing is the artwork. So you have here your Iron Valiants, you have your Ogerpon, you have Roaring Moon, and of course the titular Pikachu.
So we will have one plaque for the finalists and another plaque for the champion.
Yes, that is correct. And speaking of the champion, actually, they've also been winning themselves another prize other than also a paid invite. It is this.
It's a very nicely designed T-shirt.
Can I see? All right, see here, it's actually Pokemon. Now, you might be wondering what all these dots are in the front. If you look at the back, it's actually all these Pokemon. Very, very cute. You have Snorlax, you have Mew, you have...
I think there's Bulbasaur at the bottom here or something. Yes,
no, it's Lucario. I think it's Lucario.
Venusaur.
No, it's a Bulbasaur. It's a Bulbasaur.
No, there's a Venusaur here.
Oh, it's a Venusaur there. I see the Bulbasaur here. Okay, but you see, and I think another very important aspect of this is this right here at the side.
Now, this one is the Hong Kong T-shirt, but it will say Singapore.
Ignore what it says. But
it will say Singapore for the Singapore.
We custom make it for each winner, okay? so they get their own custom shirt, and which they can use as the bracket, because only the champions will be able to wear and earn this special shirt from winning these tournaments. So those are the prizes. I'll repeat once again. It is a champion plaque. A finalist and champion plaque. We have the T-shirt for the champion, and of course, the most coveted of them all, a paid invite to Worlds 2024. And especially we're going to places like Honolulu, coming from Asia.
Yeah, the paid invite means so much.
Yeah, that's a worth.
Okay,
right.
So we will be talking about, we'll be showing Zach Kelly versus Melvin. Zach Kelly is using a team of Ursa Luna, Fluttermane, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Incineroar, Porygon 2, and Amoonguss.
Whereas Melvin, he'll actually be bringing Urshifu Rapid Strike, Incineroar, Goldengo, Amoonguss, Landorus Incarnate, and a Raging Bolt. So, surprisingly enough, we haven't been seeing Raging Bolt on stream a lot.
Yeah, we haven't seen Raging Bolt at all, I think.
Yeah,
so
and I think
this is our first Raging Bolt on on the team.
There were players who had Raging Bolt in the team, but they did not bring it on stream.
So
and I want to see Raging Bolt in stream, played on it.
Okay, the thing is, we have talked a bit to some of the other players, and they think that Melvin actually should be bringing, Incineroar, Goldengo, and Amoonguss to this matchup.
All right. I think we should be wondering why Goldengo? Like in most cases, I would think players would see like you're going up against Trick Room and you're going against an Ursaluna who can very much potentially one-shot the Goldengo.
Okay, so the thing is, right, Zach's entire team, apart from maybe the Fluttermane and the Urshifu, if you goes for the Trick Room mode, I think it's possible to shut it down with the Amoonguss.
Yes.
The Porygon 2, because it has to be using EVO Light. It cannot wear the safety goggles that an DD might use.
It can't wear safety goggles. It can't exactly protect it. And I believe the only form of redirection is with his own Amoonguss, which cannot redirect Spore. Yeah, with grass type moves. Yeah.
Yes, no, a grass type Pokemon.
Grass Pokemon. Yeah, correct. So very interesting to see how this game goes up, as we would have to see, because either of these players who win, either Melvin or Zach, will be going to the finals from this.
So, I mean, Melvin obviously wanting to go and keep his streak up. He has been in the finals for the Singapore Championships for the last 2 years. This will be his third year if he gets it. Yeah. Zach wanting to prove that he can actually beat Melvin, I am sure.
I think everyone wants a shot at trying to beat Melvin, to be fair. But, this is Pokemon where anything happens. I don't... While we do think there is a few good ways for Melvin to eke out his win here, I don't think Zach is necessarily on the back foot.
Yes.
He definitely has his outs, but whether or not he chooses to focus on Trick Room is another question.
Yes, because what I said just now was for the Trick Room mode. If Zach decides to not use the Trick Room mode, or if he decides to just straight out threaten, if he calls something like a Amoonguss and
Incineroar.
Maybe he might just go straight with the Ursaluna.
Yeah, exactly. And I think his key Pokemon here will potentially be the Ursaluna as well as the Fluttermane and Urshifu, all his offensive Pokemon.
Yes, he kind of wants to. Because the thing is, right, I think Amogus might also be good as a pivot.
Correct, yeah.
I'm not sure whether he really wants to bring the Porygon to here.
Yeah, there's a potential. Here we go. Goldengo, Incineroar, IB. And from Zach's side is Incineroar Amogus. Not the worst.
I think it's a very passive lead, though.
Both from passive, except for Melvin, who right now has
No.
a very strong potential to set up a nasty plot.
Yes, it's very easy because not only does Goldengo's ability good as Gold ignore Spore, it means that Amogus can't really touch it at all.
Yeah.
So it's a very easy fake out and Spore. I mean, fake out and nasty plot.
Yeah.
And especially since Melvin's Incineroar is safety goggles, Amogus can't really do much here.
Yeah,
Incineroar on Zach's side choosing to retreat.
I think it has no choice but to. And if you saw early on the speed interactions, Melvin's Incineroar's Intimidate went first. So while it's not exactly a marker of the speed, but like if you're not going to risk it, then you might as well switch out.
Actually, a double switch on Zach, going for the Fluttermane and the Ursaluna in the back.
I don't think it's necessary. I think this is all right. Now, the Fluttermane coming in is, I think, the right move because at the end of the day, you need to be able to outspeed the Goldengo even though it's set up.
But this is very dangerous because Fluttermane is weak to Make It Rain from
Yes.
Goldengo. And because sure, he didn't take any damage, but now the Goldengo outspeeds the Ursaluna for the Make It Rain.
And Make It Rain will hurt this case.
Yes. Fluttermane does have Shadow Ball, but Goldengo can...
A very easy Terra Fairy can mitigate this.
So I'm not sure whether Zach wants to... I feel like Zach is really threatened by the Goldengo at this point.
Yeah, definitely. The pressure from a Goldengo's Make It Rain at +2, which is also a spread move and incredibly powerful to boot, will not make it easy for Zachary to try to work around it.
We do see the Terra from the Goldengo, so, not wanting any Shadow Balls. I think even the Terra Fairy Moonblast with a special attack boost might not be able to pick this
Terra
Goldengo.
Fairy, I think going for Protect, okay, I'm assuming what's going to happen now is he's hedging his bets on the Ursaluna living and trying to get a...
I think he's sacrificing the Ursaluna so that the Goldengo's special attack drops.
True, yeah, but even at... Yeah, I do think Ursaluna can live it. The question is, what does the Incineroar go for? But Flat Blitz, a double up, so no.
Yeah, I mean, it is a sacrifice for the Ursaluna, I think, because Zach was already in such a bad position to begin with.
Yeah.
I think the only way he can get out of this is if he terrestrializes the Fluttermane and then goes for the Moonblast.
Yeah, but now in this case, he's probably going to try to go for a fake out onto... I don't think he has a choice but to fake out the Goldengo because...
Yeah, I think Incineroar might not be able to take a Terra Fairy special attack booster Moonblast, to be honest. So maybe he takes out the Incineroar first, fakes out the Goldengo, then after that, he continues playing from there.
But no, actually going into the... but maybe...
I'm not
I
sure.
don't think it's necessarily long. I think what because he's playing from the back foot, so...
Yeah, I think he's trying to... He's making a call here, but I don't think that call might be paying off.
Well, we'll see if the Goldengo goes for a Protect.
Yeah.
Then it's a good call.
Yeah.
However, I don't think there's any reason for the Goldengo to do so.
Yes, it's a Protect from Melvin. He does not want to take any damage. It's a very safe play. So Zach, I think hopefully Zach recognizing that, going for the fake out and Moonblast into the
Amoonguss slot, which previously was
the Incineroar.
I think
that would have picked it up, but
the
problem now is that Goldengo is still very free to make it rain.
And this is a free Rage Powder.
I think also the what happens here though is that Incineroar does have safety goggles.
Alright, I believe what's going to happen here is...
Incineroar switches back in, fakes out the Fluttermane, and then Zach has to sacrifice yet another Pokemon. But if he does that...
just by cycling them in,
Either that, he has to go for a double Protect. He has to go for a double Protect next
I don't think his Incineroar will Protect here.
No, as in like he has to go for...
the
Fluttermane has to go for a double
correct,
Protect the next turn in order to survive the Make It Rain.
Yep, but now the Make It Rain is at neutral because it's already...
it's more than enough to pick up Fluttermane.
At this point, yes. However,
I think Melvin is just reading Zach so well in this matchup so far.
He still has a... If he got... Actually, there's no reason for him to...
No, he has to protect the Fluttermane, and then he has to attack with the Incineroar onto the Goldengo, I think.
True, but I think the Goldengo could also get another Blasty Plot right now with a fake out.
I don't think he'll risk it. And that feels so greedy. The Fluttermane is there. This is your chance to take it out. And then after that, Zack will be just left with Amogus and Incineroar.
Yeah, and at the back he does
but there's no fake
going
out.
for a Moonblast straight up, okay.
I'm not sure what Melvin was
If he
looking
gets a
for
drop,
there.
that's quite some solid damage right there.
But I think it's not enough. It's just not enough.
Yeah.
But Fluttermane does survive.
I do think the Flutter, because now Fluttermane's at full HP with but instead he goes for a Flare Blitz. Good call from Melvin there, just to ensure the KO, because as we know, Fluttermane is very specially defensive.
Yes.
So it can, like I said, because now the Goldengo is at
it's
neutral.
also covering a possible Amogus switch in maybe.
There's a potential of that. Like, let's say for example he KOs with the Make It Rain, then the Flare Blitz would hit into the Amogus. But good call from Melvin there. I would have preferred Fake Up personally, but he played quite well in this case.
I think Melvin knew that he would survive the Moonblast, and he kind of just knew that this was his chance to take out the Fluttermane.
I think it's quite obvious for Melvin here. He can potentially just switch out the Goldengo if he chooses to.
And the thing is,
but then at the back we'll probably have to eat a Spore. But he has Amogus at the back, so
yeah. The thing is, right, Melvin has not lost a single Pokemon, and Zack is left with his lead, which was Incineroar and Amogus, and they did not want to fight this.
I think this is just like turn 4 or 5.
Yeah, Melvin showing his utter control of this match.
I think one thing to keep in note here is
Zack
that
is not
the position of the Goldengo,
the
pressure exerted by it allows Melvin to basically like play around with how Zack has to maneuver his Pokemon, because on his end he already has a nasty plot up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and Melvin's faster Incineroar coming into play here. We do see the parting shot going off before.
Went off before whatever Zack's Incineroar wants to go for. So I think it's a good marker to show that it is indeed the faster one in this matchup.
We do see the knockoff coming out. Not enough to take out the Amogus. Knocks off the
Definitely not enough. Unless it went for a Flare Blitz, which I don't think is the case here.
I wonder though whether... because you could just spore the... You could Pollen Puff the Incineroar, Flare Blitz the Goldengo.
Maybe that's an option they can go for, but I think right now Zack is really kind of like trying to pull out here. So obviously I think Goldengo here switches out.
It's going to be quite dangerous. Incineroar does come in again.
It's the best option
Melvin
because
just only needs Amogus, Incineroar and Goldengo. So far.
So far, yeah. In this case, definitely, and without any adjustments from Zack's side, it might be difficult. Good call there with the knockoff. However, the real question is now, yes, Pollen Puff here to mitigate any sort of, cancel out any damage that came in the position.
I mean, it kind of feels a bit that it kind of seems like Zack's kind of fighting a losing battle here. But
he's not having battle. I think what Zack can do right now is formulate a battle plan.
Yes, for the next game.
Right now is whatever information he can grab, the damage, the speed, the bulk.
He can force the revelation of what's the last Pokemon. That
yes,
would be good
that would potentially go in this way. But Melvin here playing very precise, very well controlled. No unnecessary moves, I feel. So
I
good
think
control
Melvin
here.
has also been reading Zack quite well also. It's like every single time Zack tries to get an upper hand by trying to spore, like earlier before he was aiming to knock off and spore the Incineroar, but Melvin just switched the Amogus in very easily.
Correct. And it's really bad that Zack lost the Ursaluna without it doing any sort of damage.
Yeah.
Those double ups coming from both the Goldengo and whatever partner it has, whether it's Incineroar or
I think the problem is that the Goldengo is just so bulky.
Yes.
And it hits so hard, especially with the boost from the
so I think here going for the sack with Goldengo, no need for him to do anything flashy. I think this is the reveal, should be the reveal of the 4th Pokemon.
No, I don't think so. Amogus will still come back in.
Oh yeah, you could bring Amogus because you're burning all the sleep turns on the Incineroar.
Yeah, then you just Flare Blitz the Amogus.
Amogus
Pollen Puff the Incineroar. And then it'll just be Incineroar versus Melvin's Incineroar eventually, and then you can just parting shot that, and then you can reveal your last Pokemon. So I think right now the struggle for Zack is that he's trying to force Melvin to reveal what his 4th Pokemon is.
Well, it's not impossible for him to do so. It's more like you're putting in so much effort just to see what Pokemon, and I'm not saying that he can't win this match, but it's a very, very difficult position.
So I think it's probably the Landorus.
I think it's the Landorus too.
I think it's the Landorus.
So here only the parting shot won't switch out, but
alternatively it could be the Urshifu, and the reason why he doesn't want to bring it out is because
as long as the Amogus is on field, right?
he cannot. So I think that might be it. So Zach really trying his best here.
Yeah, so Insane here, I don't believe this will get a KO because of the -1 from the parting shot. Very,
Amogus, the thing is though, Amogus cannot Pollen Puff itself.
yeah, definitely.
And
But
I think it's not long for this world now.
it's not long. Definitely playing a bit of a slower game. But, you know, Melvin, you know, piloting a very tight ship.
Yeah, and the Pollen Puff coming out will pick up the KO on Zach's Amogus.
I was just wondering whether or not that would pick up the KO. But now that Among Us is gone, if you say if it is the Urshifu at the back, then there should be no issue. You can just pivot out.
I think Urshifu will be. It's going to be a very easy parting shot into Urshifu right now.
Correct, yeah. And now that
Protect Amogus, parting shot Urshifu.
I don't think Zach played badly per se.
I think he was caught off guard.
Yeah.
But also, I don't think that Incineroar Amogus is the proper lead. It's just so passive.
You're not getting the damage you need to pressure Pokemon like the Goldengo especially.
Because the thing is, right, if you do not threaten your opponent from the very first turn, if you do not because if you say, yes, Porygon lead at least threatens the Trick Room, but then it's also still very free. Fake out, nasty plot.
Exactly.
Especially since Melvin's Incineroar is faster. And you can't. Yeah, Melvin's Incineroar is faster, so you
yes,
fake.
I think it's already proven at this point.
Yeah, so it becomes the Porygon becomes very dead weight in that sense. And I think it's like, do you want to bring Ursaluna right out in the lead? Because that would threaten Incineroar Goldengo very well. But also then you also eat that first Intimidate and then Parting Shot comes out.
True.
And then we saw what happens when the Ursaluna keeps getting intimidated.
Yeah, I think this isn't even the first match that we see where actually going for a double protect onto the Mungus. I think he really doesn't want to reveal
he really does not want to reveal his last Pokemon.
Wait, but you know, by all means, information is still important at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think at this point, Zach has no choice but to live with the knowledge that he does not know.
Yeah.
That was
sometimes sometimes you'll just never know, man.
Yeah, because if he goes for Flablets on the Amogus and then the Incineroar goes for Flablets,
the recoil plus the extra damage, it should knock it out.
Yeah, it should knock it out. Zach's not going to see what's the last.
I mean, if let's say if we were to play as Zach, I do agree we still want the Porygon in the game somehow, and really play around the pressure of that Trick Room.
I kind of want Urshifu in. I feel like I want Urshifu.
Zach's Urshifu, you mean?
Yeah, I think I want Urshifu from Zach here.
I think leading Urshifu is a pretty good idea.
Yeah,
as
I feel like I want Urshifu, but you still have to deal with the Amogus. I don't know, maybe Urshifu, Incineroar, and then have Amogus in the back.
Urshifu, Incineroar is not bad, yeah.
And then Fluttermane all the way at the back.
Yeah, no Trick Room.
No Trick Room, just eschew the Trick Room mode. And because there's no way you're going to get Trick Room off easily.
Correct, yeah. I do think that it's very difficult to get a Trick Room when the
Zach
opponent has their own Spore.
Zach didn't even bring Porygon. He knows that he does not want to bring Trick Room mode.
So here, Incineroar faints, meaning that Melvin never has to reveal his fourth Pokemon.
So we've been thinking about what Zach could do for his second match the whole time.
Well, he can hear us. And whatever commentary that we're making anyways is obviously from our opinion on supposedly, you know, what we think it could be an optimal. But of course,
alternatively, if he really feels like he can go for the Trick Room, maybe he goes with Amogus Porygon. No, but Amogus is such
a you're still exposed to the opposing Amogus because they can get off their own Spore either way.
Yeah, and I feel like Amogus is such a dead weight versus Goldengo.
Yeah. I do think Zach can maintain having the Amogus, but it unfortunately against Melvin's team where there's a Goldengo, there's an Incineroar and another Amogus, very, very hard to pivot.
I feel like if you want to go Trick Room, you have to go Incineroar, Porygon and Ursaluna.
Yeah, and then just try to get something off, right?
Just try and get something off.
But the issue is there might come an issue where Melvin leads with his own Incineroar, which is faster, so he can fake out the Zach's Incineroar
No, you can
first.
fake out the Porygon even.
True, yeah, and just immediately prevent it from going up.
And because Goldengo's a ghost type, it doesn't care.
Fear, yeah. And I don't think it would even at that time, because if you're having your Incineroar, you've intimidated the opposing Incineroar, whatever Pokemons are there, your Goldengo has the opportunity to set up with the nasty plot.
And then because you're faster, you don't care whether you get Flare Blitz. The Intimidator Flare Blitz won't knock out Goldengo. You don't have to risk the whole Terra either. I mean, it's a bit risky, but
you are inviting damage.
You are inviting damage, yes, but at the same time, it's like.
But he could go. I mean,
yeah,
plenty of options. Basically, now Melvin is the one who has the multiple options in his favor, whereas Zach kind of needs to maneuver very, very carefully in a narrow path.
I think the thing is, right, Zach has two ways he can think about this. He can go either what we said, you know, Incineroar, Porygon, Ursaluna with maybe Amoonguss or Urshifu in the back. Or he can go straight up offense, Incineroar, Urshifu, Amoonguss, Fluttermane.
I think going straight up offense could be better. No, actually, he tried. Yeah, he was too passive in the first
I feel
match.
like you do not need Incineroar, Amoonguss unless you have a very good game plan.
Yeah, and it's very difficult here.
Because that is what you call a typical scouting lead. You fake out, you try to go and spore something if you're lucky, but you can't spore the safety goggles in Incineroar, you can't spore Goldengo.
Correct. So essentially, like the Amoonguss there is a little bit of a dead weight.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can sponge damage, but at the same time, the how you say, oh, now
Yeah,
you
so,
just see
so
Amoonguss
here comes up his
Incineroar.
own Amoonguss Incineroar. Well, he has the... but the Fluttermane is a little bit exposed. Okay,
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to lead with Fluttermane, because I think Fluttermane is best saved as your
at the end game
at your
sequel,
end
right?
game, because right now it kind of feels like I don't think that Terra Fairy Moonblast is going to pick up the Incineroar.
I don't know personally. What I do think that's going to happen is that if he wants to get the spore off, he can fake out the Melvin can fake out his Zack's own Incineroar and then get a spore off for free, because he knows that the Moonblast or the Shadow Ball isn't going to kill.
Yeah.
Sorry, is it going to get the knockout?
It seems like a very safe fake out spore, but
It depends on how Melvin wants to maneuver around, I
Yeah.
guess.
I really don't particularly like this lead either. Still, from Melvin, I just never really liked Incineroar.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, because like you're hinged that you get a spore off just so that this turn becomes of value to you.
And oh, this is actually very bad. Again, Goldengo has revealed itself. I mean, it's not boosted. But what does the Incineroar go for? Parting shot into the Ursaluna, already cutting down its attack
Yes.
as it switches in.
Yeah, and it's very easy for it to pivot in again on the next turn, getting off another Intimidate.
I think that was also very smart of Melvin to switch Goldengo in and then he puts in he can bring Amoonguss in here if he wants, but he
Oh,
goes
actually,
for
here's
the
the
Urshifu.
Urshifu, yeah. I think
Okay,
it's alright.
No, it's not. The Urshifu is Choice Scarf. The Fluttermane is not.
Yeah,
booster
as in
speed.
it's alright from Melvin's side to have him, because now it's
Yeah.
now exerting offensive pressure.
Yeah.
So as you mentioned, Scarf, Adabat, Surging Strikes normally can generally KO most Fluttermanes,
Yes.
which are frail on the physical side, and also this also threatens out the Ursaluna, who's naturally a ground type.
I think this is such a good switch from Melvin.
Yeah.
Because now, no matter what, Zack is still cornered. He cannot go through the Goldengo and Urshifu at once.
Correct. Yeah, I think this is definitely a knockout from Melvin's side. He will take one knockout from unless he switches in to the, I think Amoonguss will come in
To
here.
be fair, the Goldengo is not boosted yet, so maybe some damage. But
Oh, actually going Urshifu, alright.
but Goldengo chooses to switch out so many switching Pokemon.
So I'm switching. I still waiting.
Oh, then
Incineroar.
this is a -2 now, right?
It's
on
at
the
-2. I
Ursaluna.
don't think it will be able to get any sort of
Damage.
not say damage. It can't get any relevant damage off. So here,
We do
going
see
in,
the Ghost Terra coming out on
Yes.
the Ursaluna.
I think that's fair, because like
You
oh, wait,
no, it's not.
Sorry, this is not the Urshifu first. Going for the
Terra
water,
on the
probably to
Urshifu.
guarantee a KO onto a Fluttermane potentially.
if it went into Fluttermane, then oh no.
But I think it's fine as well, because going into that Fluttermane slot, simply for the fact that the Ursaluna is at -2.
Yeah.
So-
I kind of feel like the booster special attack on Zack's side on Fluttermane is. I really feel like you should have left it at the back, but we do see Surging Strikes coming out. It goes into the
Into the Urshifu slot
Not
here.
really doing anything there.
But I still think that's fine, because you're getting free damage off.
Yeah, you are.
It's just right now, I want to see how much damage the Ursaluna is actually going to get at
Headlong
-2.
Rush. The thing is, right, this Ursaluna does have Sword Stance, so I'm not. No, it's Facade. It
Going
does have.
Ooh, yeah.
That is
Oh,
minus
that was before, yeah.
And that's going to be -3 now.
Yeah, it's going to go to -3 with another parting shot. But I think it can still KO the Urshifu. So maybe what Melvin wants to do is wants to switch out into his Amoonguss. Just to soak some extra damage and try to...
The thing is, right, Urshifu threatens both the opposing Urshifu and Incineroar.
True, yeah.
So, I mean, you can switch Amoonguss in, but which slot are you switching it in? That's the question.
Yeah,
and which slot does Zack target?
I think here, like... Melvin can potentially if he wants to sack the Urshifu, but I would want to preserve it
I
personally.
don't think he's sacrificing it. Yeah, fake out is very good here, and then the Surgery Strike should pick up the KO on Zach's Urshifu. No, he goes
Going for the Ursaluna, and that is not a KO.
No, it's not.
Yeah, Ursaluna known to be physically bulky.
Yeah, and considering that this one's had sword stance, I think it's not as frail.
It's not fair. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
As the others. A headlong rush does pick up the KO on the Urshifu.
I believe that's to account for Goldengo potentially switching in.
Yes, but also, I mean,
well, that's the Melvin's Terra Pokemon gone down.
yeah, and Zach's, but the thing is, right, I don't think Ursaluna can stay here for much longer. It's taken so much damage.
Yeah. Mungus has to come in now, right?
No, he's gone for the Goldengo actually.
Goldengo.
Unless
Okay.
he's trying to lure the targeting into the Goldengo.
Even if he lures it in,
If he's luring the targeting into Goldengo and so that he can reposition, that might be what he's trying to do here.
I mean, now the issue comes of like, because the Surgery Strikes is still going to get quite a lot of damage
Yes,
off.
it will do quite a bit.
And I don't think Make It Rain, due to the fact it's not very effective. But actually switching
We
into
saw the Make It Rain damage previously. I think it might actually do enough to pick up the KO for Melvin here. Actually, no, maybe not. But it could be a roll. If it's
I
a
don't
very
think
high roll.
I think on the Urshifu it might not actually,
We do see Surging Strikes.
because Surging Strikes onto the Goldengo. What I wanted to mention just now was that because this Goldengo, as you can see, is on the bulkier side, so I don't think the Make It Rain, and it is a setup, a nasty
Yeah,
plot,
yeah.
leftovers.
We do see that, yeah.
So
I
yeah,
think it's very easy for Zach to sacrifice his Ursaluna here, switch Urshifu out.
yeah, now's a good
Use
time for
Incineroar
Urshifu to
KO
get
the
out.
Goldengo. Because Urshifu was already gone, right? So
Yeah.
he has Incineroar, Amogus, and
The
Goldengo.
Fluttermane at the back. Oh, for Melvin,
Of
you
the
mean?
Melvin.
Melvin, yeah, the Goldengo's on the field, the Urshifu's at the back, and currently has the Amogus on field.
Yes. So I think if he chooses his target properly, he can get a Flare Blitz and possibly a KO here.
Definitely, I think that's definitely possible, considering there's the safety goggles on Zach's
Because
Incineroar
I
as well.
kind of wonder, because the Amogus feels like it has the Rage Powder.
Yeah,
If
definitely.
the Amogus Rage Powders, maybe you switch Urshifu out. You just switch Urshifu out.
Yeah,
and then you Flare Blitz with your Incineroar into the gold. Okay, so the...
Yeah, the Goldengo switches out. I believe this should go into his own Incineroar.
But to be fair, the Melvin's Amogus is not carrying the Rocky Helmet, so Flare Blitz plus Surging Strike still will do reasonable damage to your Amogus.
Reasonable.
We do see
Going
Fake Out on the
Fake Out?
Amogus. What does Urshifu choose to do?
going
Of
for a
course, Surging
Surging
Strike
Strike
into
auto-
Incineroar!
We didn't account for that because I forgot that he could.
No, it's definitely a play that he could have made.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
definitely the best play that he could have made.
I forgot that you
Fake
could
out.
actually, because I was really thinking that, all right, Incineroar can, Incineroar has to
Yeah.
do A, B, and C, but we
Yeah.
forgot that
Yeah,
it has.
of course it has
yes,
Fake Out.
yeah.
Of course. So yes, now Flare Blitz into the Goldengo because you have safety goggles.
Mm-hmm.
Sacrifice your Urshifu because your Urshifu is not going to do much here.
And the Goldengo, I don't think is able to catch the Incineroar at this point.
Yeah.
Very, because we knew earlier that the Urshifu is the Pokemon needed,
Yeah.
but maybe what he needs to do is just chip it down a little bit.
He doesn't. Incineroar has already won this game. If as long as nothing bad goes wrong, Incineroar has won this game.
This should pick up the KO, I believe.
Yes,
Yeah.
it should pick up the KO, and I think Incineroar should be quite easy to clean up from here, considering there's only Among Us left.
Well, unless we see something, I think he still has Melvin still has his Terra Water Urshifu at the back, right?
It didn't faint from the facade.
Oh, yeah, the
With
facade,
hit-
yeah,
hit
yeah.
long rush. You see,
Yeah.
this is why we keep notes.
Yes, this is why. But so when so many things happen, isn't it? But definitely Zach clawing his way back in. I think he
Going
made
offense definitely
going
helped
all out
here.
offense and offensive pressure.
Yes.
I think he did make also extremely good calls. I think from even if it's just as obvious as a fake out Surging Strike.
Yeah.
And I think moving on in the next game 3, I think
I
one of
think
the one of the few game 3s we had today.
Yeah, I think I kept forgetting that because Incineroar kept switching in, I forgot which turn Incineroar came in again.
All fine.
Okay.
I'm interested to see how, I think like you mentioned, like we talked how having the Incineroar Among Us lead extremely passive. And
I don't think you should lead Incineroar Among Us. I don't think you should.
I think the thing is that both teams can exert a lot of offensive pressure.
Yeah, no, the thing is, right, Melvin's side, I don't think Zack wants to lead Incineroar Among Us because you have 3 things that are immune to Spore. Zack's side, you still have 2 things that are immune to Spore.
Yeah, and once the Ursaluna gets burned, it's already immune to Spore.
Yeah, so there's 3 things again. I'm not sure Incineroar Among Us is the best thing because you're just letting people set up in front of you.
Alright, but you know what? We'll let these players go out with how they want to maneuver themselves in this matchup.
Yes.
I think
it's the Urshifus. I think the Urshifus are the key here.
Both Urshifus are the key because they're going to be faster than, let's say, for example, the Fluttermane. It's going to be faster than the Goldengo. Maybe they can eschew Among Us and bring in Landorus or Raging Bolt.
I think Raging Bolt, if Urshifu becomes Zack's key, Raging Bolt
Yeah,
will be
then
very good.
Raging Bolt is the answer.
And if that's the case, then Ursaluna might have things to do at last.
Yeah. But here, okay, Goldengo Among Us, I think it's a better lead.
Better lead, definitely. Incineroar and Fluttermane again. I really don't like Fluttermane versus the Goldengo. I really don't.
I don't think. Well, the thing is that I don't believe like both of them are able to get a KO on each other. At least in turn 1.
I kind of feel like the Flablets into Goldengo.
True. It could just be a Shadow Ball Flablets just for the just for guaranteed damage. But then you're leaving the Among Us out for a free Spore.
I'm actually kind of wondering, because we saw what Zack chose, I'm kind of wondering whether he's just letting Fluttermane get kind of like be sacrificed so they can bring like Ursaluna in. Goldengo goes for the protect.
I don't think
very
that's
safe
a wrong play per se.
Yeah.
I do think that, you know, like Fluttermane just needs to yap. So very neutral turn, I guess.
Shadow Ball goes into the protect.
What can Melvin switch into for that
I
side?
kind of-
Not that much.
Yeah, I think this kind of leaves Incineroar open to go for the Flare Blitz, but
Knockoff and okay. I was thinking of Flare Blitz. Okay, not mentioning what happened just now, but theorizing. I do think that especially for his Zack's Fluttermane, going on offense distance is still a good idea.
especially we have the boost, right? But we
Yeah.
already saw that Terra, Fairy, Moonblast was not picking up the KO on the Goldengo.
Yeah, even if it Fairy Terra, but I think that's because, you know, we've already figured that the Goldengo is quite bulky with its nasty plot setup.
But we do see that Melvin did not decide to go for the KO. He went straight for the
going straight for a setup instead.
but because
Knockoff.
he didn't Terra, Knockoff took so much damage out of Goldengo. I think that's within range for Flare Blitz. It's very even if
Definitely
Goldengo
in range,
Terras.
and Make It Rain will not be able to kill the Incineroar here.
I think, honestly, right, I think it's very... I kind of feel like Melvin is going to protect. Amogus is going to switch to Incineroar.
Yeah, I have the
So-
same thought as well.
I think if Zack knocked off and... No, Melvin's not doing that at all.
Melvin's going for straight damage. I think he wants to try to mitigate. But I think a Flare Blitz is still enough to KO
I
from
think
this
he's
range.
counting on Zack to flinch. He's
Pro-
counting on Zack to think that he's going for the protect. and
But yeah,
Incineroar switch.
maybe like expecting an overextension. But
Yeah. That did so much.
that's a lot of damage for not very... Oh, it's got a
it's
critical
crit.
hit. All right.
But I mean,
You know, damage is damage.
yeah.
Uh,
Knockoff on the Amogus.
Amogus.
Yeah, he was expecting the Incineroar switch in.
Very, very smart. Yeah, and Pollen Puff onto...
Yeah, he was expecting the Incineroar switch in. He was hoping for the Goldengo protect and then knock off Spore into the Incineroar switch in.
Melvin definitely predicting the overextension
Yeah,
from...
that was an overextension.
Definitely, this is another free... what's it called? Make It Rain.
Yeah.
He could greed it
The
by
thing is-
going for another nasty plot, but I think it's just safe to go for a Make It Rain.
I think you make it rain.
Yeah,
Or
I think you Make It Rain here, definitely. Because that will definitely get the Among Us.
Or you... Yeah, you have to make it rain.
I think Make It Rain is still the best play here.
Make it rain and switch to Incineroar.
Yeah. Switch in... he doesn't want to switch in Incineroar, I guess. No, wait, we don't know yet because Among Us is the slowest on the field.
Yeah, because you want to switch so you get your fake out, then go...
Oh, it doesn't? Okay, so here Make It Rain goes off.
Oh,
Does not pick up the KO on
Incineroar!
Incineroar. Okay.
But Flablins would probably pick out Incineroar at this health.
Yeah, exactly. But no,
goes
going for
the
a parting shot
parting
instead.
on the Mungus. Wow, Zack is just letting Melvin's Goldengo...
Just get off damage for free.
And we don't see... So it's like, what did the Mungus choose to do? Did they go for the Spore, predicting Zack's switch? Because, I mean, we've seen Zack try to do it. What if Melvin pulls it off?
Yeah, I'm just thinking that right now because Zack is really
It is
pressured.
the
Yeah,
Spore!
oh my god. Freely to... So what I was trying to say is that I think Melvin knows that Zach
Zach
is trying to
read into
trying to
him,
make
yeah.
the calls, so he lets Zach overextend.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult for Zach to come out of this at this point.
Very, very difficult now because it's an easy. I think it's just another nasty plot. This is it's a time for another free nasty plot, honestly.
I think he can just go for the Shadow Ball, honestly.
You could go for a Make It Rain.
Yeah, he could. Yeah, nasty plot, then make it rain next turn.
Here you turn out, so I think Amoonguss comes back in or Incineroar. Should be Incineroar actually.
Should be Incineroar. But
wanna
then
get the fake
he has
out
to be very
pressure.
careful though, because if Incineroar comes back in and then
And
it
eats
takes
the Make It Rain, yeah.
that's really bad. Because what he wants is Incineroar to come in
Hmm.
and then fakes out the Goldengo, hopes that Fluttermane wakes up, and then he starts going a bit
Yeah, he
more
has to go
on
for
the
Amoonguss
offense.
here. So I'm hoping to see a nasty plot, honestly, but I believe Make It Rain is the better play.
No,
it goes for the nasty
plot
plot.
is the better play because the more you cast Make It Rain, right? Then if you make it rain, Urshifu comes back in, Incineroar comes back in.
Because my thought process was that he doesn't bring Amoonguss, he brings in the Incineroar instead.
Oh no,
So
he,
yeah, but like that's the thing because he's so threatened
Yeah, yeah,
out
he-
that the
he-
Incineroar has like 7 HP
you
left.
have to at this time because what happened was Zach made the calls and he got punished.
Yeah,
for it.
so-
now he's a bit more cautious about
Yeah,
it.
he has to push the brakes a little, you know?
Yeah.
Shift gear down a bit.
And now that the Amoonguss is protecting the Goldengo so well, even if he had Urshifu, he can't really do anything here.
Yeah, and this is a very easy Make It Rain, honestly.
And I think with 7 HP, if Fluttermane doesn't even wake up, but with 7
Yeah.
HP Incineroar, it's so, and a Scarf Urshifu is so hard to get yourself out of this.
Yeah.
Because Incineroar can take out the Amoonguss, but the problem is that Goldengo is just sitting there.
Yeah, every turn you ignore the Goldengo is another Make It Rain turn.
Or a nasty plot.
Or a nasty plot, exactly, yeah. And that's what I think is very scary about
I
Goldengo.
don't see a way for...
I think Incineroar has to come in and try to fake out something. But then
Yeah,
what?
fake out Goldengo, Pollen Puff yourself.
Potentially, yeah.
But he goes for the Urshifu instead.
I don't know if he's feeling desperate
He is desperate.
because
He has
like,
to be
like,
desperate. I mean-
it's a free it's literally another free Make It Rain turn.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because you should... That's what I was thinking. You bring Incineroar in, you Pollen Puff yourself, next time you fake out and then Pollen Puff again, and then you go for the attack.
Yeah, I was thinking something along those lines as well. It's right now Urshifu can't find a KO here.
Yeah, it's not...
Cannot find a KO. Like, even with Terra Water, you just go for a Rage Powder.
Yeah. The thing is, I think he's counting on the fact that maybe Surging Strikes will be able to pick up the Amoonguss.
I
I don't,
don't
think,
think
so.
so.
I don't think so.
Amoonguss is kind of built to take
Yeah,
these Surging
especially...
Strikes.
I mean, yes, it's a bit low, but I don't think it's enough for Urshifu.
No, it needs to be usually within the 30% marker.
It is around 40, maybe?
Yeah, going for a double Rage Powder, not that it matters with a Make It Rain.
I mean, Shadow Ball, maybe.
I would still go for Make It Rain.
Yeah.
Because see,
it's
definitely
enough.
not.
It's just
Definitely
not
not.
enough.
Let's not forget this is Terra. Wait, I don't think so.
Oh,
Actually,
it is
yes.
enough.
Okay.
Okay, so...
Things have changed.
But
I
the
think
Rage
our
Powder,
calculations are
If
wrong.
he went for the Shadow Ball, Urshifu will survive this turn.
Actually, was a
But-
okay, it is a Shadow Ball.
Will Amoonguss survive?
No,
Oh, wow,
yes.
Amoonguss survives.
Okay.
The thing is now, it's very easy to fake out the Urshifu and then Shadow Ball that.
Yeah, Shadow Ball the Amoonguss, and then next turn just.
No, Shadow Ball the Urshifu.
Oh yeah, you can.
Incineroar
Yeah, because
comes
when
in,
if you
fakes
fake it out, yeah,
And then Shadow Balls.
because it's not like the Amoonguss is able to to spore both.
Yeah,
of,
and
both
I
of,
get the feeling, right? No matter what Zack does, I don't think Surging Strikes is enough to pick up the Goldengo from
No,
himself.
I don't think so. We saw in the last games as well that the Surging Strikes could only do about 60%.
So I think Zack actually is in a very bad position here. Because the fake out, it's very obvious as a fake out Make It Rain. Or fake out
Either
Shadow
fake out
Ball.
Make It Rain or fake out Shadow Ball, yeah.
Yeah, it's a fake
or
out Shadow Ball.
fake out Nasty Plot.
Yeah,
Not
fake out-
necessary in my opinion.
I don't know whether he wants to have the nasty plot.
Yeah, because you still need to account that the Incineroar will still be there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a Make It Rain.
I think that's fine.
I
Not Now the real question is, what does this Urshifu want to go for? If Urshifu
he has to Surging
hits
Strike
the Incineroar right now this turn,
Strike a Golden Go.
he has to suggest right. But then the Incineroar is free.
So What can Incineroar do to?
I think that's a
I
double
mean, he can
protect.
knock off the Choice Scarf, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh no, it doesn't. Melvin doesn't have knockoff. Melvin doesn't. He had Will-O-Wisp as the Urshifu.
Yeah, he could potentially Will-O-Wisp, yeah.
Yeah,
I
he-
definitely not a KO here.
Yeah,
The next one can KO, but he survives it, and I think
Yeah,
this is
it's just a
this is a
slight-
make it
slightly.
rain. But
Could be a
what
Shadow
does
Ball. Could just
the
be a Shadow Ball.
no? I think it's make it because he wants to account for
The Among Us.
for the Among Us Rage Powder. The real question is I want to
I think
know
it's a
what does
Will-O-Wisp. It's a
the
Will-O-Wisp.
show me Will-O-Wisp.
It'll be Will-O-Wisp. Oh,
Flare
it's a
Blades.
Flare
Okay,
Blades.
into the Urshifu slot, into the Among Us slot.
That's fair. No, actually, no, it's not
If
fair.
you're going for
I think you
make
should
it
just go
rain,
for
then
the
you would have
Urshifu.
gone for the
You just go for
Urshifu
the
slot
Urshifu.
either way, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so double protect does not happen. I think Urshifu will be able to pick up the.
Yeah, because if this situation happens, Melvin would this
The
Flare
thing
Blades
is, right
potentially
now,
could have get a
Flare
KO.
Blades into Urshifu will pick it up. So I think Zack should have Rage Powdered. I think Zack should
Yeah,
have Rage
this was
Powdered.
definitely a Rage Powder, then knowing that your Urshifu is the key. So,
Yeah, because if you just Flare Blitz into the Urshifu slot, you win.
and it doesn't matter. Oh, I think I know why he didn't go for it. Because he has safety goggles. So the Rage Powder doesn't affect.
No, but now your Incineroar it takes that damage. Does it faint from that damage? Oh, no, it's not. It's on full health, right? Yeah, the Among Us is fainted, but okay, what's the last? It's the opposing Urshifu. Yeah, Melvin's won this. Melvin has very handedly won this.
Yeah, he can just go for close combat this turn. Oh, but going for surging. Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
just
you're at such
surging
low HP as well. Yeah,
Yeah, just surging strikes.
Yeah.
No, it's
Alright.
fine.
it's fine. Well, that
Well-
goes to show the pressure of our local
Champion.
number 1,000 Pokemon.
Well, yeah, so Melvin going back to the finals as
Yeah, we
as
will
he has
see him
for the
again.
last 2 years.
But nonetheless, still huge congratulations to Zachary.
Yeah.
Because it's no mean feat to get into the
At
top
least
4.
get one game off Melvin.
Yeah,
you know?
he got, and I don't think that. In the first game, it was a little bit
Yeah, a bit of a
a little bit of pushback, but he dug in, didn't give up, pushed against Melvin in game 2, and it's just that in game 3, of course, as you see, once you get the ball rolling.
yeah. Once he got his predictions wrong, once he overextended.
Yes, exactly.
Because if he just I think that's the thing with Pokemon. It's a bit of these, especially in the Singapore scene, right? Because all of us, we've been playing each other for months. We know how people think. Melvin in particular knows how people think when he plays them. So
That's a out of game player skill that you learn.
Yeah,
In playing, by playing Pokemon, you
I
actually
mean, they
learn
do
to
say
read the
that-
person.
Yeah, they do say that, when. And I think that's one skill that you also have to pick up. It's like, if you play a best of 3 with a complete stranger, how quickly can you pick up what their mindset is?
Yeah, how do you not just make adjustments, but how you're able to make your own reads?
Yeah.
And that's just, I think that's just one facet of strategy or skill set for you to learn if you're playing competitive VGC.
I think if Melvin, because Melvin usually is a very safe player, so Zach was aiming to exploit that. But I think Melvin already, after game 2, he realized Zach was already catching on.
Yeah, Zach was playing very aggressively, and he just needed to pivot,
Yeah.
adjust and pivot around
Yeah,
that.
he was like, okay, if you want to go aggressive and take advantage of my defensive switches, I'm not going to switch.
Yeah.
I'm just going to attack.
Right, then they go tear with it.
Yeah.
But that's our top 4 match. Unfortunately, we won't be streaming the other top 4 match, but we will be showcasing the finals match, which will be happening later on. How much time will be there? That will be determined at a later time. But thank you guys for watching so much. Congratulations once again to Melvin for making it to the final, and that also earns him his paid invite
Yes.
to Honolulu for Worlds.
Well deserved.
We will be streaming the finals match in about 20 minutes or so. So stick around. If you need to get a toilet break, need to get a drink, get something to eat, please do so. Stay yourself hydrated, get yourself comfortable, and we will catch you later. Ciao.
Bye.
And welcome back to our stream here for the Pokemon Singapore Video Game Championships for the season 2023-2024. Just to remind you guys, I'm Aklif.
And I'm Yin.
Yeah, and we've been casting and commentating this whole stream for I think the past few hours.
I think it's about it's about,
About
6 hours.
And we are left with the finals of this tournament where the champion, I think both finalists will be getting paid invites to the Pokemon Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii.
So I mean, this is really for the bragging rights and also that championship trophy and the shirt.
Yes, well, the trophy is the same. It's just one will say champion, one will say finalist. But other than that, it's been really, really great to see all the matches that have been played both on stream and off stream. Those who are playing in the tournament today, showcase of the best of VGC here in Singapore.
I think what was really nice is that we saw such a huge variety of teams as well. We saw Hail, we saw Side Spam, we saw Trick Room. I mean, we saw Trick Room.
We saw a lot of Trick Room, yeah.
We saw Dondozo.
We saw Dondozo Tatsugiri. We saw Iron Moth too, but well, he didn't come out.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for Raging Ball to actually appear on stream itself.
Well, I mean, Melvin is coming back for the finals.
Correct, and he'll be going up against Irvin.
So the Raging Ball might show up. So yes, as we can see, after the 6 hours of battles today, we have our two finalists, Melvin, who has 3 years of, and this is his third year in the finals for Singapore.
We also have Irvin, right?
Huh?
Irvin.
No, Melvin.
Oh, Melvin.
Has
Yeah, talking about Irvin now.
And Irvin, this is his first time in the finals, and I think he actually started playing during the Swash era.
The Sword and Shield era.
Yeah, Sword and Shield. So around 2020, 2021.
2020, about 3 to 4 years ago, right?
Yeah, and this is his first time in the finals, and I think this is the first Worlds invite as well.
Yeah, so we'll actually have one more thing that we'd like to announce before we start our finals match. I think it's actually a code for the giveaway. This is for a very special Pokemon actually, which you guys at home can actually get yourself. It is a mystery gift. This is a Gyarados, and the code is Gyarados 2023 SG, all in capital letters. Now, this is a very special prize, mystery gift, because this Gyarados was actually Melvin's Gyarados, right?
Yes, this is Melvin's Gyarados from last year's tournament. It actually did help him win his invite for Worlds last year. So if you want to take the Gyarados, owner from Melvin, Melvin.
So just remember a few things. You can only redeem one of the special Gyarados per save file in either Sword or Shield.
No, Scarlet Violet.
Sorry, the Scarlet Violet. I think it was you didn't.
I'm sorry.
My apologies for that. So in Scarlet Violet. And you have to use the internet using the mystery gift function, redemption function in your game itself. And of course, in order to do so, we would say if you do want, this Gyarados is special not just because it's from Melvin, but it's already fully trained and battle ready in case you want to use it for any of your future games.
And if I remember right, it's Terra Steel, Taunt, Waterfall, Thunder Wave, and Protect.
Yes, I think one of the cooler things. Similarly, Gyarados originally was touted to be very strong, offensively oriented Pokemon, but once you access its very wide move pool of support that moves, it will be intimate. So don't forget, Gyarados 2023 SG, claim it in game right now. Actually.
Yes, because it was only available during this broadcast.
Is it? Okay. Do it. Go. Get all your switches and claim it right now. But yeah, other than that, I'm actually very interested to see how Irvin will actually get into the match against
Melvin. Yeah.
Both of them being finalists, both of them getting paid invites. Congratulations, of course. More importantly, now it's a matter of showing mettle, because at the end of the day, even if you do get invites to World, you want to get as much experience as you can.
Yeah. So I think also it's like Melvin does want. I mean, it's nice to say that you're 3 times. Champion of Singapore. But Irvin also wants to prove himself that he is capable. I mean, and I think most people would want to say that they are able to beat Melvin K. So
yeah, true. Especially in home ground itself in Singapore.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, this is good competition for everyone, because it means everyone has to push up their level of skill to be able to match each other and every now and then beat each other.
And I think one thing we saw earlier in Melvin's match with Zach is that Melvin was able to switch the way he plays while the game was happening at the same time. It's like game 2, he got a bit. He was playing very safe, and then Zach took advantage of that. But game 3, Zach tried to do the same thing, and Melvin just went on a different.
Yeah, Melvin just basically. You wanna try to overextend? Go ahead. I'm going to play my game. Yeah.
Yes, so Melvin was not someone that is easily shaken, and I think that kind of experience is something that that comes from lots and lots of
years upon years of not
play.
just any sort of experience, but experience at playing at a high level.
At the same time, Irvin has also, at least online, from what I remember, he has actually managed to build a reputation for himself. So he's not a bad player by any means, and it'll be interesting to see how he showcases his skills.
I don't think I definitely know he's not a bad player. He made it to finals today. That's one thing to go about.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's talk a little bit about their teams actually. So we'll very quickly go over Melvin's team again. It is the Urshifu Rapid Strike, the Incineroar, Goldango, Amoonguss, a Landorus, and a Raging Bolt. Whereas for Irvin?
Yes, and on Irvin's side, we have the Fluttermane, Wellspring Ogerpon, Chi-Yu, Urshifu, Single Strike, Raging Bolt, and Landorus. And I think one thing that we are seeing on Irvin that I really want to see actually is the Chi-Yu.
Let's go! Chi-Yu supporters rise! By the way, it's pronounced Chi-Yu. So just letting you know, for those who ever wondered how these I think ruined Pokemon are pronounced.
To be completely fair, I'm not exactly sure how it's pronounced. I just know that the
U is fish. Yeah.
Because the CHI could be chi, could be zi, could be
I know. Yeah. But assuming the most important thing is how these Pokemon work. So I think one thing we can mention about the Ruin Pokemon, especially Chi-Yu, is its ability Beads of Ruin, which actually reduces the special defense of all surrounding Pokemon except itself.
Okay, we do see the booster energy timid Fluttermane on Irvin's side. We're not sure whether this means that it's a booster speed or it could be booster special attack for all you know.
But from its moveset, we do see
Icy
it has
Wind.
the Icy Wind. So
and we don't see any other form of speed control. So this might be a timid booster speed
true.
Fluttermane.
I think also it could be a very classic Fluttermane Chi-Yu combo where Icy Wind and then immediately go off for a very strong Heat Wave or Dark Pulse or Overheat.
And we also see the Assault Vest Raging Bolt as well. Actually, I think they're it's running Dragon Pulse instead of Melvin's Draco Meteor.
Yeah.
So that might give it more staying power. Whereas if Melvin has to use the Draco Meteor, he might have to switch out to reset.
Get more burst damage in the.
Yeah.
Sure, you can get more burst damage with the Draco Meteor, but the drop in special attack, especially since it's not a Carmine variant, so it will potentially have to switch out immediately after landing a Draco.
And also, we do see the Landorus as well, which is going to another special attacker on Irvin's side. Which is going to probably, really appreciate the special defense drops that Chi-Yu provides.
Correct, yeah. I think definitely Irvin's playing around more, having the synergy with both Raging Bolt, Landorus, and Fluttermane with the Chi-Yu itself. Now, of course, I think another difference we can point out is the different forms of Urshifu chosen by each player here.
Yes.
So,
we do see the Choice Scarf Urshifu Rapid Strike on Melvin's side, whereas we have the Focus Sash Single Strike on Irvin's side. So
I think a little bit of advantage with Irvin because that Urshifu really pressures out the Goldango.
Yes, and I mean, no, actually it doesn't.
Well, if it Terra Fairies, then yeah.
It forces the Goldango to Terra Fairy, I think.
Yeah, but in any case, it's like, because in this game, you never know who they're going to Terra until you're actually in the game. You see the 4 Pokemon, or you have knowledge of which 4 Pokemon your opponents have.
And I think also when it comes to Terra Sterilizing, sometimes you want to. It's either you feel like you have to push the offense then and you go with the offensive Terra, or you feel like no, you have to stay in the game with this Pokemon in this time, and you have to go for the defensive Terra.
Yes, exactly. Because
it's something that you kind of like, it's instinct that you build over time after playing with the team for a very long time.
It's especially something. Like you mentioned, like the instinct you do, because you need to time your Terras as well. A lot of players like to hold their Terra a little bit later into the game when they know like it's basically like now's the time to Terra.
And on the other hand, we also have players who say you're running Choice Specs Fluttermane plus a Tornadus. Tornadus Tailwinds, turn 1, you're just going to go for the Terra Fairy.
Terra Fairy, Moonblast, Choice Specs, Moonblast,
Let's
baby.
go!
No breaks, but that always depends on how you want to run your team, how you want to play your matches, and of course the experience that you've accumulated over the time you've played this game.
I do think that currently, right, what we do see on Irvin's side is that he does have speed control in the form of Icy Wind and Electro Web from Raging Bolt and Fluttermane.
Melvin does have also
Raging Bolt.
Raging Bolt with also, I think both of them are carrying very similar sets. We don't know how exactly they're trained, but that's beyond the point, because in terms of speed control, both of them carry Electro Web, which I think is a very common pick for Assault Vest variants.
I kind of feel, right, that Landorus on Melvin's side might be key if he wants to fight Irvin, because a lot of Irvin's Pokemon do not actually want to fight Landorus. But with the speed control that Fluttermane brings, especially Icy Wind, Landorus is times 4 weak to ice attack. So that might give that might actually make it very difficult for Melvin to position his
and the key thing is, like, by getting that speed drop on the Landorus, you allow Pokemon such as Chi-Yu to outspeed you, and Urshifu as well after the speed drop.
And Ogerpon.
Ogerpon as well. Well,
I mean,
depending on how it's trained.
It's an adamant Ogerpon, so there's a high chance. There's
a high chance, yeah. But that's how I think one of the things that a lot of VGC players experience is that knowing the importance of speed control, how pieces on your board want to go, the sequencing of it.
At the same time, Melvin also has the Goldengo, which can ignore Snarl and the drops from Snarl. Does it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't ignore the stops from Snarl. It ignores non-damage effects.
Okay, yeah.
So it will still get hit by the Snarl, which is why I'm saying Chi-Yu has a fairly good matchup.
It has there are 2 Snarls and 1 Icy Wind.
It could be either or. I think the Raging Ball has a better matchup in this.
Yeah.
But like the Urshifu has the Choice Scarf, so we'll just have to see how they choose to play here.
At the same time, I believe Timid Fluttermane Booster Energy Speed outspeeds Choice Scarf Urshifu.
It does actually.
So that already makes things very difficult.
Yeah, correct. And as long as Fluttermane gets a speed boost, it is going to outspeed Urshifu no matter the variant.
Unless you're really special attack.
Yeah, unless it's a special attack. But if it's special attack, I don't think it would run Icy Wind like that.
I don't think you will run Icy Wind if you're a special attack booster.
Especially with the Chi-Yu. So we've seen, we've experienced this kind of combo before. Definitely the Fluttermane wants to go first, get those Icy Winds off, and Chi-Yu blast with the Heat Wave or Dark Pulse.
In fact, I think on Melvin's side, the only things that he can really use to stop the Heat Wave is probably the Raging Bolt and the Urshifu, and maybe the Incineroar, but they don't really want to deal with the Fluttermane.
Correct, because Fluttermane, still holds a very strong position as a premier special attacker. No matter if it's leaning more towards support roles or bulky roles, you cannot take for granted the damage a Fluttermane can do.
Yes.
Those Moonblasts hurt, by the way.
Yes, even if it is timid, and then it's like it's not max special attack.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it could run max special attack, max speed.
It could.
Slightly less speed. Sorry, slightly less special attack, just so that the booster speed gets activated. But here we go into the finals of the 2024 Pokemon
Singapore Video Game
Championships. What a mouthful. But more importantly, let's enjoy this game. So, leading with from Melvin, Urshifu and Incineroar.
And leading for Irvin is the Ogerpon and Landorus. I kind of feel like it's a very easy fake out onto the Ogerpon and Surging Strikes into Landorus here.
Sure, or you could fake out U-turn as well.
That's also a possibility, but also you have to think about it. If the Urshifu chooses to if the Landorus chooses to Terrestrialize, it's no longer going to be weak to the Surging Strikes.
True.
So, and the thing is we know from calculations that Landorus Earth Power is more than enough to take out one Urshifu.
Yes, more often than not, it's very worth it. So I'm interested. Oh, okay, actually going straight for a Terra. I believe this is a Terra onto the Landorus.
Yes, so both trainers deciding to Terra on the first turn, showing their cards right off the table.
Yeah, they don't want to wait for this, man. Like we mentioned earlier that things about players holding on to Terra, but this was like, no, it's time to press the buttons now.
Yeah, so we do see the Surging Strikes going on to the Landorus.
Terra Water doing neutral damage. I think that there's a potential for it to KO depending on the rolls.
I don't think it will.
No, it definitely won't.
Damage is not enough, and it will be enough to pick up the Urshifu.
I think he'll go for an Earth Power onto the.
Earth Power is more than enough
onto the Incineroar. Yeah, no, onto the Urshifu. Should pick up the KO as well. Yeah.
No, it's not. Okay, but Urshifu is locked into Choice Scarf Surging Strikes.
So now it's just a free follow me and an Earth Power onto the Incineroar slot.
Yes, it is. And the thing is, the only thing that Melvin can bring to actually avoid the Earth Power is a Landorus. It's an opposing Landorus, which I'm not sure whether he wants to bring it versus the Ogerpon.
Yeah, exactly. And I genuinely think here for Irvin, it's a free Earth Power into the Incineroar slot either way.
Yes. It's very free follow me Earth Power.
It's follow me Earth Power because even if, let's say, he switches out into the Landorus, then the next turn you can make adjustments.
The thing is, Melvin has a double switch in this point.
Probably, but no, actually going for zero switches at all.
He doesn't even bother switching. He's just going to let...
He's gonna go. I think he's
trying to get
purposely sacrificing So
But-
we can get a free switch in. But this
Or-
Earth Power,
Yeah, Earth Power is more than enough to pick up the Incineroar. Especially since it's not carrying any berries or Assault Vest.
correct. And on top of that, we know as well that it cannot Terastallize due to the Urshifu already
Yeah.
taking the Terra slot.
Okay, we do see the Raging Bolt coming in here, which actually I think
I
is
don't know if it'll follow me because we could still very much easily go for another Earth Power. Follow me Earth Power.
Follow me Earth Power is just going to just get the win here. There's nothing.
Maybe
can
Melvin was expecting to live the Earth Power, but I don't think
No.
Sheer Power Life Orb boosted Earth Power from Sheer Force Life Orb boosted.
do. Oh, he might
Landorus.
be going for the Electro Web.
But this I think
Yes,
they won't get the
Raging Bolt because
KO
of
due
the
to
Assault
Assault Vest.
He does go for the Electro Web. It is enough to pick up the KO on the Landorus, but Melvin has lost so much of his resources.
There's a lot of resources being expended, and just as you know, especially with these bulky Pokemon, every bit of HP counts.
Yes, and if the Urshifu is just going to be stuck there using Surging Strikes, it's
Yeah, that's just every turn he's just going to use Follow Me, and now with Fluttermane in,
just
that's a free Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, it's a free Dazzling Gleam, and we can see right now it's
I
probably
believe
the
it should be a
booster
speed booster, yeah. So this is actually turning out to be potentially
Quite
a very
a
fast.
Curb Storm.
Yeah,
a
I
bit.
wouldn't say a curb stomp, not quite yet in respect towards both players' skill.
But we do see that Melvin has thrown in the
Yeah,
forfeit.
I think Melvin knows that once especially the Fluttermane gets its gears going.
Yeah, there's no way that he's stopping that.
So he really needs, I think, from Melvin's side, he needs to ensure that the Ogre Pawn goes down. I did think the first turn either a U-turn or like you mentioned,
if the Surging Strikes picked up the KO on the Landorus, that would have been
that would have
enough,
been a
but-
different. We wouldn't speak a different story.
Yeah.
But you know, at the back of my mind, I was thinking. Oh, sorry. I mean, like how Irvin tackled this game was knowing that hey, I can take a neutral Surging Strikes. Water Terra, maybe he didn't 100% account for, but you know, due to the investments of Landorus Incarnate, Landorus I now they don't because as you know, like they don't need to invest fully into special
I kind
attack.
of wonder whether because Landorus versus Landorus is a very bad matchup.
Yes.
It's a very strange matchup.
Yes.
I kind of feel that maybe if he went for the fake out and substitute Incineroar Landorus lead versus Ogerpon Landorus, he might have the advantage there.
He could have been in a. He could be in a pretty good spot, and honestly, I really thought that the Urshifu would switch out turn one.
I mean, yeah,
that's
if
my
he
thing.
U-turn into the Landorus, U-turn into Landorus, then after that,
We'll be playing a different game, yeah.
actually it might not have been a... Okay, U-turn into Landorus, protect, terrestrialize Incineroar, parting shot, come back in, Urshifu, U-turn again, and then your Landorus versus Landorus.
Then you get, but then like between those turns, many things can happen as well.
True.
So like instead of talking about the what ifs and what could have been,
I kind of feel like that there was more things Melvin could have done.
yeah, I do think better potential, more. I'm not sure why Melvin chose not to switch out with his Urshifu when he potentially could have, but maybe perhaps in his mind it's like he needs to get those KOs first.
I think the reason why Melvin did not bother switching out is because he knows that whatever is going to come in is might potentially take an attack. He was hoping to
yeah.
sacrifice the Urshifu or bring something else.
Yeah, he
back
rather
in.
get it. But as Irvin played out, as long as he keeps Urshifu on the field, he can basically prevent any sort of damage.
Yeah.
So now we're moving on to game 2. We're currently 1-0 in favor of Irvin, but I don't think this is an event. Actually bringing in the Goldengo this time from
I'm not
Melvin.
sure whether that's the best play because this Irvin is probably seen this a million times, right?
Yeah, Irvin has seen that because I would say
it's
like
actually very difficult for Melvin because no matter what, it's a very easy protect and IV cudgel from Irvin here.
I either protect or IV cudgel or even
Yeah, you protect and IV cudgel because you fake out into Landorus and then you make it rain.
yes. But here we go,
we
fake
do see
out
the
onto
fake
the
out on
Landorus.
Landorus.
Alright. And now here comes the IV cudgel in, I
So
believe.
IV cudgel should pick up the KO. Maybe not.
No,
because of
-1
the
at
intimidate,
no.
yeah.
But
So,
here the
nasty
Who's
plot
blocked?
though.
I don't think no. Okay, I believe what's going to happen now is now we're gonna play a bit of a mind game.
Yes,
Does
I
the
know. I'm
Goldengo
not
go
sure
for
I
Terra
enjoyed.
Fairy?
I'm
And
not
do we
sure
go
I
for
enjoyed the
Landorus?
mind games.
But I think what Landorus has to do this turn is he has to protect, scout out the potential Terra turn 1 click, the turn 2 Terra click.
I'm not. I mean, yeah, this is it's like if because we saw what Irvin locked it into. We saw what Irvin locked into.
Yeah, well,
This
I'm
could
going to
go
expect-
very well or it could go very
yes,
bad.
and this is this is kind of how Pokemon VGC
I
goes,
kind of
man.
wonder whether you just protect your Goldengo and bring in Amoonguss here.
I think if Melvin protects his Goldengo, knowing that it exerts that amount of pressure, would also potentially be really good. Okay.
Okay,
Switch out.
Amoonguss.
Do I see a protect coming
Do
in?
I see an Amoonguss?
Yes. Okay, Amoonguss.
If Melvin's playing safe, he would have pressed protect.
Yeah. But we'll see how.
Oh
going
no,
for
that's
the Terra.
Melvin. That's Melvin, I think.
Going straight for the Terra Fairy.
Oh, no,
okay, sorry,
Slendress,
Terra
Slendress.
Poison.
Okay.
Going definitely
okay.
Sludge Bombing. Okay, maybe not Sludge Bombing, but
I think it is Sludge
no, it should Sludge Bomb, yeah, because you want to get as much damage as possible.
I mean, there's no reason for you to do.
Going for Sludge. No, he called it. Okay, very nice. That is Pokemon for you, baby.
Ivy Cudgel goes into Goldengo. It shouldn't do that much.
Shouldn't do that much, especially after the Intimidate. Make it
rain
here.
coming out at +2. It's enough to pick out the Landress.
More than enough to pick up the Landress.
The mind games.
Yeah, that's Pokemon. When you play against the, well, to be fair, Goldengo's literally made out of coins.
Oh man.
But yeah, that was a very very brave call from Melvin. there.
He was taunting it there,
Yeah.
right there, and
but now the Chi-Yu comes in, so we are in another pickle, as they say.
we are. But you see, what I think is going to happen is that Goldengo is going to protect, and then
Amoonguss goes for a Spore.
Yeah.
But now he can follow. Yeah, this is the beauty of a grass type going for Follow Me. You can take the Rage Powders into your direction because it doesn't have the same limitations of Rage Powder.
So if Amoonguss decides to go for the terrestrialization, actually no, but what if Amoonguss decides to go for the Pollen Puff?
For the Pollen Puff?
Because
that's also definitely. But here going for Protect, I think. And this should come as a no Terras. Okay,
no
because
terrestrialization.
no terrestrialization. Yeah, Follow Me, and then it should be a Heat Wave, I
I
believe.
think the Heat Wave will be more than enough from a Choice Specs.
Choice Specs, yeah. Will it hit the Amoonguss? That's the question.
Okay, opposing.
It does actually go. Will it
take
hit?
out the Amoonguss,
Ooh, yeah, bringing down the Amoonguss very, very quickly.
Yes.
The power of Choice Specs.
Heat Wave.
Choice Specs beats a Ruined Heat Wave from Chi-Yu. As they
Yes.
say, get Chi-Yu'd.
I think the problem now is that Ogerpon is very good support for the Chi-Yu, and Goldengo does
Correct,
not
yeah.
want to fight the Chi-Yu. Even if it Terras Fairies, I think it actually will get KO'd by the Heat Wave.
A double up will definitely get the KO at this point. Actually, no, even without the double up, because it's already quite lowered.
Yes.
It's, I think, at about 65 to 70% HP.
Alternatively, what's going to happen is Incineroar comes in again, and then it takes out the Chi-Yu, and then Goldengo goes for something.
But now Chi-Yu can go for a safe. No,
No,
they already
Goldengo
Terra.
Shadow
Yeah, they can.
Ball. Actually, yeah, maybe Goldengo Shadow Balls?
Well,
No.
I think it has to Shadow Ball, but it's still not exactly a favorable position for
Yeah.
Melvin.
I don't think it's in a good position.
Very hard because unfortunately both Pokemon are faster than his Goldengo.
I think he fixed out the Chi-Yu and...
He has to pick up the Chi-Yu, I think.
He has to pick up the Chi-Yu.
Because that's the one that does the most damage right now.
Yeah. But at the same time, it's like his resources are so low already.
Yeah, how does he mitigate the Chi-Yu moving forward from here?
Ivy Cudgel should go into the Goldengo.
Goldengo, yep. Bring it down. So just so that moving
Shadow
forward.
Ball? Yes, Shadow Ball. I'm not sure whether it's enough to pick up the KO on Goldengo.
Goes on to actually Ogerpon.
Yes. Oh,
Okay.
it's enough!
I think because it's +1.
Yes, it is, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, we wasn't sure because Ogerpon is fairly bulky.
Yes.
Now
so,
the real question, but I think like I said, there's still a big okay, he can protect and snarl this turn actually.
He can protect and snarl. He does not have snarl. He has parting
doesn't.
shot. But I kind of wonder whether he kind of wants to save the Incineroar. But it really depends on what his last Pokemon is.
I think it would have been Urshifu, honestly.
If it's an Urshifu, he protects Goldengo and he
He will have to protect the Goldengo and try to sack the Incineroar. But
yeah, sack,
the issue is that
he parting shots Incineroar.
correct. But I think what can happen is if Irvin reads this right, he can still
He can't, because what happens is that Incineroar is the last one to move. So no matter what, Irvin is going to take out the Incineroar or
he can parting shot. Yeah, you're right. So that
So you parting shot something, reduce his special attack. Urshifu comes in, surging strike into the Chi-Yu or the Goldengo. I mean the Futtermane. Sacrifice Goldengo, bring back Incineroar, fake out the Chi-Yu, and you win.
but Incineroar actually dodges the Heat Wave here. But yeah, as you said, I think now he brings in. This is where
If this is Urshifu in the back,
there's a good potential for him to win. And
I don't think that it's possible for Melvin to lose.
yeah, I
He
think.
Terra Waters into the Urshifu.
And the Chi-Yu's locked into the Heat Wave.
Terra Waters goes after the Fluttermane. And then
yeah, it can. Wait, hold on.
Terra Otus goes into Flutter Mane. Because Flutter Mane is a ghost type, your Incineroar is not going to be able to.
Yes,
pick
no,
out
I
that.
think he needs to go for the Chi because it's currently faster because
No,
it's booster speed.
because booster speed.
Booster speed, and if you don't kill the Chi-Yu this turn, the double up can still potentially
No, because what happens if no matter what, the Chi-Yu is going to heat wave, is picking up the Goldengo. Goldengo will faint this turn, Incineroar comes in.
Incineroar comes in, okay,
Then
yeah.
so you pick
oh,
up
then you can fake out the next turn,
yes,
yeah,
so you
alright.
take out the Flutter Mane this turn, then you go after the Chi-Yu next turn.
True, but going Icy Wind.
I mean, it's
It's
fair.
a fair call.
I don't know
but
why.
now the Chi-Yu goes first, but yeah.
I don't know. I don't particularly think that it really affects. I think Moonblast or
I think Moonblast into the Urshifu would have been a better call.
Yeah. Moonblast would have picked it up, I think.
No. If it's not super effective damage, it can.
Because I see why the Icy Wind, so that he's slower than the Chi-Yu.
Yes. So now moving.
Actually, I'm not sure that it's enough. Yes, it's
No,
enough.
it's
It's enough.
enough,
So
enough.
yes,
So,
now
yeah.
you fake out the Chi-Yu and you
Yeah, and you can just surging strikes and you get the KO. So yeah, Melvin, very hairy situation for him, honestly.
Yeah.
Like there were many ways this could have gone south.
I think it was all very dependent on that one turn with the Landorus and the Goldengo.
Yeah. But you know now regardless, Melvin managed to reassess his resources, figure out a way and to maneuver into his win condition, which is the Urshifu.
Yes.
So yeah, definitely was I did think I think it was a fairly smart play from Irvin to go for the Ice Wind. Unfortunately, it's still not enough.
I actually didn't think the Heat Wave would do that much to the Urshifu.
Heat Wave does do that much damage.
Because if it did, then I would have just said go. Yeah, I would have said Moon. I would have said just Icy Wind and no. Icy,
No, but yeah, even if you
Urshifu would
Ice
have
Wind, because like you said, because the Incineroar is still at the back.
Yeah. No, because
I think there was one turn where even with the. I think even with the there was one turn where the Heat Wave missed, but wasn't really I don't believe it was a major issue.
Yeah.
I can't recall. Things were moving very fast last game.
I think the thing is, right, I was under the impression that Heat Wave wouldn't do that much to the CU.
Well, it's choice back. Anyways, yeah, do check out the Gyarados 2023 SG Mystery Gift, which you can claim in-game right now. Just get on your Switches, boot up your Pokemon, either Pokemon Via or Pokemon Scarlet, and get into the Mystery Gift option. Use the code Gyarados 2023 SG. I think a little bit of history is that this is actually Melvin's Gyarados, right?
Yes, from last year.
It's from last year. Completely battle ready for you to bring into any of your games that you wish to do so. And more importantly, it has the moveset, which is I recall Taunt, Waterfall,
Thunder Wave,
and Protect. Yeah, so definitely more support-oriented Pokemon.
Yeah.
But you know, if you know how Para-Flinch or Paralyze and Flinch works, you paralyze first with Thunder Wave,
and then you
get the 30% Flinch with Waterfall. Was it 20% now?
I think it was 10. I thought it was 10, but
It's 10? Okay, either way, it's still a lot of options because slower, then you can flinch or you can potentially paralyze. But more importantly, this Gyarados is from our homegrown Melvin himself.
and we will be moving on to the last match.
I think we'll have one more. We'll have the final match of the finals here.
A best of 3, which is
Yeah, best
fitting.
of 3. So we love 3-game finals,
Yes.
right?
So we saw originally in the first game that Irvin kind of
Yeah, Irvin was actually taking it quite strongly in the first. In the first, I would say the first few turns, right? Yeah.
First match. The second,
first match, yeah.
second match though, it came down to Irvin making a call.
That did not work out.
Yes, and I think it was very interesting because Melvin kind of pressured him to make that call.
Definitely.
And we
I do think he could have protected the Landorus on that turn, honestly.
Yeah. And we do see that Melvin returning back to his original lead from game 1, Incineroar and Urshifu, and I don't think that this is a particularly good lead for his Pokemon.
Yeah, not exactly. Sure, the Incineroar can get a fake out this turn, but both, especially the Ogerpon, is applying a lot of pressure as usual.
Landorus is such a dangerous threat for Melvin to deal with here. I wonder what Melvin is going to do.
So I think he could potentially go for a substitute even. But
He could go for substitute, but I think the Irvin is playing quite
but then
aggressive.
you still get there's the fake out option here. I think the fake out, yep.
Yeah,
into
fake
this.
out option. I think it's a U-turn from the Urshifu. It should be. Yes,
U-turn, yep,
should
of
do
course.
about- yeah.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage
that
coming
does
there.
a lot of damage. But Ivy Cudgel, and we saw Ivy Cudgel does not KO the Incineroar.
Definitely does not. I
After
think
the
did about
Intimidate.
55 to 60%.
Yeah, I think it's 60.
And then it pops the. No, it doesn't have citrus. This is not. But yeah, good switch in with the Raging Bolt.
And we do see the Raging Bolt here as well. So Raging Bolt coming back, coming in. It's definitely luring the Earth Power from the Landorus here.
It's
But
I think you can go for a substitute as well.
You could go for a substitute, but we also know Raging Bolt probably can survive the Earth Power.
Definitely survive. I think it will return with either Dragon Power. Sorry,
I think it's going to go
like Thunderbolt, right? It can Thunderbolt. Yeah.
It has Thunderclap. It does
Sorry,
not,
no Thunder. Yeah.
It has
So
no Thunderbolt. It has Thunderclap. It has Thunderclap and Electro Web, and it has Snarl. He could go for a Snarl.
yeah, but here Earth Power goes off first
So
into the
Melvin
Incineroar. Okay.
sacrificing his Incineroar. I guess Incineroar has done what it needs to do.
I think it's a bit early to tell. Gets a
Draco
knockout through
Meteor!
Draco Meteor into the Ogerpon slot. No.
Wait.
Oh, into the Ogerpon slot. Okay, that was a bit of a doozy there.
That is scary. I think, but that said, I think it's actually pretty okay for Urshifu to come in and U-turn again on Ogerpon.
Yeah, I think here, but
it's
going
that
for
Amoonguss.
Amoonguss. Okay.
That's fair.
Sure. I think that's fair. Like you can still take away the either a Thunderclap from the Raging Bolt onto the Ogerpon should be fairly well. I think.
Yeah.
I think if you want to get straight, like I said, the bane of Rapid Strike Urshifu is an Ogerpon.
Yes.
Get rid of the Ogerpon, you start pressing buttons.
Yes, so
on.
I think Melvin, that was a very smart, how do you say?
Yeah, I think he needs to Draco again onto the Ogerpon, unless he's Irvin.
I think he Dracos into Ogerpon, because if you look at the Landorus, right, the Surging Strikes would be enough.
At this point, yes, it will be enough.
So if he can get rid of that Ogerpon, that would be amazing for Melvin.
I think that is Melvin's key at this point.
And I think so he Draco Meteors the Ogerpon, and I think the Amoonguss goes for the Rage Powder. Okay, Ivy Cudgel, that's fine. I think he's trying to chip it for the Earth Power as well. We do see the Snarl coming from Raging Bolt though. That is not...
Oh, interesting. I do think that he's better off trying to getting rid of the Ogerpon indefinitely.
Oh, no. You see now what he does is Pollen Puff.
I see.
Trying to get the chip. Very well played by Melvin.
Because he doesn't need to worry. I think one of the ideas is he knows he can survive in Earth Power, gets the Snarl off, Pollen Puffs himself, and then can potentially survive the next Earth Power.
I think he's now going for the Draco Meteor.
Now it's a Draco
Meteor. And Draco Meteor.
Yeah, so going for a Terra. I think maybe Terra Fairy. Yeah, should go for a Terra Fairy onto the Raging Bolt. This would mean that it won't take super effective damage against from the Earth Power. But you still open yourself up from.
Spore.
Yeah.
He might be going for the Spore.
He could be Draco Meteor Spore, right?
No, Thunderclap. Okay. Thunderclap onto the Ogerpon.
Not enough to kill. All right.
Earth Power should not pick up the Raging Bolt.
Will it be Earth Power Ivy Cudgel? I don't think it's enough to kill, honestly.
No, but Raging Bolt has lost its resistances this time. But we do see Spore coming out. So now actually it's very free for Melvin to go for a Snarl and Pollen Puff again onto his
now
Raging Bolt.
he can go for a free Snarl. I guess it's the point is that he wants to set up for the back here. But let's remember one thing as well. Even though the Scarf Urshifu is at the back,
he still has
the booster speed on the...
No, but yes, now because he has used the booster on, the Terra on the Raging Bolt, he
cannot take the Moonblast.
Yes. We do see Electro Web?
I think accounting for any switching in from...
that's fair enough.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Does come in again.
Yeah, healing it up. I think another Star would also been pretty alright.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
No,
Melvin still gets the
I get
ground.
what he's trying to do. He's trying to lower Landorus speed, so once it wakes up, it doesn't outspeed Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt is in a much better position.
Will he be able to? I think he'll take at least 2 Electro Webs.
Yeah, maybe he's going to go for the Draco Meteor now.
Yeah. But I understand, because at the back, you still have there's monsters like Chiyu and Savan.
And the thing is, Melvin only has the Urshifu left. He needs to get his Pokemon in position where Urshifu can actually...
start doing something. So Landorus unfortunately still asleep. Electro Web, I believe should be Electro or Snarl. Yeah,
it should be Electro Web.
Hitting into the Chiyu as well. And I think this is a Spore into the Chiyu slot.
No,
going for Pollen Puff.
Is
accounting for a wake up, I suppose.
Yeah, but now it's does Landorus actually outspeed the Raging Bolt?
I think actually Raging Bolt might be faster this turn.
Yes, that's
it's already
what
-2.
I'm wondering.
And assuming the Raging Bolt isn't a negative speed nature.
Amoonguss does go for the Protect, does not want to deal with the Chiyu right now. I think Landorus should wake up this turn.
Chiyu's Heat Wave, does it hit into the... I think it's a double up. If it double ups, there's a potential that it can still KO with Sludge Bomb. Is there?
No, actually no. Going out. Landorus avoids the attack.
I don't think it matters anyways. It would have gotten, but the speed drop onto the Chi Yu is what might.
And Landorus is still fast
Oh,
asleep.
unfortunately, Landorus. That was a full 3-turn sleep, I think.
I think it's actually possible that you Rage Powder and you Draco Meteor. You Rage Powder and Draco Meteor because Chi Yu might be slower than Raging Bolt, hopefully.
If Landorus is slower than the Raging Bolt, then
but
Chi Yu
Landorus
definitely
was at
is.
-2 though. So
Now it's -2 as well. Now Chi Yu is -2 as well.
Yeah. No, was it? Yeah, it was -2. So yeah.
So it's definitely slower than the Raging Bolt at this point. Yeah.
So Electro Web does come out again. Enough
Knocks
to pick
out
up the KO on Landorus.
Okay, so maybe if he hit the last turn, it would have,
yeah.
they would have picked up the KO there. But overall,
And Amogus is now safe so that it can protect Urshifu against Fluttermane.
Yep, that's
Heatwave
right.
does come out, does not pick up
doing a ton of damage to the
Yeah.
Urshifu. Is that critical? It
Yeah.
is. Yeah, but getting the burn on the Raging Bolt as well.
I think actually Melvin might have lost this actually.
There's about that crit
crit
potentially
method,
mattered because
that
now
crit.
Dazzling Gleam can pick up a KO.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually quite unless
Okay. Here's the win con. Aqua Jet and
Aqua Jet into Chi Yu, Electro Web onto the Fluttermane.
No, because Dazzling Gleam will pick up the KO. Heatwave, Dazzling Gleam will pick up the KO. I think Irvin will have won already.
We'll see how.
I think Aqua Jet and Thunderclap into the Fluttermane. That's the only way out here.
That's one of the only.
But that's why Okapon is here.
But
He's trying to stop that. Aqua Jet into the Fluttermane.
Will
It's
be
not
enough though with the
It
Thunderclap?
will
I
not
don't.
be enough, I think.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Yes, it's
Ooh,
not
unfortunate.
And Dazzling Gleam will pick up the KO, and I believe, Irvin has become the Singapore 2024 champion, I think, from this point.
I think that's just very unfortunate from Melvin's side.
I kind of feel like at some point he should have just gone for the Draco Meteor. He needed to pick up the KOs, force the Fluttermane in, store it.
Yeah, force the Fluttermane in earlier. Now at the end there's Numbers, and let's not forget the
Only
Chi Yu still at the back, and Chi Yu
Yeah.
easily picks up a
Yeah,
KO
so
on this.
I believe this is game.
Yeah, this should be game. Very, very
Tough for Melvin.
tough matchup
Yeah.
because like that's the thing in these kinds of matchups where equally both players have a chance at winning.
Yeah.
The smallest thing can change. The miss from the Electro Wave actually could have potentially changed everything. The turns of sleep that Landorus went through,
Yeah.
and of course the critical hits and the burns. Well, the critical hit I guess is a larger concern.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think there were points when Melvin could have gone for a KO.
Definitely, but you know what? I don't think.
Like there were some points where you know the Raging Ball is going to survive. You can Draco Meteor.
You start picking up your KOs from there, right?
Yeah, you Draco Meteor. You survive with your Dazzling Beam, Rage Powder. Start doing your Electro Web. From there, Electro Web, you can outspeed the Fluttermane.
Correct, yeah. And here, of course, I see when single target does a lot of damage, but more importantly,
It's a Chi-Yu's Beat of Ruin, so
Chi-Yu's
pretty
Beat of Ruin like easily really racks up the damage. And here, I think it'll be an overheat
Yes.
or a Dark Pulse if he doesn't want to
Dark
miss.
Pulse
Yeah.
will miss, so
Yeah.
yes.
So
Well played to
well
Irvin.
played to Irvin. And a notch on his belt, just like we mentioned, to be able to beat Melvin on home ground.
Yes.
Just goes to show how easily the tables turn
be
in the
turned.
VGC,
Yeah.
and to see it in a finals as
And
really.
it was quite a, I would say it's quite an equal match.
Yes, it was definitely an equal match. It was really about how each player manages their pieces on the board, switch-ins, switch-outs, hits. Of course, I do think there was more opportunity from Melvin's side.
Yeah.
But I don't think the plays he made were wrong at the end of the day.
I think that they weren't as aggressive as he needed them to be.
In this context, yes. But in the overall scheme of things, of how he plays games, I think Melvin played as best as he could, and a little bit of RNG didn't go in his favor.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
But,
I mean, sometimes things
So,
happen.
game is
That's
like
it,
that.
That's it. The Landros got 3 turns of sleep.
Yeah, Landorus got 3 turns of sleep, so it was due to get a miss from the Electro Web. But
That's why I was like, why don't you just Draco Meteor? Draco Meteor is good.
it's okay. Things over. They're still both getting paid trips
Yeah,
to
that's true.
Honolulu. So congratulations to both of them. But of course, congratulations to Irvin for becoming the champion for the Pokemon VGC Nationals here in Singapore. And he will be bringing home a very nice champion plaque,
And
a
a shirt.
and a shirt specifically printed to him with the championship printed at the side here. This
Yes.
is so we like to thank of course the organizers here, Pokemon. Thank you as well, TPC, helping us with organizing this tournament. And thank you guys. Thank you to the players for coming in.
and
They played in the. In the qualifying
Yes.
preliminaries, went through a grueling global challenge.
Yes, I
And-
mean, thank you everyone who has showed up. It's been wonderful to actually see everyone play in a live event again.
It's always great to see, and thank you guys for watching today with us for these past, I think, more than 6
I think
hours.
it's probably 6 hours.
And
7 hours.
I think, as far as the finals games goes, that was really, really good to watch.
yes,
And
and
so,
I'm glad that, and I hope that we can see this again next year.
of course, yeah, Regulation G. Now we can officially go into Regulation G.
And now you can finally go back talking about Calyrex expanding force and Calyrex Ice Glacial Lance.
No, I'm a Rayquaza believer. I believe, but but Rayquaza loses against Zamazenta very easily.
And Zamazenta and Miraidon are
Yeah,
kind of
they're
like,
picking up very quickly, right? But that's all from us here in Singapore National Championships. Thank you guys once again for watching. Congratulations to our winners. Congratulations to everyone who are here. Don't forget the Gyarados mystery gift code. It is Gyarados SG 2023. Download it now.
Gyarados 2023 SG.
Gyarados 2023 SG. Download it now. Make sure to catch that mystery gift. This is from Melvin's.
Last year's.
Last year's, but it's alright. You can still use it. Gyarados is still very relevant.
I
in
hope
a
they give
sense.
us Chiyu next year.
Yeah, let's get Chiyu. I want Chiyu.
I want a Chiyu, yeah.
Yeah, maybe we can get. No, I don't think Chiyu. They normally don't give.
Yeah, but I mean, it was such a good mon.
It was such.
It was such a good mon in the matchup.
But-
Either that Landorus?
No, I don't think Landorus either.
I mean, if not, then what? Fluttermane?
Potentially, hey, it would be nice to see a Paradox. But either way, thank you guys for watching once again. This marks the end of the Pokemon Video Game Championships in Singapore here. So I'm Arcliffe B,
And I'm Wai-Yin.
and we bid you all a great time. Play on, trainers. Ciao.